Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I seek leave for the 2023-24 annual review debate to be arranged by portfolio rather than by sector, despite Standing Order 3572.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none. 5 petitions have been delivered to the Clerk for presentation.
Petition of Hakepa H requesting that the House replace Guy Fawkes Day with National Parihaka Pa Day. Petition of Hakepa H requesting that the House amend the Policing Act 2008 to require all uniformed sworn police officers to have body cameras recording. Petition of Nick Mills requesting the House remove surcharges for contactless payments. Petition of Karen Robinson requesting that the House require mandatory vet examinations with supporting radiographs for all retiring racehorses. Petition of Hakepa H requesting that the House review the parliamentary petition process to enable petitioners to connect with other petitioners and implement a minimum number of signatures.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Paper has been delivered for presentation.
Government response to the report of the Justice Committee on the inquiry into the 2023 election.
That paper is published under the authority of the House. 7 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Environment Committee on the petition of Chloe Swarbrick. Report of the Justice Committee on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Brian Webb and the petition of Kylie Wellen. Report of the Primary Production Committee on the briefing on the New Zealand Hemp Industries Association. Reports of the Regulations Review Committee on the complaint about professional examinations in law, tikanga Māori requirements, Amendment Regulations 2022, and complaint about the Trans-Tasman Mutual Recognition Admission Regulations 2008.
The bill is set down for second reading and the complaints are set down for consideration. The Clerk has been informed of the introduction of 3 bills.
Immigration, Fiscal Sustainability and System Integrity Amendment Bill, introduction. Education and Training Amendment Bill number 2, introduction. United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Legislation Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. We come now to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, and can I also just acknowledge while I'm on my feet the retirement of David Parker, and can I say while we may have disagreed on different things politically, that you have huge respect across the House, and that actually we want to thank you for your service to this House and to this place, and importantly also for the intellect and the passion, and also we want to wish you well for your future. So well done.
Well, that's very nice. We go to question 2 now? Or?
Yeah.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Does he agree with his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs statement with regard to the previous national government signing New Zealand up to the Paris Agreement on climate change? Quote, "They've never told you what the target is or whether it's capable of being met," end quote. If not, why not?
Well, what I know is that it's important and in our national interest to meet that commitment. And that's what you've seen this government do, this coalition government do, because the farmers that I talk to up and down this country, they tell me very clearly they don't want multinational companies or competing countries kicking New Zealand products off the shelf. We want farmers doing exceptionally well in this country and want this economy pumping.
Supplementary question. Well, does he agree with his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs statement with regard to China, India and Russia's membership of the Paris Agreement? Quote, "Why on earth we're doing this when other countries are not doing this," end quote. If not, why not?
This is a coalition government that is going hard on economic growth because it is in our national interest to do so. And we are always going to put Kiwis first, and that is going to be primary in all of our decision making. And as I said, we're not going to punish our farmers. We want our economy growing, and that's why we meet those commitments.
My supplementary question. Does he agree with his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs' statement that honouring our Paris Agreement obligations will result in, quote, transferring $22, maybe $32 billion out of our economy in the next few years to try and satisfy our woke ambitions, and it's just catastrophic? If not, why not?
Well, I can reassure the member that we won't be doing that. What we are doing is making sure that we are keeping our commitments because we know that it punishes our farmers. And our farmers tell us that multinational companies and competing countries would love nothing more than to have New Zealand products kicked off shelf. So that's why it's in our brutal national interest to do so. We want agriculture pumping. We want the economy growing.
Supplementary question. Is he comfortable that international media are now reporting that the New Zealand government is considering pulling out of the Paris Agreement because of statements his current Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs has made, and statements that his next Deputy Prime Minister have been making?
I'll just say that is not, as I understand, what the Deputy Prime Minister has said, and that is not how I would characterise that position. I think everybody understands that it is in our brutal national interest. That's why this coalition government has said that we will meet our commitments, and that's why we are staying in Paris, because we want our farmers to do well. That we are not going to punish our farmers, and we're not going to send farming out of this country like the last Labour Greens government was proposing to do.
Supplementary question. Can he name one major policy change his government has made that has actually reduced New Zealand's climate emissions? If so, what is it?
Well, I can name several of them, but I would just say to that member, what we want to end the oil and gas ban. We want that member to support fast-track legislation, but they didn't. Why? Because 22 projects enable 30% increase in renewable electricity. That's a good thing. But if the member really cared about these issues, instead of pretending that he does, he would have backed the fast-track legislation. He would back the ending the oil and gas ban, and a number of things that this government's doing to get the country growing.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does the Prime Minister not think it's just axiomatic that if China, India, the United States and Russia were signed up, that's almost 60% of the emissions in this world at the moment, then targets could be met?
Well, I think the Deputy Prime Minister understands that we are doing everything we can to meet our commitments, but we are not going to bankrupt New Zealand by running our farmers down, by not having them sell their products internationally, and we are making sure that we get agriculture pumping and the economy growing.
Supplementary question. Does he think it enhances or diminishes New Zealand's international reputation as a clean green economy when his Minister of Foreign Affairs indicates that New Zealand was wrong to sign the Paris Agreement, travels to the Pacific, one of the regions of the world most affected by climate change, and questions the global scientific consensus on climate change, and his government dismantles almost all proactive action to reduce New Zealand's emissions?
Exaggeration. We have some crocodile tears from the Leader of the Opposition, because I am incredibly proud of our Foreign Minister, and he is out there in the world doing the business for New Zealand. He is hugely respected by everybody in the foreign affairs community, and I am very proud of the work that he's doing, and I just would compare and contrast his record versus your record in government.
Yeah, but I wasn't part of your government. There I've broken my neutrality. How's bad that? Chloe Smallbrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Is climate change one of the biggest threats facing Aotearoa New Zealand?
Well, the major one that we're facing right now is actually economic growth, and that's why this government is prioritising economic growth above and beyond everything else, because we want working New Zealanders to be able to work hard, to get money in their back pocket and to do well.
Why did his government choose to cut $2.4 billion on climate mitigation when the New Zealand Defence Force themselves have identified climate change as one of the biggest risks we face to national security?
I don't quite understand the member's question, but what I would say is that who are the people that show up in climate-related disasters and emergencies across the Pacific? It is our Defence Force. They are the people that show up in the helicopters, helping the Pacific Island nations, helping New Zealanders that are desperately in need. And so I would hope that that member gets in behind supporting the defence plan that we signed off for yesterday. I note that the Labour Party has said that they are up for more defence spending. I've heard the defund defence narrative on top of the defund the police narrative from the degrowth Greens. But actually it is the Defence Forces that show up and look after our people and the people in the Pacific because of their abilities and their capabilities and the assets that they have.
Does the Prime Minister understand the difference between responding to the climate crisis and active investment and policies to prevent the climate crisis getting worse, which his government has cut?
As that member would be well aware, we have our ERP2 budget and plan, which suggests that our government is actually on track to deliver net carbon zero potentially 6 years earlier. So we can meet our commitments, but most importantly, we are going to grow our economy, because right now, and just the events of this week underscore yet again that economic growth is the way that we look after New Zealanders and we set up them for a great future.
Can the Prime Minister explain why his Social Development Minister said it was unrealistic to spend $3 billion to lift 80,000 children out of poverty, yet his government has found $3 billion a year for military spending?
Excellent.
Well, I'll just say to that member, you and your party were part of a government that had put 23,000 more kids into poverty in the last year of your government. Our budget last year identified that it would lift 17,000 children out of poverty. And I just would say, it's all rather sanctimonious to talk about values, but you actually have to follow it up with actions, and that's what we're doing with our defence plan.
Why will the government bend its own self-imposed fiscal management rules to spend billions and billions more on military capability, but refuse to do the same to guarantee that everyone has a safe future, like with expenditure on healthcare, social development and education?
We are not doing that. That is a mischaracterisation in that question of our position. But what we are doing is making sure that we can secure prosperity through security. And it's actually important. If you have a set of values, you don't just go around the world talking about them, you actually show up and actually do your part and pull your weight. We are doing that with this investment in defence. And again, I just say to that member that when you go talk to people in the Pacific, talk to the Pacific Island leaders that have come out in support of our defence plan, because they understand what that means in climate-related weather events that actually cause havoc across the Pacific. We are actually making sure that we've got the assets to respond to our own New Zealanders in need and people in the Pacific too.
Question 3, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent advice has she received about the potential impact of global uncertainty on New Zealand's economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I hosted a briefing about the government's latest assessment of what the United States' new tariff regime and the global response to it means for the New Zealand economy. I am receiving ongoing updates from Treasury advisors about this unfolding situation. Though unwelcome, the tariffs that have been imposed on New Zealand are likely to be modest in comparison with the impact for many other countries. The most significant impact for New Zealand of the current uncertainty will be through disruptions to the global economy.
Supplementary. How could New Zealand's economy be affected?
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand is strong and resilient, but ours is a small, globally connected economy. When big international events happen, they affect us too. There remains a high degree of uncertainty about what will happen in coming weeks and months. The Asian region, including Australia, accounts for 70% of New Zealand's international trade. There is a risk of slower growth in the region because many economies there have significant exposures to the new US tariff regime. We could also anticipate trade diversion effects and impacts on supply chains. All of these factors create risk for the New Zealand economy, just as we have been gathering positive momentum and recovering from an earlier period of high inflation and high interest rates.
Supplementary. What does this mean for Treasury's budget forecasts?
Mr. Speaker, Treasury is currently finalising its forecasts for the budget 2025. It usually bases its forecasts for world growth and inflation on consensus forecasts. At the half-year update, trading partner growth was already forecast to be modest at around 2.5% in the June 26 year. Following the recent tariff announcements, Treasury's initial assessment is that partner growth will be closer to 2% in the 2026 year. Similarly, at the half-year update, global inflation was forecast at 2.5% in the June 26 year. Treasury's current assessment is that global inflation could rise by as much as 0.5% in that year. Slowing global demand is likely to reduce demand for our exports and lower business investment.
Supplementary. How is the government responding to this?
Mr. Speaker, while there are risks to our economy, there are also reasons to feel confident that we have the right settings and policies in place to get through this period of uncertainty. The government plans to stick to our fiscal strategy, including remaining with our intention to endeavour to return the books to an Obergall-X surplus in the 27-28 fiscal year and to continue our efforts to reduce net debt. We do not intend to exceed the operating allowances forecast at the half-year update. Mr. Speaker, we were already preparing Budget 2025 to be a growth budget, and that remains the case. The past week's global developments will make our recovery harder, but our goal is to steer our economy through these choppy waters in a way that limits the damage for New Zealanders. We will continue to provide responsible economic management that supports job creation, rising incomes and a more affordable cost of living for New Zealanders.
The Honourable Barbara Evans, question 4.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Finance, does she stand by her statement, quote, "So yes, there are global headwinds, but actually New Zealand's pretty well positioned to navigate our way forward," unquote, and what is the expected effect of the United States tariffs on the New Zealand economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do stand by that statement, which I note was made before the United States outlined its new tariff regime. New Zealand's economy is recovering from an earlier period of high inflation and high interest rates. The past week's global developments will make our recovery harder. There will be direct and indirect impacts on our economy, such as exporters being affected by tariffs that make it harder for them to sell into the US market. The most significant impact will be through disruptions to the global economy, potentially seen in slower growth in the Asian region, trade diversion effects and impacts on supply chains.
Supplementary. How can New Zealand exporters trust her stay the course plan in relation to US tariffs when the government's position is that it could have been worse and that they have not corrected the assumption that New Zealand imposes a 20% tariff on US goods based on our GST rate?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that our diplomats are in fact engaging with the US administration to make clear our position that that is not our effective tariff rate. I would also, Mr. Speaker, say that we are humble enough to know that there are some global events which we can't control. Our focus is on that which we can control, and the member can also be assured that we will continue to fight for our exporters, both in terms of their access to the US market, but also through increasing their access to other markets by continuing to pursue trade agreements throughout the world, building on the work of successive governments.
Supplementary. Does she stand by her assurance in February of this year that New Zealand will not be directly affected by tariffs? If so, how can the New Zealand public trust her judgment today?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as is sometimes the case with that member, I would have to check that paraphrasing of my comment in the context in which it was made to assure that she is actually accurately representing my statements.
Supplementary. Does she regret cancelling and delaying housing, hospital and school builds, which has caused the collapse of the construction sector and the deepest recession seen in 30 years?
Mr. Speaker, to make a few facts clear, the New Zealand government delivered more classrooms in the past year than were delivered by the previous government in the year prior to that. We have continued to commit significant funds to health infrastructure, and Aotearoa have continued to add to the stock of social housing, continuing a build program which is adding to the number of social housing places in New Zealand.
The Right Honourable Mr. Peters.
As a matter of education, if the economy is going at 0.7 or annualised at 2.8, how could you possibly describe that as being a recession?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister makes a good point, which is that on our watch we have seen inflation return to the target band, interest rate reductions occur, and we have seen in the last 3 months of the last year a return to growth above that which was forecast by consensus economists.
Supplementary.
Yeah, Honourable Barbara Evans.
Is the government going to use US tariffs and worsening global economic conditions as an excuse to hide their economic mismanagement, given there will be deeper cuts to the public services that Kiwis rely on, record migration out of New Zealand and a collapsing construction industry?
No, Mr. Speaker, we don't do excuses. We take responsibility for the actions we can control.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Would the Minister of Finance characterise the significant and dramatic and sudden changes in US tariffs as a quote-unquote excuse, or the biggest thing to hit the world economy in a long time that is creating turmoil in every market in the world?
Mr. Speaker, Minister Seymour makes a very good point. For members opposite to characterise our response to what is a global economic event as an excuse, I think entirely underestimates the gravity of the series of world events that are currently unfolding. And while members opposite may wish to be ignorant of that and pretend that New Zealand is somehow immune from global events, that is not a course of action we will be taking.
Question 3, Catherine Wedd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. What announcements has he made about granny flats?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, Chris Penk, Shane Jones and I announced government will be making it easier to build granny flats. In fact, we'll be going further than previously announced. We consulted on 60 square metres without building or resource consent. We've decided to increase that to 70 square metres. We'll be amending the Building Act and resource consenting system to make it easier to build granny flats, or as they're known in the legal parlance, minor residential units.
Supplementary. Did submitters on the government's consultation on granny flat changes ask for the size increase?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. There was public consultation in June and August last year. Many submitters said the 60 square metre limit should be increased. Some people said 65, some people said no limit at all. We've gone for the pragmatic option of 70 square metres. So homeowners were supportive of the granny flat policy. Many submitted, Mr. Speaker, that it would make it easier to facilitate intergenerational living and, of course, help ease our housing crisis.
Supplementary. Why is building granny flats a potential game changer for the housing market?
Well, Mr. Speaker, people who want to build simple standalone dwellings on their properties need a building consent under the Building Act, and in many cases a resource consent as well. That is why, and changing that is a government priority suggested through the New Zealand First National Coalition Agreement, and we are very pleased and proud to acknowledge it. Making it faster and more affordable will give us more housing options, particularly for grandparents, people with disabilities, young adults and workers in the rural sector. Increased housing availability directly translates to lower living costs for our communities.
Supplementary. How does the government plan to implement these changes?
Mr Speaker, there will be an amendment to the Building Act in the middle of this year which will exempt granny flats from needing a building consent if it meets the building code and has a simple design. It's carried out by authorised building professionals and people notify their local council before the building is completed. We've carefully considered the feedback and we think this criteria strikes the right balance between enabling housing growth and managing risks. We'll also be developing a new national environmental standard under the RMA to make sure no resource consent is required.
Supplementary question.
The Right Honourable Winston.
In the interests of the nation's understanding, could he please describe who's the inspirational genius behind this brilliant policy?
Oh, Mr Speaker, success has many fathers, but in relation to this case, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Shane Jones has been the driving force behind this excellent policy because he's seen the impact of small units in the far north and what an impact it can have on families. And it's been a real game changer there. And we look forward to cutting that red tape and seeing more of them around the country.
Question number 6, the Honourable Dr Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, does he stand by his statement that timely and quality access to health care for the people of Tairāwhiti is a priority for our government? And if so, why has the vacancy rate for Gisborne Hospital's senior medical officers increased from 35% to 44% under his government?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
In the context that was made, yes. I acknowledge that too many New Zealanders, including those in Tairāwhiti, are waiting too long to receive care. However, I also acknowledge the great work of our health workforce in Tairāwhiti who have achieved a 92.8% result against our shorter stays in emergency department health target for Q2 24-25, which exceeds the milestone and is well above the national average. Our priority remains delivering access to timely quality health care for all New Zealanders, including the people of Tairāwhiti. I'm advised the current SMO vacancy rate is 38.55% in Tairāwhiti. I'm further advised there has been an increase in full-time equivalent senior medical officers from 49.1 in December 23 to 55 at the end of March this year in Tairāwhiti, after a steep decline from 57.2 in December 2022 to 49.1 in December 2023.
Supplementary, what specific action is being taken to address reports from senior doctors that people are losing their vision for want of seeing an ophthalmologist at Gisborne Hospital?
Mr Speaker, the Health New Zealand is actively recruiting for senior medical officers at in Tairāwhiti. An active national and international recruitment plan is underway with all recruitment requests approved. In the pipeline, Health New Zealand has 11.1 full-time equivalent senior medical officers who have accepted offers and are preparing to start work in Tairāwhiti. A further 2 full-time equivalent roles have been offered. 3 full-time equivalent are at the interview stage, and recruitment is actively underway for 21.3 further full-time equivalent roles.
Does he admit that the government's response to the clinicians' August letter that reported daily delays and impediments to care that were directly results from vacancies and the ability to recruit new staff was inadequate, and that the vacancies have still got worse?
Mr Speaker, if the member had listened to my primary answer, she would have noted that the vacancy rate increased substantially in 2023. Since we have come to office, the number of senior medical officers has increased. We have an active recruitment campaign underway. All vacancies are currently going through a recruitment process. As I said, there are 11 SMO full-time equivalents who have been recruited and are about to start work. 2 have been offered roles, 3 are in the interview stage, and recruitment is actively underway for 21.3 full-time equivalent positions. We are taking action to ensure we have the frontline staff in place in Tairāwhiti to ensure they can get the care that they need after a significant drop under the previous government.
Supplementary, does he agree with Dr Sean Grant, who heads Gisborne Hospital's children's ward, who said, quote, "I am doing more administrative tasks now," and that, quote, "because of a reduction in administrative support people," end quote? And if so, is it a good use of resources for a senior clinician to fill out paperwork rather than treat sick children?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, we are actively recruiting for a range of senior medical officer roles at Tairāwhiti. We acknowledge the need for the hiring. We're investing the money. The vacancies have been approved for recruitment. There's 11 which have already been appointed and are about to start. We have an active plan in place following the significant decline as senior medical officers in 2023 when she was the Minister.
Will he commit to monthly public reporting of hospital vacancies and the action taken by management to ensure that this issue gets the priority that it deserves and that the progress he indicates is underway actually happens?
Well, Mr Speaker, as the member knows, there is already regular reporting of health workforce data, and what I would say is there was a significant reduction when she was the Minister of Senior Medical Officers in Tairāwhiti, and we're fixing it.
Question number 7, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Health and asks, what actions has the government taken to increase New Zealanders' access to medicine?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many, most notably, filling in a significant fiscal cliff in Pharmac funding last year and then boosting Pharmac funding by around $600 million. However, we're also taking actions on consenting of new medicines by introducing a policy known as the Rule of Two. This is a policy that all three coalition parties campaigned on in the wake of COVID, and in essence it means that if two other recognised countries have certified a particular medication, the expectation is it will become legal in New Zealand within 30 days.
Supplementary. Why is the government progressing the Rule of Two pathway to speed up the approval of medicines already recognised overseas?
Mr Speaker, there's always been an absurdity in New Zealanders waiting long periods of time. In the case of one recent asthma medication, 16 months for MedSafe to tell the New Zealand people it is safe for them to use a medication that is already widely used and legal in countries such as Australia, the UK, United States, Switzerland, Japan, Canada and Singapore, all countries that have a very strong track record around their health systems and their management of pharmaceuticals. I'm not aware of any time in New Zealand history where New Zealand has had MedSafe reject a medication able to be used in one of those countries and they realised they'd made a mistake. We are simply duplicating work by insisting that we overdo our consenting of new medicines when they've already been consented in multiple other countries.
Supplementary. How will the bill improve New Zealanders' health outcomes?
Well, Mr Speaker, it's absolutely critical that medications that are consented in other countries are available to New Zealanders. We aspire to have first world living standards and first world healthcare. If I look at a medicine such as Ozempic, which has huge potential, it remains unconsented for some uses, and I believe it could be of great benefit to a lot of people. The question is, why should New Zealanders wait, perhaps indefinitely, because the manufacturers of pharmaceuticals see New Zealand's consenting regime and its small market size, and they wonder why on earth we are duplicating processes that they've been through elsewhere.
Supplementary. Are there other countries that have a verification pathway like the one proposed?
Well, yes, indeed, Mr Speaker. I prefer New Zealand to be leading the world wherever possible, but in this case we're very much trailing. Countries such as the United Kingdom, countries such as Singapore also routinely take advantage of other countries consenting of new medications with policies that you might compare to our Rule of Two. We're not blazing a trail, but we're certainly ensuring that New Zealand policy keeps up with best practice worldwide. The United Kingdom, for instance, is one of the fastest consenters of new medicines in the world.
Question number 8, Tim Vanderwall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Defence. What steps has she taken to boost the capability of the New Zealand Defence Force?
Mr Speaker.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Defence, yesterday the Prime Minister and I released the Defence Capability Plan 2025. This is the government's multi-billion-dollar plan for a modern, combat-capable New Zealand Defence Force that pulls its weight both internationally and domestically. So I want to acknowledge all the government parties for their work in the space, as well as those on the opposition benches who have expressed support thus far. The 15-year plan, sir, focuses on critical investments within the next 4 years. We regard it as a starting point, that is to say a floor, not a ceiling, and we note it will be reviewed every 2 years.
Supplementary. How much has been invested into the New Zealand Defence Force?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the Defence Capability Plan outlines planned commitments of $12 billion over the next 4 years, including a $9 billion increase to baseline funding. The plan will raise New Zealand's defence spending from the current level of approximately 1% of GDP to 2% of GDP within 8 years. Over the next 4 years, significant upgrades, or rather investments, include the maritime helicopter and 757 fleets being replaced, enabling our Army to communicate securely and work effectively with our partners, acquiring uncrewed systems such as drones, and also upgrades to the defence estate.
Supplementary. Why is this investment so important?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, New Zealand is part now of a very different and inherently more dangerous world than was previously the case. As the Prime Minister noted earlier today in question time, there can be no economic security without national security. As a global trading nation, of course, we rely on a stable regional and international system underpinned by collective security, open trading relations, and governed by transparent rules and norms that reflect our values. So we're a Pacific nation, and as such we sit within the Indo-Pacific region. We have a vast maritime environment featuring the world's 4th largest search and rescue area and the 8th largest exclusive economic zone in the world. In recognising the risks within the region, this is a plan for the world as it is, not that which we would wish it to be.
Supplementary. How will this defence capability plan support the growth of the New Zealand defence industry?
Mr Speaker, answering on behalf of the Minister, an astute question. This requires a strong partnership with industry, which is why a defence industry strategy is now being developed following the release of the plan. Doing so will support the government's economic growth agenda as well, including by promoting innovative and advanced technologies and fostering exports. New Zealand companies are already exporting some of those products to other markets, and it makes sense that they be enabled and encouraged to do so to New Zealand as well. For that reason, we'll continue to partner with industry to ensure they have certainty on where we're heading, and therefore that we can provide the support our Defence Force needs.
Supplementary, Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The question is to the Minister. How will this new funding directly benefit the Kiwi men and women who serve in the New Zealand Defence Force?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, our people are committed, well-trained professionals, and this plan will provide them with the support that we know that they need to deploy safely and effectively, both at home and abroad. I note in particular that investments in the defence estate will enable the conditions and the environment in which our people need to live, work and train. And the overall message sent by this Defence Capability Plan is that our brave Kiwi women and men of the Defence Force know that they are supported to do the important work that they do on behalf of our country.
Question number 9, the Honourable Marilla Davidson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia i ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why is the Ministry for Social Development turning down 31% of emergency housing applications?
Well, as I've said to that member last week on the similar line of questioning, we are very, very proud of the progress that we're making on emergency housing. It has been fantastic to see 2,000 kids come out of motels and actually put into safe, dry homes, and 2,500 families as well.
Is rough sleeping increasing under his government?
Well, what I can say is that there is 2,000 kids that are no longer in motels, they are in proper houses. There is 2,500 200,000 families that are now out of those motels and in proper houses. They're in the private rental market, they're in state housing, they're in social housing with community housing providers. We're very proud of that track record. This was a blight on the previous government and we've fixed it.
Does he know where the over 90 people who are denied emergency housing every month end up sleeping?
I know that there are 2,000 kids out of emergency housing. I know there's 2,500 families out of emergency housing. And importantly, we know that 80% of the people that have left emergency housing now have proper homes to live in. As for the other 20%, nothing has changed. Our people are able to access accommodation supplement and housing support through our normal services.
Just a bit of calm would be good. The shouting across the House is not particularly useful in elucidating any answer. The Honourable Marama Davidson.
Can he guarantee that any person who leaves their home due to family violence will be given access to emergency housing?
What I can say is that our government support has not changed and that for people who need housing support, they will be able to access it.
Does he stand by his statement that nothing has changed? People who need help with accommodation can come to the Ministry of Social Development and get the support and help they need, end quote. And if so, why were 507 emergency housing applications declined just in February this year?
In answer to the first part of the question, yes.
Question number 10, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Social Development and Employment and asks, does she stand by her employment action plan that states, quote, we will support people across different population groups, different regions and facing different challenges to use their skills so that people can lead happier, healthier and more productive lives? If so, why?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, yes, absolutely. That's why our government is relentlessly focused on growing the economy and supporting more New Zealanders into jobs. Our economy is stronger when more people are working, and as we unleash economic growth, it is important that as many Kiwis as possible share in the benefits. The Employment Action Plan articulates a number of work programs by different ministers to ensure we are working together to provide greater opportunities for more New Zealanders.
How does the loss of 230 jobs at Kinleith Mill in the Waikato and the further loss of another 230 jobs at Winston Pulp in Ruapehu contribute to her Employment Action Plan goal to, quote, grow regional economies by improving resilience and increasing productivity?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm very aware that for those of people who have lost their jobs or are in the process, given the changes in Kinleith, it's incredibly challenging, which is why I'm proud of the Ministry of Social Development's early response team, who are already working on the ground very directly with those who are impacted or potentially impacted.
How does the loss of hundreds of regional jobs supplying locally sourced healthy school lunches, such as Gisborne's Black Fig Catering and Events, which has gone from producing 1,200 meals daily to zero, contribute to the Employment Action Plan's goal to, quote, grow regional economies by improving resilience and increasing productivity?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm proud of the Employment Action Plan, where we have multiple ministers working across to ensure that we are getting traction and supporting more Kiwis into works. If that member has a question more specifically about an initiative, she needs to direct it to the minister responsible.
What support did her Employment Action Plan offer the business owner of Loaded Nutrition in Northland that was forced to close after losing their school lunch contract, who stated, quote, all of our employees had been on benefits, including someone who would likely never have been employed as she had no work experience, but we gave her a chance and she was amazing. She absolutely loved it.
Mr Speaker, I'd invite that member to put the relevant question to the relevant minister.
Why has she promised in her Employment Action Plan that it will enable Kiwis to, quote, share in New Zealand's prosperity when her government has increased unemployment,
given tax cuts to landlords and cut regional jobs in favour of corporates such as Compass?
Mr Speaker, I absolutely refute the comments that member makes, and I think her view of history is a little tainted, so let me just take the House back a step. The unemployment numbers of 5.1% are exactly what was forecast by Treasury under the previous government. Unfortunately, we are dealing with the realities of high government spending, inflation, high interest rates. It leads to a recession. It leads to higher unemployment. None of us in the House want to be in that position, but our employment action plan means that across the House, across the three parties in the coalition, we are taking constructive, deliberate action to support more Kiwis into work, and our Going for Growth action plan is very much focused on how we ensure that we have more jobs and higher incomes and more money in Kiwis' pockets.
Question number 11, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police and asks, what feedback has he seen on the community beat teams?
Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister and I joined our outstanding Wellington community beat teams. We got to see the positive interaction between our frontline police officers and the public. They know their patch and they build strong, trusted relationships with the entire community they serve, whether it be rough sleepers, our retail workers, or those coming into the inner city for work or pleasure. I'm proud of the work they do, and the result of a recent Stuff online poll shows that most Kiwis are as well.
Supplementary. Has he been out on the beat with the Wellington team before?
Yeah. Mr Speaker, yes, I have. I was with them last year. We visited several businesses and I got to hear the positive feedback from shop owners and their staff, and in one store, as a result of the work police had done with the staff, they were able to reopen a second entrance that had been closed due to theft and safety concerns.
Supplementary. What has the Wellington Community Beat team achieved?
Mr Speaker, they've made a massive contribution towards making Wellington safer.
That's right.
Last year, alongside a 54% increase in foot patrols, aggravated robberies in the Wellington district dropped by 33.6%. Being visible is a critical part of successful policing.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Has the Minister received any positive feedback about the Wellington beat teams from the Member of Parliament for Wellington Central?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, that's enough. Sit down. Well, it better not be in the same vein.
No.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Is it the government's policy to defund the police? And if not, why not?
Mr Speaker.
No, hang on. Sorry. What was that question? I didn't...
Do it again.
Well,
is it the government's
policy... Mr McCallum, would you like to leave the House or not? Don't make a noise while a question's being asked.
Is it the government's policy to defund the police? And if not, why not?
Mr Speaker, no, it's not this government's policy to defund the police.
Thank you.
Our government's policy is to invest in the police. Our government's policy was to make sure the police had the powers they needed and a government behind them to go out there and start to deal with the massive increase in violent crime that this country has experienced. And they're doing an outstanding job in doing that.
Supplementary. What message does he have for our community beat teams?
Mr Speaker, I want to acknowledge and thank all our community beat teams for their dedication, hard work and the passion they bring to keeping our communities safe.
Question 12, Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Media and Communications. Does he stand by his statement that the government is taking, quote, immediate action to support New Zealand's media and content production sectors, unquote? And if so, how many people in the news sector have lost their jobs in the 281 days since he made that statement?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Yes, which is why I moved swiftly to introduce the Broadcasting repeal of Advertising Restrictions Amendment Bill to repeal restrictions on Sunday advertising, why the government made changes to the eligibility criteria for the screen production rebate, which saw shows such as Shortland Street benefit as a result, and why the government's currently consulting on proposals for a media reform package to progress changes to modernise regulation and content funding arrangements. In response to the second part of the question, based on news reports I'm aware of, approximately 71 jobs have been lost at NZME, 48 at TVNZ, 4 from the spin-off and 27 from Whakata Māori. All of those people have our sympathy. Everyone's aware that the media landscape is very challenging, given the combination of changing audience habits and a tough economic environment. And the government's focus on growth is the best response to that latter change.
Supplementary. What then is your message or his message to the nearly 100 NZME journalists who have lost their jobs since he became the minister? And what immediate action did he take to prevent the loss of those jobs?
Well, ultimately decisions about private companies hiring of and the amount of workers that they have in their businesses is for those private companies. What the government can do, of course, is deal with inconsistencies across the regulation and legislation, which is why we're making changes to the Broadcasting Act, the various pieces of legislation that I've discussed before, and why we're consulting over those changes, which I would point out the previous government didn't get round to. But more importantly, of course, many of those companies rely on advertising revenue, and that's why a strong, growing economy is the best response.
This is good.
Supplementary. What is his message to the 50 journalists and staff at TVNZ who lost their jobs on 7 November last year, and what immediate action did he take to keep those people employed?
Well, my message to those people is I wish them all the very best in their next opportunities, and the TVNZ is a company that is doing well to adjust to a rapidly changing situation, and I don't think any person in this House would be confused when they look and see the dramatic changes in the way that people get their information and they get their news, and that companies such as TVNZ and all media companies have to adjust, which is what precisely they're doing.
Supplementary question. The right honourable wants to...
Could I ask the Minister if he had, or the government had, the millions that were spent on the failed merger available, could they have kept some of those journalists still in employment?
Well, here we go.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, when I called you...
excuse me. The question's the wrong question. There was no merger.
Look, hang on, wait on. I haven't heard you. I haven't called you. Wait
my
until there's a bit of
apologies.
silence.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Good.
Mr. Speaker, the question is the wrong question. There was no merger.
Listen, no, we're not going to get into points of order over... Sorry, Mr. Jackson, quieten down or leave. The question's been asked. Is there an answer?
Yes. Well, it would be obviously a huge help to the country to have $20 million available that had not been wasted in a failed effort from the previous government.
Thank you. Supplementary, Reverend Davidson.
Who is taking more immediate action in the local media sector? Honourable Paul Goldsmith or foreign billionaire Jim Grennan?
Well, I think the member needs to bone up on his question. Ultimately, an independent person engaging in changes in an independent a company is up to them, and that's something that I've got every confidence that NZME's shareholders will be able to cope with. But what we're focused on is doing what we can to create an environment where the media can continue to succeed. Part of that is having a strong, growing economy where advertising revenues pick up, and the other part is dealing with some of those imbalances that have been around for a very long time and the previous government didn't get round to.
Supplementary. Does he agree with Miles Thomas that, quote, Melissa Lee said she could not do anything, Paul Goldsmith said he won't do anything for a little while longer, end quote, and if so, how long does he expect it to be before he gets fired for inaction and incompetence, just like she did?
No, the Minister doesn't need to respond to that question. That brings question for oral answer to a close. We'll leave, and we're going to leave very quietly. Good. Take the conversations outside. Call on Government Order of the Day, number 1.
Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill, Committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill. This is the debate on the final position of the Government and the annual reviews of departments, offices of Parliament, Crown entities, public organisations and state enterprises as reported by select committees. This is a 10-hour debate. The time for this debate has been allocated to parties on a proportional basis. New Zealand National has 3 hours 59 minutes. New Zealand Labour has 2 hours 46 minutes. Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand has 1 hour 13 minutes. ACT New Zealand has 54 minutes. New Zealand First has 39 minutes. Te Pāti Māori has 29 minutes. Specific ministers will be available each day to respond to specific portfolios. The Government has indicated that the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Education and the Minister of Housing will be available today, together with Associate Ministers, to respond to members' questions. Each debate will be led off by the Chairperson or another member of the committee that considered annual reviews most closely related to the Minister's portfolios. The Minister of Finance is here first for 1 hour to respond to members' questions. The question is that the report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the annual financial statements of the Government for 2023-24 financial year be noted. Cameron Brewer.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it gives me great pleasure to stand on behalf of the Finance and Expenditure Committee and take the House through the 5 reviews that it oversaw for the financial year leading to 30 June 2024. And just to give this some context, Madam Chair, the financial year was half of the last Labor government's effectively, and the first 6 months that the coalition government inherited. And so it's important that we give it some context, that we are looking back. And we are looking back at a time when the coalition government walked through into the door. The economic activity overall, Madam Chair, as the Minister of Finance told us at FEC at annual review time, softened considerably. The Reserve Bank official cash rate was at 5.5% throughout the year, and interest and inflation continued to constrain demand. The Minister of Finance, Madam Chair, told FEC, looking back at that annual review period 23-24, she described it as a difficult year for the economy, with high interest rates, as I've said, and low or negative economic growth. She'd also alluded to, in our report, Madam Speaker, on the government's financial strategy that the New Zealand's fiscal position had deteriorated over the previous 6 years, and that the difficulty she presented in turning that around. But in saying that, Madam Speaker, she pointed to a number of policies and processes that the government was working through, and one of them was achieving cost savings. And the target that was set for those government's cost savings was achieving 1.5 billion worth of savings and tasking the government agencies with either 6.5 or 7.5 of their baseline budget. The Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, made it clear that the exercise had already been successful and will deliver, given the environment that she inherited, will deliver $23 billion worth of savings over a 4-year period. And that because of this initiative and action, essential action, the deficit is 1.1 billion smaller than it would have been without those savings. So just to look at some of the numbers as of June 30, 2024, at the end of this period, net core crown reached 1.75, debt reached 1.75 billion. And that the Minister also made an important point that the debt, that because of that increase in debt that we'd seen in previous years, and interest rates, the financing cost of that core crown debt was to rise to 8.9 billion, up from 1.9 billion, and she compared that to imagine all the frontline services that could have been funded if this government hadn't incurred so much debt when it walked through the door. So, Madam Speaker, we heard from the Treasury, we heard from the Natural Hazards Commission, aka formerly the Earthquake Commission. We heard from Inland Revenue, who actually said that tax revenue for 23-24 was at 115.4 billion, 10.5% higher than the previous year. And we look forward to now seeing how tax revenue is tracking for this current financial year. So, Madam Chair, the annual review period that the Finance and Expenditure Committee looked at reinforces that this government's fiscal strategy and Going for Growth plan is not only essential, but we are absolutely focused. We remain focused on returning to surplus, on not extending our operating allowances forecast at the half-yearly period, at returning to 40% of GDP, debt per GDP, that we continue to promote exports, and that we continue to promote investment and inflation. So I put those reports to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I start, I just want to acknowledge Caroline McLeish, who was the Secretary of Treasury and who finished her term during this financial year, which the annual report speaks to. So I want to acknowledge Caroline, particularly for the work that she did during COVID to support the then Minister of Finance, and obviously with her Treasury team during the change of government. Madam Chair, where I want to actually begin my questioning on is around the major fiscal models that Treasury referred to in the annual report. And this is particularly in relation to the pre-election fiscal update. Treasury in the annual report talked about the fiscal models and the types of checks and balances that they input into their forecasts. For example, they refer it to an external panel of experts for quality assurance. They have their senior leaders check the correctness of their forecast, the underlying judgment and the assumptions into that. And also they're doing some work around the main fiscal project models as part of the long-term fiscal modelling that they're doing and the fiscal strategy model. And given the Minister of Finance's earlier comments around that the Treasury had the pre-election fiscal update wrong. I'd just like to ask the Minister, given the checks and balances that Treasury had done previously and which they've set out in the annual review, what further checks and balances has she asked Treasury to put in for future forecasts?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Madam Chair, as is very apparent in the world right now, forecasters must always work with the best information they have at the time, and their forecasts are always subject to revision in hindsight, which demonstrates that assumptions that they have made have turned out to be incorrect. In the case of the pre-election fiscal update, there were a number of factors which Treasury now acknowledges they were over-optimistic about, including trends around revenue collection, including the way that they accounted for future labour productivity. And overall, this had the effect of flattering the outlook at the pre-election update in such a way that what it forecast was in fact wrong, as I have previously said. In addition to that, Treasury are always beholden to the Minister of the day, and they have considerable discretion as to how they decide to treat the fiscal treatment, how they decide to treat the fiscal initiatives which they support. And in the case of the pre-election fiscal update, there were a number of fiscal cliffs, that is, funding provided for initiatives only in the short term, whereas the public would have expected there would be ongoing funding for them. That has the effect of requiring a future government to find those funds as new money. Two very pertinent examples of that are, one, Farm Act funding, where it became clear after the budget that without considerable uplift in funding for Farm Act, they would have been left to delist medicines, which is an extraordinary position for the previous Minister of Finance to have put in the pre-election fiscal update. Another pertinent example is the school lunch program, which again had not been funded into out years, even though Labor campaigned on continuing that program. So Treasury are always fettered by the Minister of the day, but they will always strive to put forward their best forecasts. As I've said previously, their forecasts at the pre-election update were proven to be wrong. It's not the first time forecasters have got it wrong. Their job would have been a lot easier if they'd had a fiscally responsible, disciplined Finance Minister.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
So given the Minister advised that fiscal risks is one area that she has asked Treasury to relook at, what are the other areas and checks and balances that she's required of Treasury to ensure that their forecasts, yes, their forecasts, are more accurate, given her belief that the prefig was incorrect?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Madam Chair, as you'd expect, I have regular engagement with the Treasury in which I test their forecast assumptions, query how they are learning lessons from mistakes made in the past, how they are projecting those forward. In addition, I've previously shared with this House that I will be proposing a series of amendments to the Public Finance Act.
Thank you. And the Minister has referred to the Public Finance Act amendments, which I note the annual report does refer to. When can the House expect the draft or the amendment bill on the Public Finance Act?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Soon.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you. And so the Minister has referenced the fact that she does her own quality assurance. What is that quality assurance?
I think the member mischaracterises what I said. What in fact I said was that I engage with Treasury officials to understand the assumptions that are feeding into their forecasts, to compare their forecasts with those of other bank economists, to understand how they are making judgments and what goes into those judgments. And I think that that process of engagement is constructive both for me and my advisors. I think it's entirely appropriate that when forecasters get things as wrong as they turned out to be at the pre-election fiscal update, that they take the opportunity to look back, analyse what went wrong and take the utmost steps to prevent it happening again.
Supplementary.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
So Treasury in the annual report said that they have begun work to collect more detailed information about the changes in their forecast during the production in order to better assess the accuracy of budget forecasts. Can the Minister elucidate what extra or more detailed information that she has asked Treasury to do, or what are Treasury looking for?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
I'm sorry, I missed the first reference in the member's question, if she could repeat it.
So just to repeat, in the annual report, Treasury has stated they have begun work to collect more detailed information about changes in their forecast during their production of BEFU in order to better assess the accuracy of budget forecasts. Has the Minister asked for any particular detailed information, and what is this information that Treasury are asking for, given she has a lot of engagement with them?
Madam Chair, look, I think what that reference refers to, but the member would have to put it to the writer of the annual report themselves, but I think what that refers to is a situation that occurred in the lead up to the last budget, which, as members of this House may be aware, the Treasury needs to conclude a series of different forecasts in the lead up to the budget being agreed and published. They first do their economic forecasts, in which they feed in their assumptions about things such as global growth, inflation, and other things from the context in which the New Zealand economy is operating. Matters which I've commented on today are in a state of flux. As part of those economic assumptions, they also feed in some assumptions about what the government's fiscal strategy will be, and therefore the relationship between that strategy and the economic strategy. And what became clear during the preparation of the last budget was ensuring that the economic forecasts take into account changes that an incoming government may make to the fiscal assumptions can be relevant to the accuracy of those economic forecasts, and that is something that the Treasury are endeavouring to ensure is more joined up in the future.
Supplementary.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I'd like to ask a series of questions around fiscal strategy, and in particular I want to draw your attention to a couple of pages in the Select Committee's reports, which I'm sure you've perused closely. On page 5, on the financial statements of the government and government's financials, the report on the government's financials, it talks about the fiscal measures that government might take. As I recall, that was in response to questioning around the structural deficit that has been identified. If we go to the annual review of the Treasury on page 9, talking again about that structural deficit, here's an interesting thing. The Treasury said that challenges previously described as medium term are no longer off in the future. They are occurring now and getting stronger by the year. So there's a whole lot of challenges there, and notably these challenges have been referenced just last week in the IMF's report when it talked about the need for a much better way to, we're needing broad tax reform, in particular looking at the way that we have, we've got a good efficient consumption tax, that's our GST, but we have a relatively high corporate income tax and here, more importantly, uneven capital income taxation. So in terms of addressing the structural deficit, is the Minister considering addressing that issue of uneven capital income taxation?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Madam Chair, I agree with those who identify that the New Zealand economy faces medium-term risks, and that is why it is so important that we have economic and fiscal management that is prudent in the here and now, so we are better prepared for those events in future. The alternative course is that which was taken by the last government, which chose to be incredibly fiscally imprudent, taking debt from less than 20% of GDP to more than 40% of GDP. And for the benefit of members of this House, that is an addition to New Zealand's debt of $100 billion. And the question I think New Zealanders were left with at the end of that period was, what do we have to show for that debt? Because if the member could put forward a case that said that that $100 billion resulted in very good resilience-enhancing infrastructure, new productivity-enhancing roads, new hospitals, then she might have half a leg to stand on. But the simple fact is that that debt was accumulated and frittered away. And so the approach of our government is to consolidate the government's finances in a gradual way by ensuring we are more disciplined about our spending choices. As outlined in the budget policy statement, there are 3 key ways in which we are doing this. First, setting a higher bar for new initiatives in our budgets to ensure that they actually deliver on New Zealanders' most important priorities. That means we won't be investing hundreds of millions of dollars in consultancy reports and light rail projects that go nowhere, and policy analysts to develop jobs taxes that are dumped in the rush of an election campaign. Our second strategy is to find savings beyond those already found, because we believe that just like businesses and households, the government should hold itself accountable for identifying areas of expenditure that are no longer offering maximum value to New Zealanders. And finally, with a small number of expectations, we believe that government departments should expect to receive no additional funding for their core services in the budget, beyond, of course, those required for frontline services in our schools, our hospitals, our police and other areas. The name of the game is be careful about your spending now so you're prepared for the rainy day tomorrow. And I would note that while the member is always happy to impose new taxes on New Zealanders to steal from them today, she is not ever advocating that that be done in order to improve our fiscal position. In fact, the arguments we hear from the other side of the House are always about how that money could be spent. And I would be clear with the member that the way to actually get ourselves into a stronger position for the future is to get disciplined about the spending. I'd also note that there's clearly been a big development in the tax war happening on the other side of the House.
I don't think that's part of this
because
debate.
whether it's a capital gains tax or a wealth tax, I take David Parker's resignation as a sign. It's capital gains tax. Here we go.
The member will
Madam
not
Chair,
make any more
Madam
comments
Chair.
along those lines during this process.
Madam
Honourable
Chair.
Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Chair, I just want to follow up on what the Minister believes is prudent or not. From the way that the Minister was speaking, she referenced being a prudent government, and that turned out to be cutting services, of course, and cutting costs all around the place. Of course, that is one definition of prudent. But, Minister, I put it to you that it's also prudent to consider future revenue streams to address the structural deficit that has been identified by the IMF, by Treasury, by a number of agencies. Can the Minister consider what might be prudent on the revenue side?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Prudent. Let me count the ways. Here's one example. Instead of delivering classrooms at a cost of $1.2 million, appoint a prudent Minister of Education who says we need to make the dollars go further, gets the cost down to more like $800,000 and is able to deliver more classrooms than the previous government did in a year. Prudent. Instead of spending hundreds of millions of dollars on consultants and contractors, delivering reports that gather dust on shelves, make a clear edict to the public service that we expect them to deliver that advice wherever possible from within their own resources. Prudent. In our first budget, finding $23 billion worth of reprioritisations to ensure that we could fund fiscally neutral tax relief for New Zealanders who had been assaulted by a cost of living crisis. And to the member, I again make the point, and I urge her to engage with it. It is not enough to simply say, we'll tax them more. Because if all you're intending to do is to spend that tax on new things today, then you're no better prepared for the challenges that you will face tomorrow. And in the same time, you are sapping the blood of an economy that relies on investment, that relies on business, that relies on New Zealanders facing good incentives to employ people, to pay them and to grow. And you don't get that by slapping economies with new taxes.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the Minister didn't answer my question, which is what's prudent in terms of revenue. However, I wish to shift to another aspect of prudence then, and I want the Minister to consider our debt levels. Now, in fact, the Minister told us, I think it was the Minister told us that in terms of debt servicing, that we need to consider the opportunity cost of debt servicing. This is sitting in the financial statements report here. It's a good point. Why then is the Minister committed to $12 billion more of defence spending?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Madam Chair, that's from the didn't expect it file. We now have a position from the Labour Party different from that enunciated by Chris Hipkins yesterday, in which they oppose New Zealand making the contributions required to our Defence Force to ensure we are ready to contribute to global peace and security, that we are ready to deploy when natural disasters occur in the Pacific, that we are ready to provide our defence men and women with the equipment they need to do their job well. I would put to the member, the world has changed. You need to observe it. And if your argument is that we shouldn't be investing in defence, then I'd invite you to sit closer to Chloe Swarbrick.
Oh, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Chloe Swarbrick.
Madam Chair, I actually really want to get into the weeds of some of the things that the Minister was talking about before with regard to particularly the fiscal strategy model. So I'd appreciate the Minister's ear on this, because I would actually like a meaningful back and forth on this, because I think it is relevant to the people of this country. So the Minister just before was talking about how she questions and challenges the assumptions that are being fed into the forecasts and the modelling that Treasury is providing her. I want to ask the very specific and direct question, which I hope the Minister can provide an answer for, which is what specific assumptions are Treasury presently making when it comes to forecasting productivity and the impact that government spending or government spending cuts may have on that model? And does she have any issues with the way that Treasury is currently inputting those assumptions, or is she completely fine with it?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Madam Speaker, there are two separate parts to the question. First, in terms of its productivity assumptions, Treasury has looked at historic trends of where labour productivity has been, and long story short, it's a bad and sad story, which is that labour productivity in New Zealand has been falling for many years and has been below par for where we would need it to be the productive, growing country that we want to see. So Treasury look back on those assumptions, and then they feed forward, test that against other assumptions about the economy, and then provide their best estimate of future labour productivity. The second part of the question was about what impact spending changes have. This flows through into the budget documents in a couple of ways. The first is, of course, that when you make a spending reduction in one place, it affords a government an ability to make a bigger investment in another place. So, for example, even within narrow operating allowances, our government was able at the last budget to put significant new investments into our schools, into the New Zealand Police Force, and into a number of other coalition commitments. The other effect it has is when the government is disciplined about its own spending, it reduces the need for the Reserve Bank to compensate for overstimulatory policy with high interest rates. And we have lived that reality in recent history, where the government of the day, the Labor-led government, chose to put its foot down on the spending accelerator, and that helped drive inflation forward, meaning that interest rates had to rise very quickly, eventually having a crushing effect on our economy.
Chloe Swarbrick.
The Minister answered the first part of the question, which I really did appreciate, which is that there are massive issues with regard to the way that Treasury currently projects and forecasts productivity and potential productivity growth in this country, which she herself explicitly said is reflective of the work that we've done, whereby Treasury's fiscal strategy model assumes a relatively constant rate of productivity growth, or extrapolates, as the Minister was saying, from past trends. But that is a real problem if we are currently trying to get any meaningful sense of the efficacy of government spending and policies reflected through into the kind of productivity that the Minister is telling us that she wants to get out of her government budgets. So I guess the question that I am asking the Minister is, how does she then hold out the government's spending choices, government's cuts choices, and try and evaluate the efficacy of that spending? Because, again, I bring us back to the promise that was made in the coalition agreement that decisions will be made based on data and evidence. So if the Minister herself is saying that Treasury is simply modelling those projections extrapolated from the past, how then does she seek to get a sense of an understanding of the efficacy of the spending or the cuts that she is making in the context of these budgets?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Madam Chair, it's a very confused argument from the member, because it makes two wrongful assumptions. The first is that all government spending is good spending, and I would invite the member to consider that the trade-off for a single dollar that the government spends is always this: that dollar could have been spent by mum or dad or the residents of Auckland Central in their own household. And so we must always make judgments about where that dollar is best used for ultimate productivity. And I would put to that member that the last government did a very, very poor job of those trade-offs. The second assumption that the member has made is that the only way that we drive productivity forward is through our spending decisions. Well, in fact, what we're demonstrating in this government is that the regulatory reforms you make are fundamental Moves like making sure that people don't have to jump through red tape and hoops to put a granny flat in their backyard are actually a way of enhancing productivity. Getting rid of the productivity-sapping Resource Management Act that has been weaponised against development, against investment, against housing will be good for productivity. And so we published a document, and the member should read it, Going for Growth, which summarises a number of actions across 5 key themes of activity which we are taking to drive productivity forward. They are not all spending initiatives, nor should they be. Some of them are legislative, some of them are regulatory. They cover 5 major themes: education and skills, overseas investment and trade, research, science and technology, competitive business settings, and delivering infrastructure for growth. And our government believes that all of these measures are needed to drive forward productivity. I welcome the members' new interest in this, because I have never seen from the Greens an agenda which would actually drive this economy forward, would allow it to grow more, and lo and behold, allow some of our businesses to be more profitable.
Chloe Swarbrick, I just want to make note that this is not about the Greens policy. We can make some reference, but questions from Chloe Swarbrick.
Yeah,
please.
and to be clear, Madam Chair, I wasn't actually doing that.
No, it wasn't you I was referring to.
Thank you. Respectfully to the Minister, I was trying to have an actual meaningful in-depth discussion about the assumptions that are being made on modelling. Like, I get that this is a political tit for tat or whatever we're engaging in at the moment, but I actually think that it's kind of useful for the New Zealand public to understand the evidential basis that we are making decisions upon and the efficacy of those decisions. I think that that's a valuable question that should be asked of whoever is in that chair, about the assumptions that are being made that we evaluate ourselves against, so that we are able to meaningfully compare certain decisions that different governments are making. So I guess, Madam Chair, this is where, again, to some of the other points that the Minister has made, I'd just actually like to point out, because she frequently will jump down the throat of myself or any other member who dares to mention the likes of what we've heard from the known degrowth Marxist institutions like the IMF and the OECD, who in recent missions have pointed out in the 2024 economic survey from the OECD, and I quote, "Shares, land and owner-occupied residential property are tax favoured. To ensure the tax system is not overly distorting saving and supporting broader growth," that is the thing that the Minister tells us that she wants to see more of happening, "capital gains taxation reform should be done as part of a wider review of tax settings for savings. New Zealand's tax settings remain an outlier in some respects to international comparison," end quote. Madam Speaker, I thought that this was a chamber of debate in which we were supposed to have meaningful discussion on an evidence-based manner so that we can progress things. But Madam Speaker, I guess my final question to the Minister is whether she is at all willing to ever meaningfully engage in the evidential basis for how so profoundly distorted our tax system is to see people continue to plough capital into housing, which is deeply unproductive and counterproductive to everything that she says she's trying to get out of our economy.
Well, Honourable Nicola Willis.
Madam Chair, I entirely reject the claim that I'm not interested in evidence. Because actually, in 6 years of a Labour-led government which her party supported, we have very clear empirical evidence of what happens when you have a spend, borrow, hope and tax policy. Because here's what happened. We had a cost of living crisis that was intergenerational in its significance, with inflation blowing out to 7.3%, strangling many families, putting them in significant pain. We then had a Reserve Bank that was forced to drive up interest rates, which, by the way, Member Swarbrick, have a significant effect on those wishing to enter the housing market, because when interest rates are very high, it's pretty difficult to afford a loan. We then had the crushing effect that those high interest rates have on economic activity and a significant economic slowdown. My point is, the evidence is that the approach that the member promotes has resulted in economic damage to New Zealand. The second point that the member raised was around my interest in tax settings that encourage productive investment and that encourage savings, and I can assure the member that yes, I am interested in competitive tax settings that encourage investment, and I can assure the member also that I am interested in policies which promote savings. I would also point out to the member that the facile simplification, which is sometimes this debate is reduced to, forgets the fact that in New Zealand we do have land taxes. We just call them rates. Rates are charged on those who own property and land holdings. They are not charged on those who do not own land or property. Rates are used to fund a significant amount of activity in the New Zealand economy. I'd also point to the Minister to our Going for Housing growth policy, because if you genuinely care about the generational problems that are built up due to a lack of housing and a lack of housing affordability, then you would engage seriously with the debate that says we need more competitive land markets, more sophisticated infrastructure, funding and financing, and we need to make it a lot easier to build houses in this country. Our government is grappling with those difficult policy questions, and I'd let these members know there's a few of your members who are quietly congratulating us for it.
That's right.
Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just going back to the end of the June 2024 documents, I know the Minister initiated a cost-saving initiative around 6.5% to 7.5%. I wonder if she could elucidate on, obviously that was a baseline average, if there were some sectors or departments which actually yielded greater savings, what areas they were, and in fact, were there any unexpected areas or surprises or insights that had been budget allocated that actually through that process you were surprised, or there were actionable insights, or what it revealed going through that process, and any indications of potential further savings going forward?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, thank you for the question. What we conducted was an exercise that was very successful and instructive. We set public agencies with clear targets for the savings we expected them to deliver. They put forward a range of propositions, and then as ministers we evaluated those proposals before finalising them in our budget. We've been completely transparent about those range of initiatives. We published a summary of initiatives which included every single savings initiative, demonstrating how we got out $1.5 billion worth of savings from the public agencies. What surprised me was this, that actually, despite publishing all of those documents, members opposite have really struggled to identify why it was wrong to ask public agencies to trim the fat and tighten their belts. And we found that there were enormous areas of spending that were generating very little productive value. There had been a habit of putting lots of money into the policy work needed to support Go Nowhere initiatives such as Lake Onslow, such as Auckland Light Rail, such as the Income Insurance Scheme. And once we had the clarity to stop those initiatives, there were significant savings that were delivered. What we also learned during that exercise is that agencies will be motivated, and I congratulate them for this, when they know that when they make savings, those dollars go to a better purpose. And that purpose in our budget was actually making sure that New Zealand households had more money in their bank accounts, and that we had the money needed to invest in education, in health, and our police. When you get your priorities right, it's amazing what savings can be found.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Does she expect Treasury to revise its unemployment forecasts given the recent US tariffs?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
That will be a matter for Treasury, and that will be a matter that we update at the budget when it's published on May 22.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Since she has taken office, the economy has plunged into recession. 22,000 more Kiwis are on JobSeeker, 33,000 more are unemployed. The construction sector has lost thousands of jobs. Building consents are down 7.2%, and frontline health services are struggling or even closing across the country. And in Wellington, homelessness has risen by 37%. Does the Minister still think her government's policies have had nothing to do with this?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Madam Chair, that was a string of poorly evidenced assertions in lieu of a question. I found many assertions that were wrong in there. First of all, the member has already been corrected in this House on her use of data when it relates to construction jobs, where she uses a selective measure that Stats NZ themselves say is novel, and she ignores the stat which shows there has actually been increases in construction jobs. Second of all, as I have laboriously highlighted to her senior colleague Barbara Edmonds, the unemployment forecasts that we currently have are exactly the same as was presented by Minister Robertson at the pre-election fiscal update. So to conflate current unemployment with decisions made by this government is wrong-headed, and frankly she needs to study the books a bit harder. Finally, when it comes to housing, I am very proud of this government, because one of the things that really affected me when I was in opposition was learning of how many New Zealanders were living their days in motel rooms for months on end, raising their children next to gang members in situations that frankly sometimes were third world. Now what we did was we set a clear target to reduce that, and we prioritised those families for social housing, meaning that many kids now are in a permanent home, whereas the previous government was prepared to let them languish in motel rooms. That has freed up money that was otherwise going to inflated rooms and motels to be actually invested in durable social housing. And I'd also put to the member this: I think the most objective measure of housing need is the social housing waitlist. On the watch of the last government, that waitlist, which determines those who are in need of social housing support, quadrupled. On our watch, that social housing list is reducing, which reflects the fact that we have been effective in making sure that more New Zealanders are able to access appropriate housing.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Madam Chair, just want to pick up a few of the comments that the Minister made, in particular to responses to questions by the member Chloe Swarbrick, particularly around productivity. And we've discussed a number of times in this House around the choices that all governments have when they come into power. In particular, the interest deductibility, the reinstatement of it, had a price tag of $2.9 billion. And yet the Minister is talking about incentivising productive assets and the investment into productive assets. Why does she believe that a $2.9 billion interest deductibility, reinstating it, why does she believe that that would help to incentivise more productive investment into a productive side of the economy, when it's quite clear it's giving residential investment and residential housing investment a bigger lift, because now they're able to deduct the interest deductibility from it?
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, two things, Madam Chair. First, I reject the way that that member perpetually characterises interest deductibility. Interest deductibility has been a rule in our tax system for many decades under successive governments, and the principle has always been that it should be equally applied to different asset classes, lest we create significant distortions in the economy. So all we have done is restore things to a tax principle that had long been the case. And actually the reason we did that brings me to my second point, which is the member's argument seems to be, in stark contrast to that of her junior colleague Ginny Anderson, that houses are not a productive investment, that actually we would prefer not to be building houses, that we would like our tax system to distort incentives so that landlords don't want to build homes for the very homeless people she claims to be advocating for. Actually, we want an economy in which people face good incentives to build more homes, and the reason we want that is because that eventually puts downward pressure on rents and is a boon to housing affordability. It is clear, Madam Speaker, that when housing supply is constrained, that puts pressure on rents as tenants are forced to compete for a landlord. Well, I'm pleased that progress is mounting under this government, which shows that that burden is reversing and that increasingly landlords are having to compete for tenants. We need more housing supply to sustain that dynamic.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
I just want to help the Minister with her understanding of interest deductibility. I know she had to get people in to explain provisional tax to her recently. So the rule in the Income Tax Act is quite straightforward. A person may claim a tax deduction to the extent to which they earn income. Of course, a large amount of the income on residential rental properties is capital gains, which are currently untaxed. Therefore, there's no good reason to have the interest deductibility. Be that as it may, other countries as well have removed interest deductibility on residential rental housing. What the Minister also didn't seem to understand was that this government, when we were in government, retained interest deductibility for new builds. for new houses, so that for houses that added to the housing supply. Could the Minister please clarify what her government has done to increase housing supply?
Madam Chair, it's a delight to get a lecture from the previous tax lecturer, and I look forward to hearing her lectures in future on why New Zealanders should be taxed more and how that's somehow going to drive our economy forward and support job and income growth. Here's a spoiler alert, she's not going to be able to do that. The second thing that I would say is that in terms of driving housing supply, as I articulated in a previous answer, our focus has been getting at the underlying constraints which have prevented houses being built at scale and pace in New Zealand. Now, there are a range of reforms. It is firstly around competitive land markets and ensuring that the RMA and our zoning restrictions don't overly restrict where houses can be built. That requires supporting policies in terms of infrastructure funding and finance. It's also about the consenting process. It's about ensuring that when people are applying for building consents and when they are incurring construction costs, we minimise the red tape that drives up those costs. And our government has been progressing a significant reform agenda there, highlighted last week when we said, actually, you don't need to jump through those hopes anymore. If you want to put a 70 square metre granny flat in your backyard so that your teenage son doesn't have to have unaffordable housing, so that your kaumātua can continue to live with your family, so that your community has more affordable housing to it, we say, cut the red tape, make it happen. We are a pro-housing government and we resist the facile arguments of the members opposite that suggest that by somehow lashing landlords, New Zealand will have more affordable homes.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
I want to move to an aspect of the Treasury's work programme, and in particular I'm looking at page 11 of the annual report, our report on the annual review of the Treasury, in which we asked the Treasury whether it was going to produce another version of the climate, economic and fiscal assessment, and at that stage Treasury said it had not been commissioned by government to do so. I asked the Minister, is she prepared to commission Treasury to give us another climate, economic and fiscal assessment?
Well, Madam Chair, what I can confirm is that we will continue to do the SEPA process, which is the examination at the budget of the impact budget policies have on our climate objectives.
So just to be clear then, for the Minister, there will not be a specific climate assessment, climate and fiscal assessment from Treasury?
Well, I think I have addressed the member's question.
Okay, Madam Chair, I want to pursue a little further in terms of the climate change commitment, because they were quite an issue in our discussion of the government's financial statements. And I want to see if I can clarify from the Minister as to just we know that the cost of meeting our international obligations are going to range from somewhere between 3.3 billion and 23.7 billion. It's quite a substantial sum of meeting our international obligations, so quite a substantial commitment. How is the government going to meet that commitment?
Well, the member is suffering from a grave misunderstanding. The numbers that she is presenting are a dated estimation of what it would hypothetically cost the government to purchase emissions credits, hypothetically, if it didn't meet its targets by a hypothetical amount, and if, hypothetically, there was a legal obligation to meet those costs. And what I would say simply to that member is I'm not going to engage in hypothetical arguments, but I will say this very plainly. We are not a government that is going to send more than $20 billion overseas into a carbon market to wear a hair shirt for New Zealanders. Exactly. Because if your argument is somehow that that's going to prevent global climate change, then I've got another tree you can climb up. Because actually, the better investments that we should be making in this country are around ensuring that we are resilient to what are likely to be more frequent climatic events, which is why the Regional Infrastructure Fund, of which Mahua Shane is leading, is investing in stop banks and flood protection. Those are practical investments of New Zealand's income to ensure that we are better protected against climatic events. The alternative course is to wear a hair shirt and pretend that somehow by spending $20 billion overseas, Donald Trump's going to change his mind on the Paris Agreement. Well, pull me another one.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Chair, I think we need a serious clarification here. The Minister described the agreements under the Paris Accord as being hypothetical. She also talked about not actually doing anything around climate change ourselves, said that why should we put on a hair shirt, why should we make any effort here? Is the Minister committed to meeting our Paris obligations?
Well, the member yet again mischaracterises me. This government has published an emphatic emission reduction plan for the second emission reduction period, which demonstrates very clearly our ability to meet our domestic emission requirements and which sensibly aligns those efforts with our and sensibly we've aligned our international commitments for the future with our domestic efforts, because we don't subscribe to the school that James Shaw and your merry band of mates subscribe to, which said we'll say a big dramatic thing offshore that goes well beyond what is required by our domestic law in order to make us feel good at a climate change conference.
Madam Chair.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, o tira koroa ko te minita. Ka huri nai nei ki te ohanga Māori. We've heard excellent results about the growth of the Māori economy recently. What targeted initiatives does the Minister have to support this growth? And has the Minister done any forecasting about the impact tariffs will have on the Māori economy?
Madam Chair, I think those are questions more suited to the annual review. I'm reminded by my colleagues that I'm taking up a lot of speaking time. We are, through our officials, doing sector-by-sector analysis of the impacts that tariffs will have for exporters, and I'm mindful that many of our Māori businesses are exporting products which will be affected by global tariffs, whether that's in our primary industries and forestry or other industries. We have published an economic strategy for the Māori economy. It is our view that that is a very exciting part of our economy because growth has outpaced growth in the broader economy, and we believe that many of the initiatives that we are progressing will support that growth to continue into the future.
Chloe Swarbrick.
I just wanted to clarify some of the pretty astounding things that we've just heard, particularly around the Paris Agreement and our nationally determined contributions out to 2030 in particular. For those who may not be in the weeds following along at home, our Paris Agreement nationally determined contributions out to 2030 have been foreshadowed actually under successive governments, including the last government, to not be met. They are not capable of being met by domestic efforts. So we are going to have to engage in purchasing offshore credits. And the Minister is probably aware that our Associate Minister of Finance and our Minister for Climate Change is offshore internationally trying to help facilitate MOUs with other countries to be able to pay them to reduce their emissions, which in turn helps us meet our NDC. We had Treasury and MFE in 2023 tell us that the bill that we were potentially looking at paying, the constructive liability, was anywhere between $3 billion to $24 billion, but the floor was $3 billion. The orders of magnitude would be determined by how much effort we were to make domestically. So am I hearing correctly from the Minister now that she believes or she thinks that we will meet our 2030 Paris Agreement target, our nationally determined contribution out to 2030, solely domestically?
Madam Chair, yes, I can confirm the member's got it wrong again. One, we will honour our obligations under the Paris Agreement. Two, there are a range of ways that that can be achieved. And three, Minister Watts was sitting opposite me at a Cabinet Committee this morning, so I'm not quite sure what her reference to the Minister of Climate Change was just then.
Madam Chair. My reference to the Minister of Climate Change is that he is internationally responsible for and chairing negotiations with other countries to facilitate what it looks like to purchase offshore credits. Yet we're hearing from the Minister that there is not an intention to purchase those offshore credits, yet we simultaneously are getting press releases from the Minister of Climate Change about MOUs that are being signed internationally, which will count towards our nationally determined contribution under Paris. Minister, these are very genuine and legitimate questions that we should be engaging in meaningful debate upon. Yet again, we're just kind of confronted with this post-truth belligerence.
Well, first of all, I commend the Minister on his efforts. I think it makes sense for New Zealand to be engaging in those constructive international conversations, and I repeat that there may be a range of ways that signatories to the Paris Agreement work together to address their commitments. And it is, I think, a significant assumption to then equate that will require $20 billion worth of purchases of credits by New Zealand. And that is the assumption that I have rejected. As I've said, feeding into that assumption are all sorts of things, that the quantum of how far short of our Paris commitment we will be, 2, what the cost of credits would be internationally and in fact whether they could be purchased, 3, whether that is the mechanism by which we would meet our obligation, 4, that other bilateral or multilateral agreements aren't made, and 5, this really all goes to prove that the Minister for Climate Change is doing the right thing by pursuing this in real rooms, and it is wrong for the member to infer that she has a better idea about what's going on in those rooms than he does.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Madam Chair, I find it slightly disconcerting that time and time again we are hearing from the Minister of Finance, both today and in previous oral questions and in other parts where we get to actually question the Minister, around her continual debunking of forecasts, reports, pre-election fiscal updates, which are all prepared by either independent organisations or forecasts that are done by the Treasury. And the Minister of Finance should know that the Public Finance Act requires Treasury to use its best professional judgments in preparing all of those forecasts. And yet we've heard in the House again today that when I questioned her, what exactly is she asking them for the additional checks and balances, she goes to this high level of saying fiscal risks, or she'll go to a political level of asking particular things, but I'm actually asking in-depth questions which the Minister of Finance should be able to address. But then the next question, which members on this side of the House have asked her about, which is around the estimations of those nationally determined contributions, those have come from an actual report, the Climate, Economic and Fiscal Assessment 2023. And that's where those numbers are coming from. This side of the House is not just picking them out of thin air for the Minister of Finance to stand there and say, well, that report is wrong, that member's wrong, actually Treasury is wrong. Because it seems like everybody is wrong except for the Minister of Finance. So my question then is to the Minister of Finance, what reports should the opposition, so members of the public, depend on in order to get forecasts, in order to get accurate estimations or estimations of what our future obligations will be? Because at the moment, all I hear is that it's just the Minister of Finance was right and every single body else is wrong.
Well, Madam Chair, I actually find that mischaracterisation of my statements characteristic of the member, but also demonstrates she hasn't been listening, because I have said that I do think that Treasury has used its best professional judgments in assessing forecasts, that I do think they use the best data available to them in delivering their forecasts, and that I do have confidence in the methodology they use to create them. But two things can also be true. It can also be true that sometimes, just like every other set of forecasters in the world, they get it wrong. That is the nature of forecasts. They are a best estimate of future events, and it is also true to characterise that Treasury, along with others, got their forecasts prior to the election wrong. That is not to question the professional judgment of Treasury. That is to simply point out a matter of fact. Finally, on the matter of whether we should listen to reports, yes. So read the report. It doesn't say 20 billion. It says that there could be a range between 3 and 20 billion and that there are a range of other factors to be considered. So my advice would be, when you're asking about your advice on how you should interact with reports, read them more thoroughly.
Honourable Dr.
I would like the Minister to answer the question posed by my colleague, the Honourable Barbara Anderson. Which Edmonds?
Edmonds.
Good combo, good combo. Jenny Anderson. Yeah, okay. Because I know that the Minister hasn't actually answered the question. Which reports can we, as the opposition and members of the public, in her opinion, actually rely on? She's trashed the pre-foo, but which one, are we going to be able to rely on the BFU in that case?
Well, again, I reject the characterisation of the member's question. There are a range of reports available to members which they should read thoroughly, noting the many caveats that those reports often contain. Barbara Anderson is apparently a New Zealand fiction writer, so she does have something in common with Barbara Edmonds.
Madam Chair.
No personal attacks, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
So, yes, Barbara Edmonds, also the name of babyface Edmonds' mother, who also passed away a number of years ago. But speaking to the Minister's point, if it's mischaracterisation of the dependency by the opposition and the New Zealand government on the forecast by Treasury, why then does she say, earlier in her response to one of my earlier questions around forecasting, why does she say that Treasury is beholden to the Minister? Given the Minister is also supposed to be independent of the Reserve Bank, and the Reserve Bank, post a governor resigning, post that all of a sudden has a capital requirement rule change, is she saying that basically the New Zealand public should trust her as the Minister of Finance, should trust the Minister of Finance rather than the forecasts of any other professional agency, any other report writer, because the Minister of Finance apparently knows best?
Madam Chair, I wish to state very plainly and clearly for the record that I reject the perpetual attempt by members opposite to mischaracterise my statements. I continue to have confidence in the independent forecasting of the Treasury. It is also true that Ministers of Finance always face choices about the fiscal treatment of their initiatives. It is not questioning the independence of Treasury to point that out, and to simplify it in those terms I think is misleading, and I would urge the member to reconsider that approach. I respect the independence of the Reserve Bank, have done, will do, always will do.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Well, can I ask the Minister then to...
question, I just ask Minister Jones to perhaps, if the Minister wants to sit in the chair and help this Minister, that's fine, but some of the comments are probably going a bit far. Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
I just would like the Minister to clarify the words, because I wrote them down because I was so astounded by them right at the start of the debate. If she could clarify exactly what she meant when she said, quote, Treasury is always beholden to the Minister of the day, unquote.
What I meant by that was, while Treasury, and particularly in New Zealand actually, and to our credit, has an independent forecasting function, which I think is respected by ministers, it is always also the case that the Treasury has the Minister of Finance as its responsible minister, and therefore is beholden to that minister when it comes to decisions, for example, like how big the operating allowance should be. It's not Treasury's fault that Grant Robertson chose outlandish, extravagant operating allowances. In fact, it was probably the advice of the Treasury at the time that that was a very bad idea. My point is that the Treasury's advice can only go so far as ministers will take it. Sometimes it will be appropriate for ministers to reject the advice of Treasury, dependent on what they believe is in the New Zealand public interest. But two things can be true. You can have an independent forecasting function and also have a Minister of Finance who, lo and behold, actually has some impact on what ends up in the budget. This should not come as a revelation to members opposite.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Chair, is that then the explanation for why we have the sudden appearance of a new fiscal measure, Obergall X?
Madam Chair, that matter is traversed extensively in the budget policy statement, and I invite the member to read it.
Okay, members, our time with the Minister of Finance has ended. The Minister of Transport is now available for 1 hour to respond to members.
Hi.
Hi. First call goes to Andy Foster. So. I call Andy Foster.
Look, thanks, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to stand and talk in this debate. First of all, I just wanted to, as Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, thank all of the members of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. Very good committee, which works very collegially. And I think what is really good is that everybody across the committee, doesn't matter which party they come from, is asking good questions and trying to get good answers out of the agencies, and that's what I like to see. Secondly, I wanted to thank all the agencies who appeared before us. We didn't get quite through the list that we would like to get through. In fact, we heard from the Electricity Authority last week. because they had some issues that they wanted to deal with, which they needed the time to get to, and that was beyond the time frame which we had. And we will hear similarly from all the gentailers, the 3 gentailers, on Thursday this week. So looking forward to that. But we did hear, Madam Chair, from Air New Zealand, from the City Rail Link, from KiwiRail, from Crown Infrastructure Partners as it was then, from the Infrastructure Commission, the Ministry of Transport, Airways Corporation, Civil Aviation, Transpower, and the NZTA. So we got a really good picture across a range of very, very important organisations for this country. I'm just going to make a few comments if I can. The first one of them I'll make is regarding the comments made by the Infrastructure Commission. They're working on their next 5-year strategy. This is a 30-year strategy, but they do it, theoretically they do it every 5 years, but they've actually brought this one forward. They will go out with a draft strategy in 2025. They've done, June 2025. They've done a lot of pre-engagement already to give them a good picture of what is going on, and they expect to have that strategy delivered by December. The interesting thing is that they have said both years that we've had them in that they are pretty confident that we are actually investing the right amount, roughly speaking, of our GDP in infrastructure. What we're not doing is we're not getting good value for money from that. And there are 3 reasons, Madam Chair, for that. One of them is that we don't have a clear pipeline at the moment. Secondly, our regulatory processes are very, very expensive. And third, some of our delivery processes are not particularly good. So we discussed with them the potential for getting good consensus, and we have talked across this House about the potential for getting consensus on infrastructure. And they very usefully broke that down. They said, well, look, roughly 60% of the infrastructure budget should be going on maintaining and looking after the existing assets. And that is one place that we are falling down. We're spending a lot too much, they were saying, on building new stuff as opposed to looking after the stuff we've already got. So they said if you start from there, that's a good place to go. Second place is the infrastructure which generates its own revenue, and you look at the electricity sector, for example, tends to be looked after better than others. Third one was, they mentioned, was repairs following natural disasters. And the fourth one, which was the area of problem, is those areas where, particularly in the central government and local government sector, where there is no direct nexus between revenue and the cost of maintaining and looking after those assets. So that was a very, very useful discussion with the Infrastructure Commission. The second area that I would go to is NZTA and the Ministry of Transport, and there we heard from both of those agencies there is a very, very large funding gap. The amount of money which is projected to be spent is way in excess of the amount of revenue which is able to be generated by those sectors. So we talked about how those gaps might be addressed, the different funding streams that might be there. The NZTA in particular was very enthusiastic when I asked them about the potential for value capture, which they can get as opposed to just local government, which local government can get at the moment, but central government agencies can't. So we asked those questions there. We also, and it's good to see the Minister arriving as opposed to the Associate Minister. And so I will tack in a question there. One of the issues which did arise, Minister, I've just mentioned that the Infrastructure Commission said that we should be spending more of the infrastructure budget on maintaining assets as opposed to building new ones. And particularly in the roading area, we heard last year that only about 50% of the actual cost, of the actual amount that should be being invested in road maintenance was. Obviously the pothole fund has improved that significantly, but we're still well under investing. And we're seeing around the country that the FAR rates are not keeping up with the amount of money that needs to be invested. I'm going to run out of time here, but I will raise one other thing, which was under the aviation area. Under the aviation area from Air New Zealand, they talked to us about the work that they're doing to make sure that the Q300s, they're sorting those out. But the one area that was a real concern was pilot training. And they're very, very clear that in the education sector we are not supporting the investment that needs to be made in pilot training, and that is going to lead us to a significant shortage of pilots. It's already occurring and it's going to get worse over the next 2 or 3 years. I will bring that up in the education sector. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't been a regular member at the Select Committee, but I have sat in on it, and it is a very important one. And actually I was quite tempted to stay sitting down because the Chair, I think, was making some very, very good points about the committee's work in this area. Look, we're talking about, and if someone who rides a motorbike like I do, it's the journey that's the most important far more important than the destination. And we're talking about the journeys here. That is how we get from A to B, how New Zealanders move around the country, and how our economy gets goods and services shifted around. Madam Chair, the Transport Agency will focus on transport, mainly here. Waka Kotahi and the Ministry of Transport, two critical agencies here. And the Chair of the committee pointed to one of the core issues here, and that is that, well, two key areas. One is the funding on maintenance versus the funding on new projects. The fact that it was pointed out insufficient has been spent in terms of R&M and maintenance. And the second critical area that we have to keep coming back to is actually there's a $6 billion shortfall in what is needed in this road transport plan, the land transport plan, and at least $6 billion, and how is the Minister going to fund that? There are lots of speculation, but this is an opportunity for the Minister to answer that. If I can just step back to the one of the framework for the road maintenance, there's a couple of key things that were pointed out into the Select Committee here, and one was that we have seen declining standards of road maintenance, but we've seen improvements in road safety in terms of accidents and death on the road. But I fear that the government's shift in the government policy statement is going to actually exacerbate the road maintenance issues, because we have roads of national party significance, or 17 of them. Actually, I was looking forward to the previous Minister being in the seat, given that 15 of those projects are in the North Island and only 2 of them in the South Island. So, look, there are many questions, so I'll just start out. The first one to the Minister in the seat is how can he ensure that there is an adequate amount of funding going into road maintenance instead of sucking money from that into the roads of national party significance? And the second one is, can he explain what his ideas are, how he will cover the $6 billion shortfall? Madam Speaker, we were making progress in government, moving down the right path. There are indications of that. Changing government policy statement, we fear, will reverse that. And the Minister has the right now to answer some of those queries.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a few pejorative remarks there which I'll carefully ignore from Honourable Damien O'Connor, starting with his last remark about the alleged roads of national party significance. I mean, it's interesting to hear that the Labor Party is now opposed to the various different roading projects that are being advanced by this government. It's somewhat incongruous because his own colleague, Rachel Boyack, Member of Parliament for Nelson, spent most of the committee stage of the Fast Track Approvals Act desperately trying to make sure the Hope Bypass, which is one of the roads of national significance in the South Island, was included in the Fast Track Act, which was also a bit weird because Labor then voted against the Fast Track Act and said it was a disaster and they couldn't support it. So having lobbied endlessly to include the Hope Bypass in the Fast Track Act, Labor then voted against it. We now have her colleague, who's also from the South Island, not far from Hope actually, criticising the Hope Bypass project and calling it a national party. Well, I just say good luck telling that to the people of Nelson and the wider Tasman region who are in support of that project, like they are in favour, for example, of the Northland Expressway project, 4-lane road from north of Auckland through to Whangarei, the single best thing we could do to unlock growth in a deprived or somewhat deprived area of New Zealand. So I'll take those remarks as responded to. In relation to revenue, the member does make a good point around funding pressure on the National Land Transport Fund. That is true. One of the things that has happened over the last 20 years or so, actually 17 years, it's become more pronounced since 2008 when the Clark government, the fifth Labor government, brought NZTA back into, well, they merged NZTA, Transfund and the Land Transport Safety Authority into one agency, the Transport Agency. Has been continued pressure on the fund such that the Crown now contributes, separately from road user charges and petrol revenue, the Crown now contributes a large amount of money into the fund. And so revenues are not keeping pace with expenditure such that the Crown has to top it up. So the member does make a good point. the current government's attitude towards that is to broaden the range of funding tools. So we have said, for example, that the starting point for all of the new roads we build around the country will be to use tolls. And the reason to do that is to make sure that the users of roads end up paying for the roads. And that is important. We've already made decisions around tolling 3 new roads, like Penlink, for example. A couple of other roads where we've made the in-principle decision to, well, we have made the decision to toll those roads, and that is a starting point for future roads that will be funded. Tolls are not the answer to everything. There is a bit of a view out there that if you just chuck a toll on it, it can pay for the whole road. That's not true. They are a tool, but they are not a whole funding solution. They're not that many roads in New Zealand with the vehicle volumes and the numbers that justify or that recover, huge amounts of money, such that can be put towards the cost of the roads. But they are a tool that we want to use. The other thing, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair I should say, is we have made a decision as a government to use value capture tools or value recovery or cost recovery, whatever you want to call it, for new state highway but also public transport projects. So that was announced a couple of months ago. Legislation still to come. It's part of the wider local government funding and financing reform program that we are undertaking across housing, transport and infrastructure, my portfolios. And what that will mean is that the beneficiaries of public investment in roads or public transport, the beneficiaries of that, like i.e. landowners, will help recover the costs of paying for that investment. So State Highway 29 is an example. Plenty of other projects that people can think of in which the Crown is going to invest or potentially invest a large amount of money. That will result in an uplift in the value of land. It means you can do more with it. It stands to reason if you build a 4-lane state highway through a piece of land, the value of that land is higher than what it otherwise would be. Likewise with brownfields and public transport projects as well. Our view as a government is that you should recover some of the costs of that public investment from a tool. We've had quite a bit of a debate, we've had quite a bit of discussion about the exact mechanism to do that. There are lots of things down overseas. Where we've landed on is using the existing tool, which is the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, which was passed under the last government, 2020, but work goes all the way back to 2015 and 16, so the last national government is using the IFF Act to essentially put a levy on land that could help contribute to state highway projects. So that hasn't happened yet, but we've made a decision to do that. We have to legislate for it, and obviously the projects have to come to market to do that. But that, I think, does speak to his point around broadening the range of revenue tools available. And just take a simple example, City Rail Link, which is not a state highway, but similar in concept. It's essentially a state highway for trains. It's the easiest way of thinking about it. I think if we were doing the City Rail Link 10 years on, doing it today, 10 years on from when it was first essentially funded and construction started, we would do it very differently. So for example, we are building, the equivalent of, I think, Ms Gentle will correct me if I'm wrong, 14 or 16 lanes of state highway traffic onto the Auckland rail network. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are going to use that, and it's going to be phenomenal for Auckland. But it has created an enormous value uplift in the areas around the stations. And we have captured none of that value as a government, none of it. And we wouldn't do, that's not what other countries do, it's not what Sydney's just recently done, it's not what Singapore does, I was there last week. It's not what most countries do, it's not what London did when they built the Elizabeth line. We've done none of that. We did none of it, and that is a real missed opportunity. Now, I don't blame, there's lots of reasons for that. We've been immature in our approach as a country to these issues. We're changing that as a government and building on some of the work that started under the previous government. We are changing that, so things will be different if we did CRL again. And I hope that we will do similar projects in the future, but the funding approach would be very different.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Look, I thank the Minister for that, and I also a good opportunity to go back to Clark government. Actually, that was the first time I think that all roading funding had gone back into transport. But the incoming national government actually did two things, and that minister actually was an advisor to the Minister of the day. And what they did is they increased the weight of trucks across the network. And at the same time, they chose a program which was called Sweat the Assets, which was to squeeze as much out of the roading network as they could with as little maintenance. And that has continued to affect and downgrade the network, which are the issues that we're addressing here, which identified in, and I have to, NZTA's progress towards achieving its overall outcomes was mixed, with the trend worsening for the condition of state highways, but improving in terms of a lower number of road deaths and serious injuries. So come back to the Minister, having set the scene for ever increasing pressure on R&M and repairs and maintenance on our roading network, and the Minister acknowledging the $6 billion plus shortfall, he refers to tolling. So there's a couple of questions around tolling. The principle in the past was that you would only toll where there was an adequate alternative, so people didn't have to pay the toll. And that was the principle. And so the question is to the Minister, will that still be the principle applied so that those who either can't afford or choose to go off the toll road can do so in a reasonably efficient manner? The second is that if the projections of that toll income are not sufficient, is the Minister going to increase the RUC and the excise and the fuel levies or whatever mix there will be in 4 or 5 years' time? These are questions that we need to have some indication of, because people are making decisions about investing in their transport options, be it trucks or cars or bikes or whatever, into the future, and so they need to know or have an estimate on what the cost will be. So maybe that's something the Minister can answer. That is, what happens to the shortfall in tolling income? Will we see increase in RUC over time? And is there a principle still applied that there must be a safe, efficient alternative to a toll road?
Madam Chair, the short answer is in relation to tolling, yes, there needs to be an alternative. In relation to tolling revenue, I'll just repeat what I said before, which is that it's not the answer to everything, but it can make a contribution. There's a bit of a view out there that once you've built a road, it's paid for. That's true up to a point, but of course you've got to maintain the road that's built, and of course ongoing tolling revenue from usage of the road allows you to maintain the road, which of course means it's not money that has to be funded from other things. So, that is a potential revenue source into the future for the type of maintenance that the member is talking about. We've made a commitment as a government not to increase federal RUC in this term. That was a campaign commitment, and that remains the position as of today.
Honourable Julian Gent. Okay, I'll take one more continuation and then I'll come to Ms. Gent.
Look, it is in reference to a provocation from the Minister, or perhaps he might see it as an answer, regarding the roads of national party significance. The fact that there are only 2, and one of them, yes, is the Hope bypass. There's no 4-laning to Ashburton, which was something I think National Party campaigned on, actually in the lead up to the election. So there's an omission there, and the Minister for the South Island hopefully is lobbying his colleague to get a bit more on the South Island. I come back to it because the issue of road maintenance, given the absence of new projects in the South Island, is absolutely critical. And if you move around the South Island, question 4, and I'm sure my colleague will ask this on behalf of the councils, how can we get enough funding into the South Island where one would say actually we have the biggest wealth creation part of the economy? Canterbury, Southland, Otago, West Coast, Nelson, where we generate incredible amounts of wealth, but the roading network is under huge pressure. So, can we have an assurance that there's an adequate level of repairs and maintenance funding going into the South Island to assist those councils that I'm sure my colleague will follow up on?
Madam Chair, well, you can rest assured that the Minister for the South Island is a strong advocate for the South Island, and no one is in any doubt. No one's in any doubt about his views, but it's not just him. It's not just him. There's a whole cadre of South Island National and Coalition MPs, including Honourable Mark Patterson from New Zealand First, Penny Simmons and other members. In terms of road maintenance, I did just want to address that because I neglected to do it initially. I'm advised that in the National Land Transport Plan, road maintenance funding was approximately $2.8 billion over 3 years from 2021 to 2024. It is 1.0 billion over the 3 years that we're in, from 2024 to 2027. So there's been a sizable uplift in road maintenance, split between pothole repairs and operations to maintain the roads. We've set a target as a government. This came in July 2024 under my good friend and colleague, the Honourable Simeon Brown, my predecessor. 95% of pothole repairs within 24 hours for high classification roads, 85% within 24 hours for lower classification road. All targets have been met to date. We are making great progress, and I'm looking forward to seeing the future ongoing results.
Madam Chair.
Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have limited time, so I would like to just focus on two areas that were considered by the committee and have a series of questions for the Minister, so hoping we can get a back and forth flow. The first area is to do with road safety, but specifically the setting of speed limits rule 2024. We heard from the Ministry of Transport that, and this is on page 6 of the report, the annual review report of the Ministry of Transport, or 139 in the volume, that the Minister had provided specific advice on factors, including that speed is a contributing factor to deaths and serious injuries, and that reversing speed limits would increase average speeds and would therefore increase the risk of crashes and the severity of those crashes. In the coalition agreement, that they had agreed to reversing speed limit reductions where it was safe to do so. So I wanted to ask the Minister if he believes that speed limit reversals will only happen where it is safe to do so, and whether the Minister has received any advice from NZTA or Waka Kotahi on what the impacts of the setting of speed limits rule 2024 will be on deaths and serious injuries.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, I'm in a slightly difficult position in relation to this because well, it is me actually. I am having legal action taken. Well, it's against the Minister of Transport, which happens to be me at the moment, for the setting of the speed rule. There's a judicial review underway, so it's difficult to comment publicly beyond matters which are already on the public record. As the member knows, the rule came into effect on the 30th of October last year. It requires RCAs, road controlling authorities, to take a balanced approach to ensure travel time impacts and the views of local communities and road users are considered. The member is very familiar with the rule. I would point out it does require safer speeds around schools. Most submitters supported the reversal of the speed limit reductions under the previous government. So that is the position as it stands, and road controlling authorities are now getting on with implementing the rule. It's difficult to comment much further than that as it's subject to legal action.
Thank you very much for that. Can the Minister tell us how many of the road controlling authorities and local councils who submitted on the rule opposed some part of the rule?
I don't know, but it's also...
I'll carry on while the Minister's waiting for that. Will the Minister consider an exemption for communities who express support for the speed limits as they are, or will he carry on with the rule as it is, which is forcing councils to spend money to put speed limits up to areas where they know it will increase risk of serious death and injuries, including in Wellington, in a community of Berhampore where there's more people walking, cycling, taking public transport, crossing the road than there are driving, and where the rule is apparently going to force speed limits back up for a couple of 100 metres at a section on Adelaide Road next to 2 aged care facilities, a hospital, 2 early childhood care facilities, early childhood education facilities, I should say, a South Wellington Intermediate School and Berhampore Primary School. Will the Minister allow there to be an exemption where communities have demonstrated strong support and there's no evidence of time savings for motorists, but there is very good evidence of increased risk of serious injury or death to those communities?
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, I thank the member for her spirited advocacy on behalf of her constituency. As a government, we're always interested and open to receiving feedback, particularly that expressed passionately.
Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I acknowledge the Minister? And I'm interested in this debate today. The shift in position from the previous Minister, particularly their style of politics, and I understand the new Minister has framed himself as having an interest in or being an urbanist. So I think that's great, particularly when you look at our largest city in the country, Auckland, Tāmaki Makaurau, Madam Chair. But there are some concerns, and I think at the heart of it for this Minister of Transport in front of us is the $6 billion funding shortfall that he has to achieve the program of work that he has promised, particularly and of concern to us on the side of the House is that it is a roads focus for a city that desperately needs solutions to addressing our congestion problem. So my series of questions this afternoon will be particularly framed around that, but I do want to continue around, I guess, asking the Minister how does he see how does he see addressing his debt challenges in front of him to fund his program of work? Other than tolls, what will he be doing to do that? What was the shortfall in revenue that came as a cancellation from this government to the regional fuel tax in Auckland? And how has that impacted the program of work that he needs to achieve? What feedback has the Minister had from Auckland Council and Mayor Wayne Brown to that shortfall? And what impact has it had to the bottom line for Auckland Council, Auckland Transport to be able to achieve their program of work, given that they had relied on central government funding in the past? I'll hold there, Madam Chair, and I'll come back.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Madam Chair, look, I don't have anything hugely more to say to what's already been said publicly about the Auckland regional fuel tax. The member still holds a candle for it, obviously. We took to two successive elections repealing it. There is more money going into Auckland Transport, notwithstanding the Auckland regional fuel tax abolition as of 1st of July last year. There is more money in this National Land Transport Plan going to Auckland than before. I haven't actually had any conversations with the Mayor about it, but I've only been the Transport Minister for 2.5 months or so. I have had many productive and engaging conversations with His Worship, but we haven't actually talked about the Auckland regional fuel tax. There's lots of other things to talk about, many things. So that deals with the Auckland regional fuel tax issue, and if the member wants to campaign on slapping a tax on Aucklanders again, well, he's welcome to do that. I suspect that he actually won't. In relation to the debt challenge, I think he just means the funding challenge. Well, the member is right that there is a funding challenge around transport infrastructure in New Zealand, and my conversations with the Honourable Damien O'Connor adverted to that in my remarks. There's a range of different things the government is looking at in order to address that. One is tolls, second is value capture, the other is sort of alternative funding and financing techniques. So there's a range of different things that we are looking at. One way to get more bang for buck is to reduce consenting costs and reduce some of the enormous scope that comes with projects. So looking at lower cost, higher value alternatives, or particularly around the conditions that are set when it comes to building new projects. We, the previous Minister of Transport, Simeon Brown, has made it clear, and I would reiterate as well, that gold plating is something we need to strip out of projects. So we need to deliver good value for money projects, not just in terms of the actual projects we decide to build, but also in terms of the actual delivery of those particular projects, all of the sort of bells and whistles that come with particular projects. By having a strong focus on value for money, you can do more with the same amount of money, and that is a strong theme of this government more generally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister hasn't answered my question. The question, and I'll reframe it for him, because I am interested in the revenue side of how we are going to achieve the transport infrastructure that we desperately need in Auckland. The figure that I have, and the Minister didn't mention the shortfall to investment in Auckland, but the figure that I have is $564 million. Maybe the Minister would like to clarify that, given that he is saying that more money is going into Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland. Can the Minister please articulate whereabouts? Is that in anywhere else but roads? And where does he expect that revenue to be generated from, other than the tolls discussion that he has been having? In addition to that, Madam Speaker, given that the Minister of Transport is an urbanist, then I would like to clearly hear his view on public transport and what his commitment to this is, because it's desperately woeful in Auckland's transport plan, and that he has in fact prioritised his National Party roads of significance. So I'd like him to outline which projects in particular is he investing in public transport. What are the impacts that he has seen as a result of the National Government's repeal of the half-price public transport and free public transport for 13 and under? And what savings has that provided back to the government, and where has he reinvested that money? I'll hold there, Madam Speaker, and I've got a few more thereafter.
Well, we can get the numbers around some of the public transport concession savings. I don't have those to hand, but if the member puts them in a written question, we can get that for him in due course. We've got a strong focus on public transport, particularly in our major metro cities of Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch. There's a massive investment going into Auckland. City Rail Link is the most obvious example, which spans the last 2 or 3 governments, and quite a lot of focus is now going into getting the network ready for the onset of CRL when it eventually opens next year. The rail rebuild program that KiwiRail is undertaking in Auckland is very important, because it's all very well to just finish CRL and open it, but there is a massive amount of work required to get the network ready. It will be transformational and a game changer for Auckland once it opens, but and I want to stress this, there is a significant amount of work yet to do to optimise the network. That includes ongoing investment in the metro rail network in Auckland around maintenance and renewals. There is a significant amount of catch-up investment required in both Auckland and Wellington, which the member will be aware of. You know, that the starting point for much of what we do should be to look after what we've got, and oftentimes that has not been the case. So looking after the existing assets that we have and maintaining them is very important, and that has not been true of our metro rail networks for quite some time. So that is something that I am pretty focused on as Minister, because making sure we get absolute value out of our metropolitan rail networks in Auckland and Wellington is very important. The other point I'd make is in relation to level crossings. If I could just be political for a little moment, one of the challenges I found in coming to the portfolio, and I know Honourable Simeon Brown found this as well, is that we started CRL, 2014-15, and everyone went, oh, this is great, and the City Rail Link Limited got on with it. And in the meantime, I think we took our eye off the ball, and I think the previous government is guilty of this, if I could just be a little bit political. The previous government took their eye off the ball and not thinking about the future state requirements of the network. So as it transpires, to really get the best bang for buck out of CRL and the $5 or $6 or $7 billion worth of investment we are making alongside the council, you've got to get rid of the level crossings, because otherwise the trains will be running through and people will be waiting for many, many minutes. And so everyone agrees we need to do the level crossing work. Very little, if anything, to be honest, has been done in the last 6 or 7 years on the level crossings. Now, we put in $200 million as an initial kind of down payment. The council has chipped in the equivalent, so that's a good start, but there's more required, no doubt about that. That will allow us to get on with the ones around Takanini and Glen Innes, which I'm advised have the best benefit cost ratios. Everyone essentially accepts we need to do them, but there are many more we need to do as well. And it is, to be honest, an enduring source of frustration that no one has been focused on this inside the system, either in Auckland or, frankly, in central government for the last few years. It may be that people knew about it, but no one did anything about it, and that is pretty frustrating. So we are now going to have to go through, as we always do in New Zealand, or as we often do, a process of playing catch-up, and that is going to be pretty frustrating. So I'm doing some thinking about how we get the governance of the level crossing removal program right, We want to optimise and get the best bang for buck. And we want to do it in a sequenced way that makes sure that you don't completely stuff the network while you do it. But there's no doubt that we're going to have to spend a lot of money on the level crossings, and we are pretty focused on that. In relation to public transport, making sure we get good usage of public transport in Auckland is a priority for the government. CRL is the most notable example of that. But of course, the CRL investment will also allow us to leverage a whole lot of different bus networks and active mode transport connections linking into the CRL stations as well. So it is a strong priority for the government, and I know the member is keen on that as well. Suffice it to say that the growth of public transport in Auckland, particularly the rail network over the last 20 years, has been extraordinary, and that has come from successive governments continuing to invest in the Auckland rail network. It's to be honest, it's not so much about the concessions. You can give people discounts to ride public transport. That doesn't really move the dial. What moves the dial is reliable, efficient services that turn up on time, that people can rely on. Then once you build that, that's when people start using public transport, and they will pay for it. You can do concessions, but frankly, that's round the margins. The actual thing that drives public transport uptake is reliability and efficiency.
Honourable Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the Minister's earlier answers to my questions, though I don't think I've got one on how many of the road controlling authorities submitted and how many. Okay, I'll put down a written question on that. I thought maybe the officials might have that answer for you. So on public transport funding, it's noted in the annual review of NZTA Waka Kotahi that the new National Land Transport Program for 3 years did not approve funding for the majority of the public transport infrastructure projects that were proposed by public transport authorities. So I'm just wondering, does the Minister have any plans to address this, particularly given that there were projects that affect, for example, train stations in his electorate, not being able to get their new roofs and improvements that are desperately needed? And is the Minister, because I know the Minister is very interested in value for money, so if a whole lot of really high value public transport projects could be funded for a small percentage of the funding that has been committed to some of the urban RONs, roads of national significance, and in fact they're higher value for money, the public transport projects, and they deliver more for housing than the highway projects do, will the Minister consider prioritising the higher value projects that do more to help people get around the area and do more for housing?
Minister. Mr. Chair, very briefly, I mean, in relation to public transport infrastructure activity class, there's always more bids for money than there is money available. There's no doubt about that. It's true under the previous government. Well, there's more money for public transport in Wellington that the member talks about in this NLTP than there was in the previous 3 years, and there's always proposals for things that councils want to fund that don't always get funded. That was true under the last government and the government before that, and it's true under this government. People will always put their hand up and say we want extra cash, and unsurprisingly, in relation to value for money, I mean, the government's approach is to take a balanced and blended approach when it comes to investment. We need to invest more in public transport, our rail network and our bus network, which do the heavy lifting in many cities, and we need to continue to invest in our roading network, both locally and nationally as well. So reasonable people can disagree about whether or not we've got the balance right. We're pretty comfortable with where we're at, but there'll be another opportunity to do a new National Land Transport Plan in 2026, moving into 2027. Here we go again on the cycle of our NLTPs, and I'm sure the member will put up spirited contributions towards that. One thing I am keen to do, while I think of it, in answering this question, is we are keen to move towards longer-term transport funding pipelines. This constant 3-year merry-go-round of National Land Transport Plan and consultation and regional land transport plans and consultation, all done by the councils, and everyone having a bun fight about particularly, sometimes often niche amounts of money. It's unproductive, inefficient, drives everyone demented. So we are keen to move towards a 10-year plan, and we'll be doing that in the context of the 2027 NLTP. But for now, it's just time to crack on, get some stuff done and build it.
Chair.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can I take it that then the Minister will not be enabling funding of the public transport infrastructure projects that were applied for by the Wellington Regional Council, even if they are high value and important projects, because of the constraints on the funding due to the promises around the roads of national significance.
Honourable Minister.
Well, as the member knows from her time as Associate Transport Minister, I don't make funding decisions around those things. They're made by the NZTA board. We set the activity classes, we set the overall funding envelope, but those individual project decisions are made by the NZTA board. So I don't have responsibility for that.
Honourable Julian Gender.
But the Minister does clearly set a direction through the government policy statement on transport funding, and it is within the Minister's ability to amend the government policy statement so that it would be possible to fund these projects. And if they are projects that are high value and leading towards the outcomes that we want when it comes to housing and public transport, why would the Minister not take that action?
Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the good news for the Minister is this is not a question about a bun fight for niche funding. This is a question about a lifeline piece of bridge in the electorate of Christchurch East that's still waiting for a meaningful contribution of funding. Yes, and as the member next to me points out, if you're not sure where that is, it's in the South Island. So this is the Pages Road Bridge. The specific questions with this project, and I've stood in the House and asked these questions of the previous Minister of Transport, and he was able to, at that time, tell me that $13 million had been committed towards that project. Now, the only issue there is that it is in fact only $6.5 million that's so far been committed to the project. It's an $80 million project, and this bridge is not a nice to have. This bridge is the vital lifeline that connects New Brighton to the city. So this is a vital piece of infrastructure that is required for people to get out in an emergency should they need to, and this is a vulnerable coastal community. So my questions for the Minister specifically are, is the Minister aware of the current rating of the strength of that bridge? When is more funding coming? How much more funding is coming? When is the last time that he met, when the Minister met with the Mayor or councillors in Christchurch to discuss that specific project? And when will New Brighton get the bridge that it not only deserves, but that it also needs to give people the certainty that they can get in and out of that community? And will there be a toll for it?
Mr. Chair, thank you. To answer the member's questions, no, I was not aware of the rating of the bridge. Well, I am now, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. This is the Pages Road Bridge, I believe the member's talking about, in New Brighton. When have I talked to local MPs and councillors about it? I haven't. Has not been raised with me, and now has. I note that I haven't had any correspondence from the member in relation to the matter either. I can't speak for the Honourable Simeon Brown. He may well have written to the Minister of Transport in the previous year, but he certainly hasn't written to me, to the best of my knowledge. How much money has been allocated? I'm advised $13 million in this year's National Land Transport Fund, so the project is funded. I hear what he's saying, that that's not enough to fund the whole project, but this goes to the point I made before about these 3-year funding envelopes, right, which is, you know, we go through this process of a bit of money being allocated. Now, everybody knows there's going to have to be some funding into the future, but there's a degree of anxiety which the member is expressing. And there'll be, I could name dozens of projects around the country where we go through this process of councils putting their best foot forward, and it's a clearly important project that people agree has to be done, and you know, half the money's allocated, or 60% or 30%, whatever the number is, and then we all know that there's going to have to be some funding into the future. And that's my point around the 10-year funding envelopes. Here's the crazy thing: we make councils do 10-year long-term plans. We make them as a parliament. We make the councils do 2027 to 2037. Work out what your OPEX is, work out what your CAPEX is, work out your asset maintenance plans, work out what you're going to invest in. We don't hold ourselves to the same standard. We go through this merry-go-round of 3-year funding cycles, and it gets worse once you change the National Land Transport plans after elections, which always tends to happen. Phil Twyford did exactly the same thing. We've subsequently changed it. So it does lead to oscillation, and it does lead to funding discontinuity, which is problematic. So we accept that, and we've got a whole range of work underway change some of that. But in answer to the member's question, yes, the project is funded, and I hear what he's saying around how important it is to the people of New Brighton.
Andy Foster.
Yeah, look, thank you. And it was good to hear that, because one of the things that before you came into the room, I started off in talking about what the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee have been doing in terms of the reviews. And the consistent message which we had from the Infrastructure Commission is the need for long-term pipelines of investment.
Yeah.
I'm going to go flick to a specific thing there. One of the other things that they said, and actually that came through not just from the Infrastructure Commission but from a range of different organisations, so the NZTA here as well, is that we've tended to under-invest in the maintenance of existing assets vis-a-vis building of new assets. I want to pick up on one particular area because I had the pleasure of, we talked about the South Island a bit, but I had the pleasure of being down in Southland a month and a half or so ago, and the point that they were making, very, very long roading network, but it's a roading network which is going backwards. And it's going backwards. They literally cannot afford to seal the roads that are currently sealed, so they're starting to become unsealed. They cannot afford to fix the bridges, and those bridges are bridges which carry milk tankers, etc. And they're carrying things which generate a lot of, and they box way above their weight in terms of their contribution to exports and to GDP. And so the point that they're making is they actually generate, that there's more ruck and fed generated in Southland than is spent in Southland. And so they're effectively saying they are subsidising the rest of the country, and yet this is the part of the country which is earning way above its weight in terms of GDP and in terms of export revenue, and yet they can't afford to maintain the assets. And if they can't afford to maintain the assets, it means that the dairy trucks have got to go around the long way, they can't get as much value out of them, costs more, etc. So my question is, given that the Infrastructure Commission has said we need to spend more on maintenance, have we got the structure right? And they won't be the only ones, it won't be just Southland, but have we got the structure right so that we're actually making sure that we actually do look after the assets we've already got in a way which works for our economy as opposed to the new stuff?
Mr. Chair, well, as I said before, there is a substantial increase of maintenance funding in this year's National Land Transport Programme from $2.8 billion to $4 billion. So that is very important. The member makes an interesting point, and you might have been talking to the Southland mayors who made this point to me last week, or week before, when I was in Invercargill, speaking to the planning conference, and they made this point strongly to me. I mean, it would be to state the obvious, it would be a radical change to divvy up transport funding regionally on the basis of GDP. That's, as I understand, how the member is suggesting, or even done on a distance or kilometres travelled. Well, I hear the member saying wealth or contribution towards wealth, export wealth. Well, that's another metric. I mean, the members, I hope, can see the challenges with that. So that would be a drastic change, and it's not one the government is contemplating at this point. The member does make, I think, a really interesting point around the importance of asset management and asset maintenance, and that is something that the government takes seriously. I am led by the Infrastructure Commission, which has given me a number of reports on this. We're doing quite a bit of thinking as a government around how we improve asset maintenance. So I'm intending to lead a program of work over the next 18 months or so around that, and once we're in a position to make announcements, I and we will do that. The member does. Well, I do like announcements. There's a busy government. There's lots happening. The member is right to say that there has been an underappreciation of asset maintenance. It's not just on our roads, by the way. We have done a poor job around our schools, our hospitals, many parts of our public infrastructure. We have done a poor job when it comes to asset maintenance, and there are lots of different reasons for that, and they span lots of different governments as well. I am determined to try and make a difference, and so I'll be leading a bit of a program of work around that. There's lots of things that can be done, and there's lots of things that are much more complicated to do. So anyway, once we've done the work on that, I'll announce it.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Mr. Chairman, before I get on to the other issue, another highway, but firstly, can I ask the Minister, who was an advisor to the Minister of the day when they lifted the weight of trucks? The question is, very simple, was the calculation on the impact of the roading network at that time the one that is still being used now, and has it been reviewed given the reality of places like Southland where those roads are going backwards very quickly because of those heavy trucks? The next question I'd ask, Mr. Chairman, while the Minister's getting his answer and getting some advice on that, is the Blue Water Highway. That is the one that runs between the North and the South Island, and I appreciate the previous member from Wellington, passionate Wellington member, caring about the South Island. If you want to get from one place to the other, you've got to go over on the ferries. Now, I'm not going to relitigate all of that kind of disastrous decision-making process. We seem to have a solution. The question is, about $1 billion was spent by KiwiRail through that process, and I'm not sure, and I don't think the Select Committee got an answer as to how much of that will be useful investment going forward, and indeed, will KiwiRail continue to invest in consultants, as we've just recently seen, in trying to tidy things up? So of the $1 billion, how much is useful investment in a long-term project?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, in relation to the issue around the heavy trucks, just to correct the member, I've never worked for the Minister of Transport as a staffer before entering Parliament, so you can't blame me for that. you can't blame me for that. It's factually inaccurate. I won't invite the member to make a personal explanation and correct the House, but it doesn't matter. He's made it twice now, so he's clearly interested in it, but it's not correct. I think the member makes an interesting point about heavy trucks, and there is potentially an opportunity to have a look at that. I don't have the exact answers to the questions. If he puts it down in writing, we can have a look at it through written questions. In relation to the ferries, I'm not sure he's accurate about the numbers of $1 billion spent already on the ferries, and he himself said he didn't want to get into the disastrous decision making, which is pretty good for him, because I could spend the next 4 minutes of this contribution going through the disastrous IREX procurement process from the previous government and a series of cascading and unfolding series of dumb decisions made by the Cabinet of which he was a member. But I won't do that because I'm in a friendly mood and I don't want to embarrass the member, so I'll just not do that. But I think we've got a solution. The Minister for Rail, Right Honourable Winston Peters, is leading that work. I think we've got a pretty good solution. It's going to result in the Crown spending far less than the failed IREX project. In relation to the consultants' costs, all I can do is agree with them. I found that figure outrageous when I learned about it, and the ministers of the time, before I took on responsibility for transport, I think have made that clear. The number is indefensible and unjustified, and I agree with them.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Mr. Chairman, can the Minister give us an update on the estimate that KiwiRail or the government will have to pay for the cancelled contract, and what that compensation might be?
Honourable Minister.
I could, but I would be breaching commercial in confidence negotiations, so I won't.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
There's another way. Is it greater than or lesser than $500 million?
Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister hasn't spoken to the Mayor of Auckland City. He is focused on roads, just like the last Minister. He isn't so concerned about the increase in public transport fees to users. Congestion charging. I know that he's been undergoing a bit of work as a continuation from the last government, and I acknowledge that. I'm interested in his thoughts around what advice and feedback that he has had, both from his officials and from the council and the public, in regards to particular tools that enabled congestion charging or the transition, things like half-price public transport, investment in critical public transport infrastructure, which enabled people to take alternatives if they aren't able to take their car.
Honourable Minister.
Well, that will be considered in due course. I mean, let's get the legislation through first. I mean, we've spent. The first congestion pricing report was in 1993, I think, by NZIER. So we've spent the better part of 30 years debating this. We know what the economics say, which is that when you make something free, people overuse it, and it's free to drive. It's not. I mean, you pay through petrol tax, but essentially at the point of use, it's free to drive on roads. Costs you nothing. And unsurprisingly, at peak periods, people overuse the roads, and normal rules of economics apply. And the normal response of markets is to price things better in response to that, and that's what congestion pricing or time of use pricing does. It means that people have to face a price signal such that they weigh up driving at particular times when they use the roads. That's literally all it is. And I think I'm right in saying we have a bit of a consensus around that now. It's taken a bit of time to get to that point, but that's okay. There's a debate to be had about the model and the balance between central and local government, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the Select Committee has to say about that. I do hear a bit of criticism from people saying it's got to be a locally led scheme, which is fine, except for the fact that the distinction between local roads and state highways is frankly pretty arbitrary. I mean, people don't really know what they drive on. They just drive on a local road, then they go on to the next road, and it happens to be a state highway. So, our system is not particularly distinct. The roads are roads for people. Only geeks like me and probably you, Shannon, drive on a road and are interested in the particular designation of it. So that's why we've gone for a scheme that encompasses central and local government. There's a debate to be had about the balance, which we'll have during the Select Committee process. But I do think it is a priority because basically every country or jurisdiction that has implemented congestion pricing, it's been bumpy on the way through and then it's worked and people go, this is amazing, this is really good. And you do have to think about the countervailing investment in public transport to make sure people do have alternatives. That'll be part of the negotiation around the revenue that's raised as a result of that. Those are all questions and issues and debates for another day. Let's get the legislation in place and then have those debates. But even just getting the legislation in place would be a gigantic step forward for reducing the congestion in our major cities, and it would be a
good legacy of this Parliament. So I invite the member to come on the journey with us.
Mr. Chair, so to that point, the Minister said, let's get the legislation in place. Does that mean he'll consider the impact on low-income workers after the legislation is through?
Mr. Chair, yes, of course.
Damien O'Connor.
Mr. Chairman, look, thank you. I want to go to the government policy statement and a couple of laudable kind of targets there that the government's put in place. First emissions reduction plan, 41% reduction in transport emissions by 2035, and decarbonising, enabling the shift to zero emission vehicles. How's it going, Minister? Given that the transition and the uptake of low emissions vehicles, EVs, has slumped since the change in policy of the incoming government. Are we going to get to these targets? And if so, how?
Minister.
Oh, well, it's a long-term game, Mr. Chair. It's a long-term game, as the member knows, when it comes to climate change. I'm an EV evangelist. We're a 2 EV family, and I know many members of the government are as well. It's a long-term game. The price of the stuff is really clear. The economics speak for themselves, and people are increasingly working that out. Over time, it's cheaper to own a Nissan Leaf or a Hyundai Ioniq or whatever it is people own, and that's where the market's going to go because petrol prices are going to rise, and electricity is a great comparative advantage for New Zealand. We have cheap, abundant, renewable electricity. We've got to sort the planning system out to make sure we can take greater advantage of it. But EVs are the way of the future in New Zealand, and it's a pretty exciting future. But it's a long-term game. We did get rid of the clean car discount because it essentially resulted in tradies and farmers paying more to subsidise middle-class and wealthy people in Remuera and Wellington like myself. Although I hasten to add, I was an early adopter. I got my Nissan Leaf before the clean car discount, so I'm not a taker of it. But the reality is it was a wealth transfer. It was a regressive wealth transfer from lower income people who can't afford to buy Teslas and all the rest of it, farmers and tradies. It was a wealth transfer from them to people who could afford to buy it. So we did get rid of it, and we stand by that decision. It was poor public policy. We got rid of it.
David O'Connor.
Did the Minister get a discount on a second vehicle?
No.
Shannon Hilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking of bridges this afternoon, I guess it would be important for me to ask, as the only representative in the House asking a question around the Waitemata Harbour crossing, to the Minister, what is your investment in this particular period in the Waitemata Harbour crossing? How does it differ to the plan that Labor had in place? And what costings has he done as opposed to what Labor did in their time?
Well, again, we're running out of time, but I don't. This is comical stuff. I mean, but I don't want to be too mean, but basically, Labor's plan was a fantasy, dreamt up in the dregs of the election campaign in order to give Michael Wood and Chris Hipkins a photo op at the Hilton Hotel with the Harbour Bridge in the background, and where they could say, we're going to build the second harbour crossing. And then it turned out there was no plan, there was no funding, there was no solution, there was no options analysis. It was literally, they didn't really know what they were going to build, when, where, how, like literally no answers to any question. It was the height of policy made for a photo op during an election campaign or about to be an election campaign, and pie in the sky figures of $60 billion, and it was like, if you thought the $700 million cycleway across the harbour was bad, that never got built, eventually they decided that was a dumb idea. You thought that was bad. Then Auckland Light Rail, you thought that was dumb. And then there was like the nadir of stupid policy making on the fly in order to get Chris Hipkins a photo op where he could pretend that he was doing something for Auckland Transport. And it failed. So what we're doing on the Auckland Harbour, the additional Waitemata Harbour, is we're actually doing the work. So there's a barge in the harbour right now doing the geotech work, and we're undertaking market soundings to actually go and talk to the people who go and build this stuff and finance it, to work out what's actually deliverable, and try and come up with a solution that is fundable, deliverable, and that actually meets the needs of Auckland. So we're committed to an additional Waitemata Harbour crossing, but there have been successive generations of politicians, the last government being the worst at this, which stood up and said, we are going to build a second harbour crossing, and then we're unable to answer every question after that. And so I think, frankly, Aucklanders are kind of over that. What they want is a plan, but they want a plan that's deliverable, fundable, and that people actually can understand it's realistic. And so we are working hard on that plan. So there's money in the National Land Transport Plan for investigations. As part of that, the barge in the harbour will be being funded through some of that. We can get the exact numbers, but there's no funding for delivery in this National Land Transport Plan. You wouldn't expect that. And frankly, it's a sort of project where once you've got a solution and you know what you want to do, it's something that the whole Parliament should back. It's so well, it's a bit unclear, to be honest. I mean, it's like all things, a bit unclear. It's a multi-generational project in which you are going to want to have some degree of consensus across the Parliament. And so once we've got a plan and a solution, we'll come talk to the opposition. Which, by the way, the
Minister is not showing any sign of finishing.
Well, I was just going to make one more point. It's a courtesy.
Minister, our time with the Minister of Transport has ended. The Minister of Health is now available for 1 hour to respond to members' questions.
Who ignored it?
You've got an extra minute. Hello.
It's good to see you, Mr. Chair.
The Minister of Health is now available for 1 hour to respond to members' questions. Sam Uffendale, Chairperson of the Health Committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very good to be able to stand up and discuss health in New Zealand and know that this is a government focused on delivery to the patients, making sure that we have got targets back in our health system, we're focused on faster cancer treatments, on increasing immunisation rates, on shorter ED wait times, faster first specialist appointments and faster treatments. We have put in, Mr Chair, a record spend into Vote Health, a significant increase over the 3 next budgets of $16.68 billion. That's an additional $3.44 billion into hospital and specialist services, an additional $2.12 billion into primary and community care, and an additional $1.77 billion to clean up the Farm Act mess that we inherited. Mr Chair, this is a government that is relentlessly focused on improving delivery for patients.
I could just remind the member that as the Chair, the standing order is that this is a non-political 5 minutes on what the committee has done. So just a reminder of that.
Absolutely. No, thank you for that direction there, Mr Chair. Just outlining some of the broader themes and initiatives of this government and things that we have considered in this annual review. And one of the things that stood out, Mr Chair, when we took this on and looked through the annual report was that staffing and workforce was a considerable challenge. And I know the former minister over the other side of the House will acknowledge that. I'm pleased to report in this annual report that Health New Zealand has said that its workforce has, quote, grown dramatically, by the thousands. And that is a very good outcome because there are more doctors and midwives and nurses available to make sure that Health New Zealand can deliver for New Zealanders. There's been a number of other things that have focused on improving the healthcare system. We've seen improved radiology facilities. We note the improved immunisation rollout. There's been an additional, and I think I read it in here, Mr Chair, 47,000 additional people able to receive immunisations, 60% of those being Māori, and that was part of the government's $50 million package to Māori providers. We also note that there are now 200 further pharmacists trained to provide immunisations, and Plunkett have been extended in their ability to provide vaccinations as well. A safer healthcare environment, you know, we had heard some challenges around that space, but there was an investment there to make sure that there are an additional 200 security staff available over those hot summer months where tempers can get a little bit frayed, to make sure that that safety was there. Addressing the workforce shortages, there's been other things that have taken place, Mr Chair, such as an MOU with Waikato University to make sure that we can address critical doctor shortages with a long-term solution. There's been increased access to PET and CT scans, 1,000 more per year to be publicly funded, a crucial cancer diagnostic tool, and it relates back to that target that I mentioned at the start that is noted around improving access and treatments on cancer, Mr Chair. There's been mobile breast screening rolled out in counties Manukau, expected to reach 6,000 more women per year, an extension in the number of people who can receive breast screening, with 70 to 74-year-olds now included in that cohort. Flu vaccination rates, going back to immunisations and those targets, Mr Chair, 65 and over are now available to receive those free of charge. And what I would just reiterate, Mr Chair, is that when we came into government, the opposition health minister, our health spokesperson, Dr Reti, acknowledged that the biggest challenge that we faced was workforce. And this government has been very clear on making sure that those workforce numbers are increased, and I'm very glad to see that that is reflected in this report. I can see the members over the other side of the House smiling, knowing that with more people working in the front line, New Zealanders will be able to get...
Under 1473, this report is a non-political report back to the committee on the Select Committee.
I'm trying to be...
Just a reminder.
I note your comments there, Mr Chair.
Well, I'm pleased you've noted it, because the second time I've had to remind you. So
you won't have to remind me again, Mr Chair.
Note it and act on it.
I'm trying to be, as neutral as I can, but just noting down some of the key parts that are in this report. We asked about a number of items, and I just want to thank all members of the committee for their hard work, and we're all dedicated to making health a better, improving patient outcomes in New Zealand.
Thank you.
Mr.
The Honourable the Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and can I just thank the Health Select Committee led by Member Sam Uppendall and all members of the Health Committee for their work on the annual review. I'm just going to make a few opening remarks and then look forward to engaging with members from across the House in regards to the annual review of our health portfolio. Our government is focused on delivering better health outcomes for all New Zealanders, putting patients first and ensuring timely and quality access to healthcare. We acknowledge the many challenges that New Zealanders face, particularly with significant wait lists, in order for them to receive the healthcare that they need in a timely and quality manner. As has been highlighted in this House, wait lists grew substantially under the previous government, which removed the health targets and left many thousands of New Zealanders waiting far too long to get the care that they need. That is why we're getting back to the basics, ensuring our hospitals are focused on frontline service delivery, reducing bureaucracy, and making sure that we have health targets which are clearly put patients at the forefront of our health system. We're focused on what matters: shorter wait times, faster access to treatment, and a system that works for patients. And the system is delivering more, but there is more to do. The most recent quarter 2 data for the health targets highlight that whilst more is being delivered, people are waiting too long, and that is why there is more to do, particularly around elective treatment and also first specialist assessments. And that is the work the government's doing around the elective boost, working across both the public and private system to ensure more patients are getting access to the care that they need. The heart of our plan is a record investment in our health system. Over 3 budgets, we are delivering an additional $16.68 billion investment in health, ensuring our hospitals, doctors and nurses have the resources they need to provide access to timely, quality health care. And ultimately, if you're not measuring it, you're not managing it. And the last government failed to measure, failed to manage, and we are fixing the problems left behind and the thousands of New Zealanders who are waiting too long. And that is why we've brought back the health targets, so we can focus the system back on the patient and making sure that we are delivering more for them. And so this government is committed to getting health back on track, putting patients first, and I look forward to hearing members' questions.
Dr. Aotearoa.
Mr. Chair, I'm surprised that the Ministers or the Select Committee Chair's remarks did not canvass what was absolutely remarkable about Health Select Committee's annual review of Health New Zealand. That included that the financial reports for Health New Zealand were published only a day before the committee's hearing. And when they arrived, oh boy, 300 million attributed to the wrong financial year. Health New Zealand had tried to present the costs of redundancies for jobs that hadn't even been cut to make it look like they were turning their books around. The Auditor General was having none of it and made Health New Zealand revise its accounts. If that isn't cooking the books, I don't know what is. But their accounting mischief was not all that Health New Zealand had to hide. And let's remember, those demonstrably and unbelievably false accounts were being prepared with 70 staff under non-disclosure agreements, a highly unusual arrangement in our public service. Not long afterwards, we said goodbye to the Chief Financial Officer, who appears to have been pushed out, and Lester Levy helicoptered in his own staff, including someone who had been censured for their failings as an auditor. What was the government's plan to find enough savings or cuts in the under-resourced health sector so that the Finance Minister could pay for tax cuts that she couldn't afford? You'll recall the manufactured crisis about the health system having too many nurses, and it's patients that are paying the price for this. There was a false claim that there were 16 layers of management at Health New Zealand, but there demonstrably wasn't. No one in the beehive was able to back up that claim. There was denials that there was a hiring freeze when people on the front line, staff, good nurses and doctors were telling us every day they weren't able to recruit to vacancies. The whole debacle should have been stopped when it became hard to find actual savings, but no. Health New Zealand pressed on, cutting Milo and toast for new mums at Wellington Hospital. And for months beyond that, they pressed on with chaotic cuts to support staff and data and digital. Hundreds, if not thousands, of staff have left. In just part of the year under review, $33 million in redundancies were paid out. An employee told Newsroom that the process has been brutally managed and left Health New Zealand barely functioning. They said levy staff don't understand healthcare, and yet they have a massive say in what stops and what continues. And let's just go through the body count. The Director General of Health, the Director of Public Health, the Board of Health New Zealand, the Chief Executive, the Chief Financial Officer, half the executive leadership team, and we even see reports of Tier 3 and 4 leaders in mental health. The result is a culture described as broken. There is too much chaos happening at the top of our health system and not enough focus on the things that actually matter: doctors, nurses, hospitals, and the patients that they care for. New Zealanders deserve to have confidence they can get care when and where they need it. The government has brought in a commissioner, Lester Levy, who failed to deliver on the change he promised, and the health system has suffered cuts and destabilisation. I am pleased the Minister has said he intends to return a board to Health New Zealand. That is a start in putting this right. My questions for the Minister are: will he commit to monthly publication of papers and financial statements, as was occurring before the election? Secondly, will he commit to a public part to board meetings? And thirdly, can he commit, in his role as the Minister directing Health New Zealand and in the practices in his own office, to make sure that the Select Committee has all of the annual review documents a week before its hearing next time?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr Chair, I appreciate the member's comments, but that comment, that speech from the opposition spokesperson for health, in fact, was and former minister, I think sums it all up. Worried about the bureaucracy, worried about the personalities, rather than about the patients and about delivery. Nothing in there about wait lists, nothing in there about elective treatment, nothing in there about actually making sure we get the system delivering more for patients. That is why, and nothing about the targets, and the reason why we've put them in is so we can focus the system on what matters most, which is about actually making sure we're delivering more for patients. Now, I'm not sure if the members actually read the Deloitte report into Health New Zealand's financial management review. And I suggest the member takes a read of the issues behind what the financial challenges at Health New Zealand, which can all be sheeted back to the former government and the decisions that they made. The decline, and it says here, the key finding, the decline in financial performance was primarily due to Health New Zealand losing control of the critical levers that drive financial outcomes. Moving to a single national model, a national system eliminated district governance and management controls such as boards, finance and risk committees, and chief financial officers. The move to national structures reduced local oversight and connectivity and the ability to see, plan and respond to risks and events as they happened in real time in regions and districts. That is the problem the previous government left behind in our health system. They created that problem. They centralised the health system, they put a new logo on the top and said, job done, and walked away. And that's what they left behind for this government to have to fix up. And so, yes, we are making sure we are fixing Health New Zealand. We're focusing it back on the basics. We're putting back in place the financial systems and tools that are needed to ensure that it can deliver within its budget and deliver more for patients and that is what this government is doing, and that is what I, as the Minister, am incredibly focused on. And so I don't take the lectures from the former Minister of Health, because her government created the problems that we are now having to address and now having to fix.
Now, just all members now, we've had sort of three pretty good speeches. The whole idea of this, if we could get it down to questions and answers, rapid fire, and if everyone play, I think that would pretty extract the better facts that we're looking for here today. So we'll try and see if we can have that. Dr. Aotearoa.
In that sentiment, Mr Chair, why did the Minister just express so much concern about the restructuring of the health system when in private, while he's planning to hock off our hospitals to foreign investors, he's happy to sing the praises of a centralised health system?
Honourable Penny Hanale.
Doctor.
No.
Thank you very much.
Just don't ask for an allowance.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. I note, and I want to jump straight into the questions, I note in the annual review and also the Minister's opening salvo around focusing on targets, we also note that in the annual review there was talk around the immunisation targets. We also note that a 7% underrepresentation, sorry, a 7% increase in hesitancy, vaccine hesitancy rates. Speaking directly to numbers here, my questions are direct to the Minister in this respect, and that is, did the targeted funding that was spent on increasing Māori immunisation rates achieve the target that it was set out to do? Where in this does the Minister, as per the annual review, where does he get the figure of a growth of 7% vaccine hesitancy, which is obviously a big challenge if you look towards the targets that are set for the immunisation rates for Māori and to keep the communities safe moving forward. And I'll leave those questions to the Minister now before I move on to iwi Māori Partnership Boards and signalling that to the Minister.
I'll take one more. Dr. Aotearoa.
Mr Chair, I've got another question about immunisation, which it may help to put up at this point. So the committee heard a lot about the restructuring of data and digital, and there's part of that we have subsequently learnt is the work on the Aotearoa Immunisation Register, or AIR, which was an important piece of digital technology to help health providers see who was and wasn't vaccinated, to enable initiatives to target those people better, including outreach initiatives, some of which the Minister, we've already heard today from the government, they have funded. So what I'd like to know is, what is the status of work to improve the Aotearoa Immunisation Register, and has the Minister been advised of any additional funds that's needed to make sure that the full value of the Aotearoa Immunisation Register can be realised?
Huhana Linden.
Mr Chair, I have questions to the Minister, and I'd just like to run them in quick succession, relating to the restructures of the National Public Health Service and the impact of the destabilisation of a workforce, whether it's Māori Health, Pacific Health, and even still for data and digital. What does the Minister know in terms of the workforce morale and staff satisfaction, despite the fact that we've now seen that the restructuring has been abandoned recently? The devastation and the destabilisation of a workforce is felt throughout. So what is the plan to uplift the staff morale for those particularly impacted in the proposed cuts that have now been disestablished or abandoned for now? But further, in terms of budget and appropriations, wanting to understand from the Minister plans around kahu taurima, the program, and comprehensive care. Is it going to continue, as well as targeted funding towards the Te Aka Whaiora funding in particular for GPs, in terms of closing the gap and creating a space where there is access and equity. Further on top of that,
localities, all that work that was budgeted for and the commencement of establishment, what is the plan in terms of elevating iwi Māori partnership boards, commissioning for real in terms of services, but also the intelligence and all that information that has already been garnered through the locality space? What is the plan of the Minister to date?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the members for their questions. The question there, one of the themes there is around vaccination rates, and of course this is one of the priorities for the government. Under the previous government, vaccination rates for 2-year-olds dropped from 92.4% to 77.1%. I think all members would agree across the House that we need to be increasing immunisation rates rapidly to ensure that our children are protected from a range of diseases and making sure that they have those immunisations is a critical part in doing that. And so that's why we've put the target back in. That's why the previous Minister of Health announced 2-year funding for the $50 million towards immunising our Tamariki initiative. Understand there's been many thousands of vaccinations done through that initiative. That's why we're also working with Plunkett, who are rolling out nationwide sites where they're undertaking childhood vaccinations. The key message to all parts of the health sector system is that immunising our children is a top priority for this government, and that it must, the work that is undertaken on the front line is hugely valuable in delivering that. Whether it's GPs, whether it's Plunkett, whether it's Māori health providers, all have a role in order to deliver that. In regards to the question around the data and digital team, there's proposals around restructuring. I have asked for assurances to ensure that frontline service deliveries is not affected through that proposed restructure. That is a critically important enabler in our health system is our data and digital tools. I do note when it comes to funding, one of the things that the previous government did do when they made some cost savings just prior to the 2023 election is they did reduce some of the funding set aside for data and digital. It was one of the last things that the last government actually did, and I think it's important that that is noted here in this House. In relation to the National Public Health Service, I understand that Health New Zealand has concluded their proposals there and come to a conclusion with the Public Service Association in regards to the proposed restructures of the National Public Health Service, and there's ongoing work around the role of IMPBs. This government's been very clear that their role is not to be involved in commissioning, but they do certainly have a very important role in terms of engaging with their communities and putting forward clear plans around what's required to meet the health needs aligned with the government health targets for their people.
Penny Henare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I acknowledge the Minister's response with respect to the immunisation rates, and agreed, we must get them lifted. I did ask a very specific question about how they came to the 7% increase in the vaccine hesitancy numbers over the past year, as reported in the annual review. So I just wondered if I'll leave that one there with the Minister. I indicated that I'd ask specifically about iwi Māori partnership boards. And so my question to the Minister is very straightforward. How many, as directed by the government, community health plans have been submitted, accepted and progressed by this government in the past year? And for the money that was allocated for the iwi Māori partnership boards, can the Minister confirm that just exactly how much of that has been spent in a percentage would be helpful? My initial read of it is that that money hasn't been fully allocated yet, but I appreciate the Minister's response to that question. As per the statements made by the previous Minister of Health, the Honourable Dr. Shane Reti, on these matters and supercharging IMPBs, I'm curious, following on from my questions about the allocated funding for IMPBs, whether or not the Minister has a view off the back of the submission of the number of CHPs or community health plans that I've already just asked about, whether or not the Minister has a view towards increasing that funding, and I'll leave that one on the table for the Minister to answer just finally on IMPBs. My question to the Minister is, he and his predecessor made clear around the expectation that IMPBs won't be having a commissioning role. Can the Minister confirm that is still the stance of this particular government, and whether or not in the recent announcements with respect to whānau ora, that somebody like the National Health Coalition, National Hauora Coalition, who has now been accepted as a commissioner with respect to whānau ora, may see that role expanded for them moving into the future?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his questions. The first question around vaccine hesitancy is a question I'm happy to come back to the member in regards to, and alongside the question in relation, if you put it in writing, as well as the question around how much has been spent on IMPBs. If you can put those in writing, I can provide an answer to the member on that. But in terms of the issue around vaccine hesitancy, my view is quite clear that actually we need to actually move on from that term, and we actually need to focus on the target and actually making sure that we are not leaving any stone unturned when it comes to making sure that we are reaching the target on childhood immunisations. And to say that vaccine, and yes, we're obviously conscious of there have been challenges post-COVID, but actually we need to be making sure we're reaching that target and not taking that as an excuse. And so that has been the expectation I've made very clear to Health New Zealand, is I'm not going to accept excuses which are using that terminology. I want all parts and all funded parties, which Health New Zealand fund, to deliver vaccine services, to be doing everything they can to be making sure they are reaching the health target when it comes to vaccinating our children. That is the perspective that I take on that issue. In terms of IMPBs, my view is the same as the former minister.
Dr. Aotearoa.
Mr Chair, I have a set of questions about patient safety, and we discussed some of these at the annual review hearing as well. As politicians, we all get correspondence from people who have had terrible outcomes in the health system, and I'm well aware that as a former doctor, we only hear from a minority who have, but some of them we have to acknowledge have had very bad experiences. And the systems for supporting the safety of patients in our health system are tremendously important. I had some confusing responses from Health New Zealand on some of these patient safety matters at annual review. We did learn through the hearing and post-hearing questions about a new framework being set up by the Health Quality and Safety Commission, which is interesting. And my first question to the Minister is, when will we see the monitoring done under that framework be published? The second question, though, is not just about the selected measures in that framework. District health boards have traditionally dealt with these matters of risk to patients also by having a risk register. At Select Committee, we were told, at annual review, we were told there was a risk register and that these would be, and that some work was underway on that. But then when I asked for that under the Official Information Act, I was told that no such register exists. That would seem to be a major problem if no such register exists. So could the Minister please help me, tell the House whether or not Health New Zealand has a risk register for tracking and responding to and managing and hopefully eliminating major risks to patient safety?
Sam Uffendahl.
Chair, around the health targets and the removal of the national health targets, significantly reduced transparency in the health system, and without clear benchmarks, tracking becomes more challenging. So my question on that is what has the Minister done in this regard, and how is he addressing these gaps to improve healthcare delivery for patients?
Honourable Pieni Hinare.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just seeking clarification from the Minister with respect to his comment about continuing to support the stance of the previous Minister. My question specifically about the commissioning role. I'll leave that for the Minister to reflect on. And just round up my line of questioning around the iwi settlements, the annual review spoke specifically about the obligations that health have with respect to iwi settlements. My questions are, is the Minister confident that there is enough money to make sure that they meet those obligations in the iwi settlements? And two, how has the conversation with Ngāti Hine around the land matter that's been raised with them, how far progressed is that, as it's been a specific matter that's been in front of Health New Zealand for some time now? And so with respect to the previous year, my questions are related to that.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr Chair, in regards to the questions around health quality and safety, obviously that is a key priority for the government and for Health New Zealand. And as the member outlined, whilst there are tens of thousands of interactions with our health system every day, with GP clinics, specialist appointments, surgeries, ED presentations, there are obviously, unfortunately, things which go wrong, and so the work that is underway around health quality and safety is critically important. Health New Zealand on the 27th of March released its review of the health quality system with recommendations and the work program it has underway in regards to that. In terms of the risk register, the roll-out national risk reporting system will be happening over the next 18 months is what I have been advised. But as I said, this is an area where it is important to all governments to make sure that there is both monitoring, and that's why we also have the Health Quality and Safety Commission, whose role, and the Health and Disability Commissioner, whose role is to also independently monitor these functions. In relation to the member's question around IMPBs, the answer that what I said was that the position around commissioning, my position is the same as the previous minister, which is that IMPBs should not be commissioning services.
Takutai Tash Kemp.
Mr Chair, tēnā tātou i te whare. Just a few questions I'll just fire out to the Minister on behalf of Te Pāti Māori. The government claims to be investing in Māori health, yet the dissolution of Te Aka Whaiora has centralised decision-making back under Crown control. How can Māori trust this government when their health sovereignty has been stripped away? How does the government plan to address the ongoing healthcare workforce crisis, particularly in rural and Māori communities where shortages are most severe? Māori life expectancy continues to lag behind Pākehā, and despite repeated promises, there has been little progress. How does Health New Zealand plan to close this gap beyond the tokenistic strategies? And lastly, a mental health question. With growing demand for mental health services, how does the government justify the current level of funding, and what additional resources are being allocated to meet increasing pressures? Kia ora.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In regards to the member Honourable Penny Hine's question about the Ngāti Hine land, the advice I've received is that the subdivision is progressing. That work is progressing, so that's just an answer to your prior question. In relation to the issue around health equity for Māori, of course this is an issue which is of importance to the government, and that is why we've put in place the health targets, to make sure that we are ensuring that New Zealanders are being seen faster through emergency departments, that we are seeing faster cancer treatment, that we are making sure we have targets around immunisations, and that we're focused on our wait lists, and that benefits all New Zealanders and ensures that all New Zealanders can get access to the timely, quality healthcare that they need and deserve. And the reality is a focus on wait times and a focus on outcomes will benefit Māori and it will benefit non-Māori. And so that is why we are focused so much on those health targets as a government and on delivering against them. In relation to your question on mental health, I will ask the Honourable Matt Ducey to address that.
Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you,
very much, Mr Chair, and just to acknowledge the Health Minister and just wish him happy birthday. And I couldn't think of what a better present to spend your birthday on an annual health review. So happy 18th. There we go. In response to the question about mental health, I suppose, how do we protect the budget? This year we will spend $2.6 billion on the mental health and addiction ring-fenced funding. That was an uplift of $200 million from budget 2024. We have been very clear, as has the Commissioner of Health New Zealand, that that is protected. But not only that, what we want to do is make sure that we spend that $2.6 billion wisely and ensure it delivers results. And I'm sure that member will agree. The issue in New Zealand is we need to ensure we have timely access to mental health and addiction care. That's why this government announced New Zealand's first mental health targets to hold us to account as a government to ensure New Zealanders get a guaranteed level of service. 3 of those targets are around access. 80% of Kiwis to access primary mental health and addiction services within 1 week. 80% of Kiwis to access specialist mental health and addiction services within 3 weeks. And 95% of Kiwis to be either admitted, discharged or transferred through emergency department for mental health and addiction issues within 6 hours. So that's how we protect the budget and ensure it's delivering for Kiwis to ensure they get access to timely mental health and addiction care.
Ingrid Leary.
The Mental Health Minister is on his feet, hopefully. I have a few more questions picking up on some of his answers. The first one is regarding the ring fence. The Minister has given us some numbers. Could he please confirm whether those amounts do equate to 11% of the ring fence being for addiction and 33% being for mental health, or have they gone down in terms of the total budget allocation? That's my first question. The second one is in relation to the targets that he spoke about. Why are Māori and Pacific users not monitored to the same extent as other population groups? And why did the under 25-year-old cohort not reach any targets in any regions within the last 12 months in terms of that 3-week segue into specialist care? I have a question around the associate psychologist role. Why is he insisting on continuing with that when the psychologists themselves, many of them don't agree with it and find it dangerous? It doesn't compare to the UK, the 2 UK models at all. Australia hasn't adopted the same model, and will he stop that given that psychologists are concerned they won't be able to oversee the associates, that somebody may get hurt? Is there any link with the timing of the fact that that is happening while there is consultation on the Health Practitioners Competence Act? And will he confirm that no other associate roles will be created as a result of the review of that Act? Regarding the suicide action plan, why was that delayed? Why did Cabinet ask for further consultation, and that was due back? There is no date yet, but that Cabinet asked for that to come back October 2024. What date will we see that, please, Minister? The other one is around psychiatry. What is the plan to increase the psychiatry workforce? And 111 calls. We've had a lot of evidence come through this House and through the media to show that the police have already withdrawn to a certain extent. We have the date of phase 2 coming in on April the 14th. Given the concerns, will he pause phase 2 until there are better safety mechanisms in place for workers? And will he make the District Command Centre information available regarding complaints that have happened so the public can be fully across the health and safety issues that are currently facing the mental health workers? Minister, we have had cases, a stabbing in Aotearoa, high-profile stabbing. There was an Auckland ED closed down over the end of last year. This is where police have decided not to send crisis teams in. Is he satisfied that Te Whatu Ora and the health workers have had enough input into the plans that are currently being rolled out by police, and where are the associated workers who in the plans are supposed to be supporting mental health workers, because that seems to be part of the plan. So answers to those questions, please.
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Oh, look, what a list, and I suppose that's what you get when you do your research on Radio Talkback. Let's start with the 111 response. The member asked whether the service was there. She might want to reflect when her government came into power in 2017, the first thing they did in mental health is cut the mental health co-response pilot teams. Wow. So because of that, we've lost 6 years where we could have been building out that new service. That is a vital service, because I'm sure many will agree in New Zealand today, when you call 111, you get a criminal justice response. And what this government wants is a mental health response. Yes, the police will still commit to going out when there is a need for them, a person at risk or the surrounds, but we want to make sure we get a better mental health response, and that's what this government is committed to. The member also talked about the associate psychology role. She made a comment that someone might get hurt. What about the Kiwis today who are getting hurt because they can't get the timely access to mental health and addiction support, because some of that issue is to do with workforce? So if the member really wanted to make a difference, under the last 6 years of the Labor government, they would have published a mental health and addiction workforce plan, which they didn't. The Auditor General was highly critical. That's why in the last year, this government published New Zealand's first standalone mental health and addiction workforce plan. It did talk about an associate psychology role. Yes, some specific psychologists are a bit concerned about a new role, whereas actually most I talk to are very supportive. The associate psychology role will have students in campuses the start of next year. They will be entering the workforce the start of 2027. Their role there is to support, not replace, clinical psychologists, to work under supervision, to work within scope of low-intensity patients, and work within a multidisciplinary team. So actually what this government's going to do is not only commit to doubling the amount of clinical psychologists through the internship placements, but invest into a new registration, because it's not good enough that people are stuck on wait lists because of workforce vacancies, and we're the first government to take that seriously. The final point I'd make, Mr Chair, in response to the Suicide Prevention Action Plan, it is on track and it will be delivered in the time frame that it needs to be delivered. But what we did, go out to the public for public consultation and said, the last 5 years under the last government, what did you think of their Suicide Prevention Action Plan? The public consultation said there was no clear roles and responsibilities, it wasn't targeted, and they couldn't actually measure whether it was making a difference. So those three things will be embedded in our Suicide Prevention Action Plan.
Mr Chair.
Ingrid Leary.
Question to the Minister. Is the reason for the delay
which Minister?
to the Mental Health Minister, is the reason for the delay due to official advice that there were concerns about resource constraints for the Suicide Prevention Action Plan? And a subsequent question, does he have any plans to review or cut back on the Access and Choice program?
Mr Chair.
Mr Chair.
Hamish Campbell. Oh, sorry. Hamish Campbell. Oh, sorry, my apologies.
That's right,
Go to Matt
Mr
Ducey.
Chair. Look, I'm excited to announce to the House there actually will be increased resources into the Suicide Prevention Action Plan, because that's an issue we quite frankly need to do a lot better in New Zealand responding to.
Mr Chair.
Hamish Campbell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And to the Minister, sorry to drag you back onto this topic. I did try and get a question earlier. We've heard in the annual reviews that the Health New Zealand's financial situations, it was significantly worse than expected, with going from doubling from a $500 million deficit to $1 billion deficit in 2022-2023, and then it was $722 million reported deficit in 2023-2024. This raises really serious concerns about the financial sustainability of the healthcare system following the previous government reforms. So given these substantial financial shortfalls, does the Minister believe it reflects the previous government's failure to grasp the true costs of these health reforms? And while I've kind of have some time, I'll just ask my next question. Given the significant deficits outlined, what specific initiatives or system-level changes have been implemented through the health delivery plan to improve financial sustainability and address those underlying issues contributing to Health New Zealand budget blowouts?
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and the reality is, as outlined at the Select Committee, there have been some significant financial challenges which this government has inherited. And as I outlined earlier, the Deloitte report into the Health New Zealand Financial Management Review is, I think, a report that all members should read and see what the result of the previous government's reforms has left this government and the challenges that we are now having to address around the financial performance of Health New Zealand. The reality is that the health system needs to deliver. It also needs to deliver within its budget, and that's a position which all governments have held when it comes to the health system. But what we saw is when the previous government restructured the health system, as has been outlined in this report, they moved to a single national system, eliminating district governance and management controls such as boards of finance and risk committees, chief financial officers. All of these things were removed, which led to the financial breakdown. And as the report highlights, whilst they changed the label, the letterhead for Health New Zealand, when they put the letterhead on, but they failed. But the previous government left the system running on an Excel spreadsheet. The financial system was running on Excel spreadsheet, and so we've had to come in and fix these problems, And so Health New Zealand is working through a process to ensure that it's delivering within its budget. And I know that the members opposite get very sort of uppity about the problems they left behind. But if I could just give them one piece of advice. If you're going to restructure a health system, it pays to do a little bit more than just change the letterhead. A little bit more than just changing the letterhead is probably a good idea. And so I just suggest the opposition members take note and focus on actual what's required to deliver. And so there's a range of initiatives underway to ensure the financial systems are under proper management, a process to integrate savings programs with internal budgets for the upcoming financial year, regional district financial control oversight and decision making is being put in place. There's a much clearer set of leadership accountabilities being rolled out and we fully implemented later this year. Standard budgeting and planning tools are being implemented. Core financial reporting across Health New Zealand is now on a single Oracle ERP. That actually helps rather than an Excel spreadsheet. So that's been put in place. This is back to basics. It is back to basics for Health New Zealand, and not just around the financial management, but also around the delivery so that more New Zealanders can get the care that they need. And I know they're all feeling rather embarrassed about what they left behind because, as they should. I agree, as they should. They should be feeling embarrassed about what they left behind because through a pandemic, instead of focusing on patients, outcomes, wait lists, all of those important things which actually people care about, they were worried about changing a letterhead. That was their priority. And so we're now focused back on the basics, back on patients, and also making sure basic financial controls and management processes are put in place at Health New Zealand.
Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Primary care was one of the areas that we discussed in committee during this review. And we all know that primary care, in fact, is the gatekeeper to our health system. None of us can deny how important our general practices are in our local communities, as you know, they are the first port of call for many. What efforts for the Minister have been made to improve access to primary care? We've heard about a lot about the delays in getting an appointment to see your local GP, and therefore what role can multidisciplinary teams play to help alleviate that pressure on a practice, and will this have a positive impact on wait times?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. I thank the member for the question. And primary care absolutely is a critical role, plays a critical role in our healthcare system, and it is one of my top priorities as Minister of Health to ensure that we are supporting primary care, supporting our primary care doctors and nurses and health practitioners to be able to deliver more, because we know that if they are delivering more and they're working with their patients, they're able to keep people out of hospitals and keep them healthier in their communities. And so the government is very focused on that, and we've made a range of announcements already this year on how we can support more doctors and nurses into primary care, training for overseas trained doctors to be able to get their practicing certificates in primary care. There's 100 places for that. More doctors being trained in our universities on an annual basis. More funding for nurse practitioners and nurse prescribers. And even just today, the Associate Minister of Health, David Seymour, and myself just announced changes to the Medicines Act, which will allow nurse practitioners to be able to prescribe more medicines, which, as the member said, will play a critical role as part of the health workforce working in general practice to be able to support patients so they can have more access to timely quality access to healthcare. Now, I acknowledge Kiwis are waiting too long to get appointments, and so that is why we're also, Health New Zealand is committed to an increase in funding for primary practice from the middle of this year to support primary practice to be able to have faster access for appointments, to open their books so more Kiwis can be seen sooner in primary care, and that they're not then ending up in our emergency departments, which they end up turning up later and sicker, and that's not as what we want as a government. So we have a very significant focus on primary care, and we'll continue to do that.
Uhaina Linden.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question of the Minister in terms of him sharing with members of the House what are the key initiatives from his government. They're right now examining the way with which we can close the life expectancy gap between Māori and non-Māori, being around 7 to 8 years. What are the key initiatives through Health NZ are being delivered right now with that key targeted focus? But further, in terms of IMPBs or iwi Māori partnership boards, in the pai ora legislation, it reads that Health New Zealand must support and engage with iwi Māori partnership boards. Now, in terms of that, your engagement with iwi Māori partnership boards are to help determine kaupapa Māori investment. So how is that progressing? Because you've said previously, Minister, that iwi Māori partnership boards are not for commissioning, and yet there is a requirement for Health NZ to work with iwi Māori partnership boards on the commissioning of investment into kaupapa Māori services.
Cameron Luxton.
The comment was made by the Honourable Penny Henare. I just ask the Minister, do you have a definition of tangata whai ora?
Sam Uffendale.
Yeah, look, during the annual review we heard a lot about the Pharmac situation that the government inherited, and then there was an additional 1.77 billion put into that. Obviously medicines crucial to ensuring people get access to the treatment they want, and just curious whether the Minister could give us some information about what is happening in that space.
I thank the members for their questions. As I've outlined earlier in regards to independent Māori partnership boards, iwi Māori partnership boards, we're focused on making sure that they are working with Health New Zealand. They are not to be commissioning agencies themselves. They are to work through and support the work that is being delivered by Health New Zealand. and that is something which I've been very clear about, and that is something that the Prime Minister has also been very clear about.
Hamish Campbell.
Minister, you've talked a lot about reducing the wait time for GPs. What going forward? We also heard during the annual review kind of the wait list for elective surgery. What plans does the Minister have to actually address that issue that we heard so much during the annual review process?
Absolutely, in terms of the issue around wait times for GPs, and we've been very clear about what we need to do there, which is to ensure we're providing more funding for general primary practice and general practice to make sure that they're getting the funding that they need. But we also need to make sure we are training more doctors and more nurses and making those opportunities available to work in primary practice. And so we've announced a large number of specific initiatives this year to support primary practice, whether that's more training for doctors. We've increased over the term of this government the number of GPs, a number of doctors being trained in our universities by 150 last year, 25 this year, 25 more next year. That means we'll be training in 100 more doctors through our universities each and every year to make sure we've got the pipeline of doctors that New Zealanders need. In terms of other initiatives, we're providing funding to support nurses to be able to be employed in general practice. There's additional incentive payments for those GP practices in rural communities to be able to hire those nurses into those practice clinics, and that's really important to make sure we're increasing accessibility in our rural communities, and also funding more nurse practitioners and nurse prescribing positions is critically important so that those nurses in those practice clinics are able to do more to support the patients in their care. And if you look at many of those more rural communities, access to a nurse is incredibly important to be able to access primary care. And so this work is all about access. It's all about making sure that patients can be seen sooner. And we're doing that both across making sure that there's more funding, but also making sure we're training the more doctors and more nurses to work in those environments.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just in response to that question by Cameron Luxton about tangata whai ora, that term is quite commonly used in mental health as well for those who identify with lived experience. And I'm calling peer support lived experience the quiet revolution in New Zealand. It's not new, but boy are we picking up speed now. We announced rolling out peer support lived experience workers through our emergency departments. They're already in role, delivering vital, timely support for people who come into EDs in a time of mental health and addiction distress. We're just about to start the rollout of crisis cafes with peer support lived experience workers. I'd like to see more peer support lived experience in our eating disorder services and in our addiction services as well. So a real opportunity, and it's brilliant that we announced the $1 million fund to fund more peer support lived experience workers to get their level 4 certification as well. And just in response to Ingrid Leary, who asked about the Access and Choice program, and in fairness to the last government, they made a significant investment to roll out health improvement practitioners and health coaches within GPs. But once again, the legacy of the last government, it's all good to announce things, but it's actually about the implementation. And the reason I say that, the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission released their report recently, the 5-year report. The target was to see 325,000 people a year. It's only delivering to 207,000. So it only hit 2/3 of its target. So under this government, we'll ensure that that plan actually hits the target it's set to deliver.
Members, that concludes our time with the Minister of Health. The time has come for us to suspend for the dinner break. When we resume at 7:30, the Minister of Education will be available to answer questions from members.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interest, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I seek leave for the 2023-24 annual review debate to be arranged by portfolio rather than by sector, despite Standing Order 3572.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none. 5 petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Hakepa H requesting that the House replace Guy Fawkes Day with National Parihaka Pa Day. Petition of Hakepa H requesting that the House amend the Policing Act 2008 to require all uniformed sworn police officers to have body cameras recording. Petition of Nick Mills requesting the House remove surcharges for contactless payments. Petition of Karen Robinson requesting that the House require mandatory vet examinations with supporting radiographs for all retiring racehorses. Petition of Hakepa H requesting that the House review the parliamentary petition process to enable petitioners to connect with other petitioners and implement a minimum number of signatures.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Paper has been delivered for presentation.
Government response to the report of the Justice Committee on the inquiry into the 2023 election.
That paper is published under the authority of the House. 7 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Environment Committee on the petition of Chloe Swarbrick. Report of the Justice Committee on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Brian Webb and the petition of Kylie Wellen. Report of the Primary Production Committee on the briefing on the New Zealand Hemp Industries Association. Reports of the Regulations Review Committee on the complaint about professional examinations in law, tikanga Māori requirements, Amendment Regulations 2022, and complaint about the Trans-Tasman Mutual Recognition Admission Regulations 2008.
The bill is set down for second reading and the complaints are set down for consideration. The clerk has been informed of the introduction of 3 bills.
Immigration, Fiscal Sustainability and System Integrity Amendment Bill, introduction. Education and Training Amendment Bill number 2, introduction. United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Legislation Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. We come now to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, and can I also just acknowledge while I'm on my feet the retirement of David Parker, and can I say while we may have disagreed on different things politically, that you have huge respect across the House, and that actually we want to thank you for your service to this House and to this place, and importantly also for the intellect and the passion, and also we want to wish you well for your future. So well done.
Well, that's very nice. We go to question 2 now? Or?
Yeah.
Supplementary, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker.
Does he agree with his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs statement with regard to the previous national government signing New Zealand up to the Paris Agreement on climate change, quote, they've never told you what the target is or whether it's capable of being met, end quote. If not, why not?
Well, what I know is that it's important and in our national interest to meet that commitment. And that's what you've seen this government do, this coalition government do, because the farmers that I talk to up and down this country, they tell me very clearly they don't want multinational companies or competing countries kicking New Zealand products off the shelf. We want farmers doing exceptionally well in this country and want this economy pumping.
Supplementary question. Well, does he agree with his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs statement with regard to China, India and Russia's membership of the Paris Agreement? Quote, why on earth we're doing this when other countries are not doing this, end quote. If not, why not?
This is a coalition government that is going hard on economic growth because it is in our national interest to do so. And we are always going to put Kiwis first, and that is going to be primary in all of our decision making. And as I said, we're not going to punish our farmers. We want our economy growing, and that's why we meet those commitments.
My supplementary question. Does he agree with his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs' statement that honouring our Paris Agreement obligations will result in, quote, transferring $22, maybe $32 billion out of our economy in the next few years to try and satisfy our woke ambitions, and it's just catastrophic? If not, why not?
Well, I can reassure the member that we won't be doing that. What we are doing is making sure that we are keeping our commitments, because we know that it punishes our farmers. And our farmers tell us that multinational companies and competing countries would love nothing more than to have New Zealand products kicked off shelf. So that's why it's in our brutal national interest to do so. We want agriculture pumping, we want the economy growing.
Supplementary question. Is he comfortable that international media are now reporting that the New Zealand government is considering pulling out of the Paris Agreement because of statements his current Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs has made, and statements that his next Deputy Prime Minister have been making?
I'll just say that is not, as I understand, what the Deputy Prime Minister has said, and that is not how I would characterise that position. I think everybody understands that it is in our brutal national interest. That's why this coalition government has said that we will meet our commitments, and that's why we are staying in Paris, because we want our farmers to do well. That we are not going to punish our farmers, and we're not going to send farming out of this country like the last Labour Greens government was proposing to do.
Supplementary question. Can he name one major policy change his government has made that has actually reduced New Zealand's climate emissions? If so, what is it?
Well, I can name several of them, but I would just say to that member, what we want to end the oil and gas ban. We want that member to support fast-track legislation, but they didn't. Why? Because 22 projects enable 30% increase in renewable electricity. That's a good thing. But if the member really cared about these issues, instead of pretending that he does, he would have backed the fast-track legislation. He would back the ending the oil and gas ban, and a number of things that this government's doing to get the country growing.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does the Prime Minister not think it's just axiomatic that if China, India, the United States and Russia were signed up, that's almost 60% of the emissions in this world at the moment, then targets could be met?
Well, I think the Deputy Prime Minister understands that we are doing everything we can to meet our commitments, but we are not going to bankrupt New Zealand by running our farmers down, by not having them sell their products internationally, and we are making sure that we get agriculture pumping and the economy growing.
Supplementary question. Does he think it enhances or diminishes New Zealand's international reputation as a clean green economy when his Minister of Foreign Affairs indicates that New Zealand was wrong to sign the Paris Agreement, travels to the Pacific, one of the regions of the world most affected by climate change, and questions the global scientific consensus on climate change, and his government dismantles almost all proactive action to reduce New Zealand's emissions?
Exaggeration. We have some crocodile tears from the Leader of the Opposition, because I am incredibly proud of our Foreign Minister, and he is out there in the world doing the business for New Zealand. He is hugely respected by everybody in the foreign affairs community, and I am very proud of the work that he's doing, and I just would compare and contrast his record versus your record in government.
Yeah, but I wasn't part of your government. There I've broken my neutrality. How's bad that? Chloe Smallbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, e tōtoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Is climate change one of the biggest threats facing Aotearoa New Zealand?
Well, the major one that we're facing right now is actually economic growth, and that's why this government is prioritising economic growth above and beyond everything else, because we want working New Zealanders to be able to work hard, to get money in their back pocket and to do well.
Why did his government choose to cut $2.4 billion on climate mitigation when the New Zealand Defence Force themselves have identified climate change as one of the biggest risks we face to national security?
I don't quite understand the member's question, but what I would say is that who are the people that show up in climate-related disasters and emergencies across the Pacific? It is our Defence Force. They are the people that show up in the helicopters, helping the Pacific Island nations, helping New Zealanders that are desperately in need. And so I would hope that that member gets in behind supporting the defence plan that we signed off for yesterday. I note that the Labour Party has said that they are up for more defence spending. I've heard the defund defence narrative on top of the defund the police narrative from the degrowth Greens. But actually it is the Defence Forces that show up and look after our people and the people in the Pacific because of their abilities and their capabilities and the assets that they have.
Does the Prime Minister understand the difference between responding to the climate crisis and active investment and policies to prevent the climate crisis getting worse, which his government has cut?
As that member would be well aware, we have our ERP2 budget and plan, which suggests that our government is actually on track to deliver net carbon zero potentially 6 years earlier. So we can meet our commitments, but most importantly, we are going to grow our economy, because right now, and just the events of this week underscore yet again that economic growth is the way that we look after New Zealanders and we set up them for a great future.
Can the Prime Minister explain why his Social Development Minister said it was unrealistic to spend $3 billion to lift 80,000 children out of poverty, yet his government has found $3 billion a year for military spending?
Excellent. Well, I'd just say to that member, you and your party were part of a government that had put 23,000 more kids into poverty in the last year of your government. Our budget last year identified that it would lift 17,000 children out of poverty. And I just would say it's all rather sanctimonious to talk about values, but you actually have to follow it up with actions, and that's what we're doing with our defence plan.
Why will the government bend its own self-imposed fiscal management rules to spend billions and billions more on military capability, but refuse to do the same to guarantee that everyone has a safe future, like with expenditure on healthcare, social development and education?
We are not doing that. That is a mischaracterisation in that question of our position. But what we are doing is making sure that we can secure prosperity through security. And it's actually important. If you have a set of values, you don't just go around the world talking about them, you actually show up and actually do your part and pull your weight. We are doing that with this investment in defence. And again, I just say to that member that when you go talk to people in the Pacific, talk to the Pacific Island leaders that have come out in support of our defence plan, because they understand what that means in climate-related weather events that actually cause havoc across the Pacific. We are actually making sure that we've got the assets to respond to our own New Zealanders in need and people in the Pacific too.
Question 3, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent advice has she received about the potential impact of global uncertainty on New Zealand's economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I hosted a briefing about the government's latest assessment of what the United States' new tariff regime and the global response to it means for the New Zealand economy. I am receiving ongoing updates from Treasury advisors about this unfolding situation. Though unwelcome, the tariffs that have been imposed on New Zealand are likely to be modest in comparison with the impact for many other countries. The most significant impact for New Zealand of the current uncertainty will be through disruptions to the global economy.
Supplementary. How could New Zealand's economy be affected?
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand is strong and resilient, but ours is a small, globally connected economy. When big international events happen, they affect us too. There remains a high degree of uncertainty about what will happen in coming weeks and months. The Asian region, including Australia, accounts for 70% of New Zealand's international trade. There is a risk of slower growth in the region because many economies there have significant exposures to the new US tariff regime. We could also anticipate trade diversion effects and impacts on supply chains. All of these factors create risk for the New Zealand economy, just as we have been gathering positive momentum and recovering from an earlier period of high inflation and high interest rates.
Supplementary. What does this mean for Treasury's budget forecasts?
Mr. Speaker, Treasury is currently finalising its forecasts for the budget 2025. It usually bases its forecasts for world growth and inflation on consensus forecasts. At the half-year update, trading partner growth was already forecast to be modest at around 2.5% in the June 26 year. Following the recent tariff announcements, Treasury's initial assessment is that partner growth will be closer to 2% in the 2026 year. Similarly, at the half-year update, global inflation was forecast at 2.5% in the June 26 year. Treasury's current assessment is that global inflation could rise by as much as 0.5% in that year. Slowing global demand is likely to reduce demand for our exports and lower business investment.
Supplementary. How is the government responding to this?
Mr. Speaker, while there are risks to our economy, there are also reasons to feel confident that we have the right settings and policies in place to get through this period of uncertainty. The government plans to stick to our fiscal strategy, including remaining with our intention to endeavour to return the books to an Obergalex surplus in the 27-28 fiscal year and to continue our efforts to reduce net debt. We do not intend to exceed the operating allowances forecast at the half-year update. Mr. Speaker, we were already preparing Budget 2025 to be a growth budget, and that remains the case. The past week's global developments will make our recovery harder, but our goal is to steer our economy through these choppy waters in a way that limits the damage for New Zealanders. We will continue to provide responsible economic management that supports job creation, rising incomes and a more affordable cost of living for New Zealanders.
The Honourable Barbara Evans, question 4.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Finance, does she stand by her statement, quote, "So yes, there are global headwinds, but actually New Zealand's pretty well positioned to navigate our way forward," unquote, and what is the expected effect of the United States tariffs on the New Zealand economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do stand by that statement, which I note was made before the United States outlined its new tariff regime. New Zealand's economy is recovering from an earlier period of high inflation and high interest rates. The past week's global developments will make our recovery harder. There will be direct and indirect impacts on our economy, such as exporters being affected by tariffs that make it harder for them to sell into the US market. The most significant impact will be through disruptions to the global economy, potentially seen in slower growth in the Asian region, trade diversion effects and impacts on supply chains.
Supplementary. How can New Zealand exporters trust her stay the course plan in relation to US tariffs when the government's position is that it could have been worse and that they have not corrected the assumption that New Zealand imposes a 20% tariff on US goods based on our GST rate?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that our diplomats are in fact engaging with the US administration to make clear our position that that is not our effective tariff rate. I would also, Mr. Speaker, say that we are humble enough to know that there are some global events which we can't control. Our focus is on that which we can control, and the member can also be assured that we will continue to fight for our exporters, both in terms of their access to the US market, but also through increasing their access to other markets by continuing to pursue trade agreements throughout the world, building on the work of successive governments.
Supplementary. Does she stand by her assurance in February of this year that New Zealand will not be directly affected by tariffs? If so, how can the New Zealand public trust her judgment today?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as is sometimes the case with that member, I would have to check that paraphrasing of my comment in the context in which it was made to assure that she is actually accurately representing my statements.
Supplementary. Does she regret cancelling and delaying housing, hospital and school builds, which has caused the collapse of the construction sector and the deepest recession seen in 30 years?
Mr. Speaker, to make a few facts clear, the New Zealand government delivered more classrooms in the past year than were delivered by the previous government in the year prior to that. We have continued to commit significant funds to health infrastructure, and Aotearoa have continued to add to the stock of social housing, continuing a build program which is adding to the number of social housing places in New Zealand.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
As a matter of education, if the economy is going at 0.7 or annualised at 2.8, how could you possibly describe that as being a recession?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister makes a good point, which is that on our watch we have seen inflation return to the target band, interest rate reductions occur, and we have seen in the last 3 months of the last year a return to growth above that which was forecast by consensus economists.
Barbara Evans.
Supplementary.
Yeah, Honourable Barbara Evans.
Is the government going to use US tariffs and worsening global economic conditions as an excuse to hide their economic mismanagement, given there will be deeper cuts to the public services that Kiwis rely on, record migration out of New Zealand and a collapsing construction industry?
No, Mr Speaker, we don't do excuses. We take responsibility for the actions we can control.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Would the Minister of Finance characterise the significant and dramatic and sudden changes in US tariffs as a quote-unquote excuse, or the biggest thing to hit the world economy in a long time that is creating turmoil in every market in the world?
Mr Speaker, Minister Seymour makes a very good point. For members opposite to characterise our response to what is a global economic event as an excuse, I think entirely underestimates the gravity of the series of world events that are currently unfolding. And while members opposite may wish to be ignorant of that and pretend that New Zealand is somehow immune from global events, that is not a course of action we will be taking.
Question 3, Catherine Wedd.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. What announcements has he made about granny flats?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, over the weekend, Chris Penk, Shane Jones and I announced government will be making it easier to build granny flats. In fact, we'll be going further than previously announced. We consulted on 60 square metres without building or resource consents. We've decided to increase that to 70 square metres. We'll be amending the Building Act and resource consenting system to make it easier to build granny flats, or as they're known in the legal parlance, minor residential units.
Supplementary. Did submitters on the government's consultation on granny flat changes ask for the size increase?
Yes, indeed, Mr Speaker. There was public consultation in June and August last year. Many submitters said the 60 square metre limit should be increased. Some people said 65, some people said no limit at all. We've gone for the pragmatic option of 70 square metres. Homeowners were supportive of the granny flat policy. Many submitted, Mr Speaker, that it would make it easier to facilitate intergenerational living and, of course, help ease our housing crisis.
Supplementary. Why is building granny flats a potential game changer for the housing market?
Well, Mr Speaker, people who want to build simple standalone dwellings on their properties need a building consent under the Building Act, and in many cases a resource consent as well. That is why, and changing that is a government priority suggested through the New Zealand First National Coalition Agreement, and we are very pleased and proud to acknowledge it. Making it faster and more affordable will give us more housing options, particularly for grandparents, people with disabilities, young adults and workers in the rural sector. Increased housing availability directly translates to lower living costs for our communities.
Supplementary. How does the government plan to implement these changes?
Mr Speaker, there will be an amendment to the Building Act in the middle of this year which will exempt granny flats from needing a building consent if it meets the building code and has a simple design. It's carried out by authorised building professionals, and people notify their local council before the building is completed. We've carefully considered the feedback, and we think this criteria strikes the right balance between enabling housing growth and managing risks. We'll also be developing a new national environmental standard under the RMA to make sure no resource consent is required.
Supplementary question.
The Right Honourable Winston.
In the interests of the nation's understanding, could he please describe who's the inspirational genius behind this brilliant policy?
Mr Speaker, success has many fathers, but in relation to this case, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Shane Jones has been the driving force behind this excellent policy because he's seen the impact of small units in the far north and what an impact it can have on families. And it's been a real game changer there. And we look forward to cutting that red tape and seeing more of them around the country.
Question number 6, the Honourable Dr Aisha Verrill.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, does he stand by his statement that timely and quality access to health care for the people of Tairāwhiti is a priority for our government? And if so, why has the vacancy rate for Gisborne Hospital's senior medical officers increased from 35% to 44% under his government?
The Honourable
Mr. Speaker,
Brown.
In the context that was made, yes, I acknowledge that too many New Zealanders, including those in Tairāwhiti, are waiting too long to receive care. However, I also acknowledge the great work of our health workforce in Tairāwhiti who have achieved a 92.8% result against our shorter stays and emergency department health target for Q2 24-25, which exceeds the milestone and is well above the national average. Our priority remains delivering access to timely quality healthcare for all New Zealanders, including the people of Tairāwhiti. I'm advised the current SMO vacancy rate is 38.55% in Tairāwhiti. I'm further advised there has been an increase in full-time equivalent senior medical officers from 49.1 in December 23 to 55 at the end of March this year in Tairāwhiti, after a steep decline from 57.2 in December 2022 to 49.1 in December 2023.
Supplementary, what specific action is being taken to address reports from senior doctors that people are losing their vision for want of seeing an ophthalmologist at Gisborne Hospital?
Mr. Speaker, the Health New Zealand is actively recruiting for senior medical officers at Tairāwhiti. An active national and international recruitment plan is underway with all recruitment requests approved. In the pipeline, Health New Zealand has 11.1 full-time equivalent senior medical officers who have accepted offers and are preparing to start work in Tairāwhiti. A further 2 full-time equivalent roles have been offered. 3 full-time equivalent are at the interview stage, and recruitment is actively underway for 21.3 further full-time equivalent roles.
Does he admit that the government's response to the clinician's August letter that reported daily delays and impediments to care that were directly results from vacancies and the ability to recruit new staff was inadequate, and that the vacancies have still got worse?
Mr. Speaker, if the member had listened to my primary answer, she would have noted that the vacancy rate increased substantially in 2023. Since we have come to office, the number of senior medical officers has increased. We have an active recruitment campaign underway. All vacancies are currently going through a recruitment process. As I said, there are 11 SMO full-time equivalents who have been recruited and are about to start work. 2 have been offered roles, 3 are in the interview stage, and recruitment is actively underway for 21.3 full-time equivalent positions. We are taking action to ensure we have the frontline staff in place in Tairāwhiti to ensure they can get the care that they need after a significant drop under the previous government.
Supplementary, does he agree with Dr. Sean Grant, who heads Gisborne Hospital's children's ward, who said, quote, "I am doing more administrative tasks now," and that, quote, "because of a reduction in administrative support people," end quote? And if so, is it a good use of resources for a senior clinician to fill out paperwork rather than treat sick children?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are actively recruiting for a range of senior medical officer roles at Tairāwhiti. We acknowledge the need for the hiring. We're investing the money. The vacancies have been approved for recruitment. There's 11 which have already been appointed and are about to start. We have an active plan in place following the significant decline as senior medical officers in 2023 when she was the Minister.
Will he commit to monthly public reporting of hospital vacancies and the action taken by management to ensure that this issue gets the priority that it deserves and that the progress he indicates is underway actually happens?
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, there is already regular reporting of health workforce data, and what I would say is there was a significant reduction when she was the Minister of Senior Medical Officers in Tairāwhiti, and we're fixing it.
Question number 7, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Health and asks, what actions has the government taken to increase New Zealanders' access to medicine?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many, most notably, filling in a significant fiscal cliff in Pharmac funding last year and then boosting Pharmac funding by around $600 million. However, we're also taking actions on consenting of new medicines by introducing a policy known as the rule of two. This is a policy that all three coalition parties campaigned on in the wake of COVID, and in essence it means that if two other recognised countries have certified a particular medication, the expectation is it will become legal in New Zealand within 30 days.
Supplementary. Why is the government progressing the rule of two pathway to speed up the approval of medicines already recognised overseas?
Mr. Speaker, there's always been an absurdity in New Zealanders waiting long periods of time. In the case of one recent asthma medication, 16 months for MedSafe to tell the New Zealand people it is safe for them to use a medication that is already widely used and legal in countries such as Australia, the UK, United States, Switzerland, Japan, Canada and Singapore, all countries that have a very strong track record around their health systems and their management of pharmaceuticals. I'm not aware of any time in New Zealand history where New Zealand has had MedSafe reject a medication able to be used in one of those countries and they realised they'd made a mistake. We are simply duplicating work by insisting that we overdo our consenting of new medicines when they've already been consented in multiple other countries.
Supplementary. How will the bill improve New Zealanders' health outcomes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely critical that medications that are consented in other countries are available to New Zealanders. We aspire to have first world living standards and first world healthcare. If I look at a medicine such as Ozempic, which has huge potential, it remains unconsented for some uses, and I believe it could be of great benefit to a lot of people. The question is, why should New Zealanders wait, perhaps indefinitely, because the manufacturers of pharmaceuticals see New Zealand's consenting regime and its small market size, and they wonder why on earth we are duplicating processes that they've been through elsewhere.
Supplementary. Are there other countries that have a verification pathway like the one proposed?
Well, yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. I prefer New Zealand to be leading the world wherever possible, but in this case, we're very much trailing. Countries such as the United Kingdom, countries such as Singapore, also routinely take advantage of other countries consenting of new medications with policies that you might compare to our rule of two. We're not blazing a trail, but we're certainly ensuring that New Zealand policy keeps up with best practice worldwide. The United Kingdom, for instance, is one of the fastest consenters of new medicines in the world.
Question number 8, Tim Vanderwall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Defence. What steps has she taken to boost the capability of the New Zealand Defence Force?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Defence, yesterday the Prime Minister and I released the Defence Capability Plan 2025. This is the government's multi-billion-dollar plan for a modern, combat-capable New Zealand Defence Force that pulls its weight both internationally and domestically. So I want to acknowledge all the government parties for their work in the space, as well as those on the opposition benches who have expressed support thus far. The 15-year plan, sir, focuses on critical investments within the next 4 years. We regard it as a starting point, that is to say a floor, not a ceiling, and we note it will be reviewed every 2 years.
Supplementary. How much has been invested into the New Zealand Defence Force?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the Defence Capability Plan outlines planned commitments of $12 billion over the next 4 years, including a $9 billion increase to baseline funding. The plan will raise New Zealand's defence spending from the current level of approximately 1% of GDP to 2% of GDP within 8 years. Over the next 4 years, significant upgrades, or rather investments, include the maritime helicopter and 757 fleets being replaced, enabling our Army to communicate securely and work effectively with our partners, acquiring uncrewed systems such as drones, and also upgrades to the defence estate.
Supplementary. Why is this investment so important?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, New Zealand is part now of a very different and inherently more dangerous world than was previously the case. As the Prime Minister noted earlier today in question time, there can be no economic security without national security. As a global trading nation, of course, we rely on a stable regional and international system underpinned by collective security, open trading relations and governed by transparent rules and norms that reflect our values. So we're a Pacific nation and as such we sit within the Indo-Pacific region. We have a vast maritime environment featuring the world's 4th largest search and rescue area and the 8th largest exclusive economic zone in the world. And recognising the risks within the region, this is a plan for the world as it is, not that which we would wish it to be.
Supplementary. How will this defence capability plan support the growth of the New Zealand defence industry?
Mr Speaker, answering on behalf of the Minister, an astute question. This requires a strong partnership with industry, which is why a defence industry strategy is now being developed following the release of the plan. Doing so will support the government's economic growth agenda as well, including by promoting innovative and advanced technologies and fostering exports. New Zealand companies are already exporting some of those products to other markets, and it makes sense that they be enabled and encouraged to do so to New Zealand as well. For that reason, we'll continue to partner with industry to ensure they have certainty on where we're heading and therefore that we can provide the support our Defence Force needs.
Supplementary, Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the question to the Minister, how will this new funding directly benefit the Kiwi men and women who serve in the New Zealand Defence Force?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, our people are committed, well-trained professionals and this plan will provide them with the support that we know that they need to deploy safely and effectively, both at home and abroad. I note in particular that investments in the defence estate will enable the conditions and the environment in which our people need to live, work and train. And the overall message sent by this Defence Capability Plan is that our brave Kiwi women and men of the Defence Force know that they are supported to do the important work that they do on behalf of our country.
Question number 9, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia i ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why is the Ministry for Social Development turning down 31% of emergency housing applications?
Well, as I've said to that member last week on the similar line of questioning, we are very, very proud of the progress that we're making on emergency housing. It has been fantastic to see 2,000 kids come out of motels and actually put into safe, dry homes, and 2,500 families as well.
Is rough sleeping increasing under his government?
Well, what I can say is that there is 2,000 kids that are no longer in motels, they are in proper houses. There is 2,500 families that are now out of those motels and in proper houses. They're in the private rental market, they're in state housing, they're in social housing with community housing providers. We're very proud of that track record. This was a blight on the previous government and we've fixed it.
Does he know where the over 90 people who are denied emergency housing every month end up sleeping?
I know that there are 2,000 kids out of emergency housing. I know there's 2,500 families out of emergency housing. And importantly, we know that 80% of the people that have left emergency housing now have proper homes to live in. As for the other 20%, nothing has changed. Our people are able to access accommodation supplement and housing support through our normal services.
Just a bit of calm would be good. The shouting across the House is not particularly useful in elucidating any answer. The Honourable Marama Davidson.
Can he guarantee that any person who leaves their home due to family violence will be given access to emergency housing?
What I can say is that our government support has not changed, and that for people who need housing support, they will be able to access it.
Does he stand by his statement that nothing has changed? People who need help with accommodation can come to the Ministry of Social Development and get the support and help they need, end quote. And if so, Why were 507 emergency housing applications declined just in February this year?
In answer to the first part of the question, yes.
Question number 10, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Social Development and Employment and asks, does she stand by her employment action plan that states, quote, "We will support people across different population groups, different regions and facing different challenges to use their skills so that people can lead happier, healthier and more productive lives? If so, why?"
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, yes, absolutely. That's why our government is relentlessly focused on growing the economy and supporting more New Zealanders into jobs. Our economy is stronger when more people are working, and as we unleash economic growth, it is important that as many Kiwis as possible share in the benefits. The Employment Action Plan articulates a number of work programs by different ministers to ensure we are working together to provide greater opportunities for more New Zealanders.
How does the loss of 230 jobs at Kinleith Mill in the Waikato and the further loss of another 230 jobs at Winston Pulp in Ruapehu contribute to her Employment Action Plan goal to, quote, "grow regional economies by improving resilience and increasing productivity"?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm very aware that for those of people who have lost their jobs or are in the process, given the changes in Kinleith, it's incredibly challenging, which is why I'm proud of the Ministry of Social Development's early response team, who are already working on the ground very directly with those who are impacted or potentially impacted.
How does the loss of hundreds of regional jobs supplying locally sourced healthy school lunches, such as Gisborne's Black Fig Catering and Events, which has gone from producing 1,200 meals daily to zero, contribute to the Employment Action Plan's goal to, quote, grow regional economies by improving resilience and increasing productivity?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm proud of the Employment Action Plan, where we have multiple ministers working across to ensure that we are getting traction and supporting more Kiwis into works. If that member has a question more specifically about an initiative, she needs to direct it to the minister responsible.
What support did her Employment Action Plan offer the business owner of Loaded Nutrition in Northland that was forced to close after losing their school lunch contract, who stated, quote, "All of our employees had been on benefits, including someone who would likely never have been employed as she had no work experience, but we gave her a chance and she was amazing. She absolutely loved it."
Mr Speaker, I'd invite that member to put the relevant question to the relevant minister.
Why has she promised in her Employment Action Plan that it will enable Kiwis to, quote, share in New Zealand's prosperity when her government has increased unemployment, given tax cuts to landlords and cut regional jobs in favour of corporates such as Compass?
Oh, Mr Speaker, I absolutely refute the comments that member makes, and I think her view of history is a little tainted, so let me just take the House back a step. The unemployment numbers of 5.1% are exactly what was forecast by Treasury under the previous government. Unfortunately, we are dealing with the realities of high government spending, inflation, high interest rates. It leads to a recession. It leads to higher unemployment. None of us in the House want to be in that position, but our Employment Action Plan means that across the House, across the three parties in the coalition, we are taking constructive, deliberate action to support more Kiwis into work, and our Going for Growth action plan is very much focused on how we ensure that we have more jobs and higher incomes and more money in Kiwis' pockets.
Question number 11, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police and asks, what feedback has he seen on the community beat teams?
Mr Speaker,
Mark Mitchell.
thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister and I joined our outstanding Wellington community beat teams. We got to see the positive interaction between our frontline police officers and the public. They know their patch and they build strong, trusted relationships with the entire community they serve, whether it be rough sleepers, our retail workers or those coming into the inner city for work or pleasure. I'm proud of the work they do, and the result of a recent Stuff online poll shows that most Kiwis are as well.
Supplementary. Has he been out on the beat with the Wellington team before?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, yes, I have. I was with them last year. We visited several businesses and I got to hear the positive feedback from shop owners and their staff, and in one store, as a result of the work police had done with the staff, they were able to reopen a second entrance that had been closed due to theft and safety concerns.
Supplementary. What has the Wellington Community Beat team achieved?
Mr. Speaker, they've made a massive contribution towards making Wellington safer.
That's right.
Last year, alongside a 54% increase in foot patrols, aggravated robberies in the Wellington district dropped by 33.6%. Being visible is a critical part of successful policing.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Has the Minister received any positive feedback about the Wellington Beat teams from the Member of Parliament for Wellington Central?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, that's enough. Sit down. Well, it better not be in the same vein.
No.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Is it the government's policy to defund the police? And if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker.
Right. No, hang on. Sorry. What was that question? I didn't...
Do it again.
Well,
is it the government's...
Mr McCallum, would you like to leave the House or not? Don't make a noise while a question's being asked.
Is it the government's policy to defund the police? And if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, no, it's not this government's policy to defund the police.
Thank you.
Our government's policy is to invest in the police. Our government's policy was to make sure the police had the powers they needed and a government behind them to go out there and start to deal with the massive increase in violent crime that this country has experienced. And they're doing an outstanding job in doing that.
Supplementary. What message does he have for our community beat teams?
Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge and thank all our community beat teams for their dedication, hard work and the passion they bring to keeping our communities safe.
Question 12, Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Media and Communications. Does he stand by his statement that the government is taking, quote, immediate action to support New Zealand's media and content production sectors, unquote? And if so, how many people in the news sector have lost their jobs in the 281 days since he made that statement?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Yes, which is why I moved swiftly to introduce the Broadcasting Repeal of Advertising Restrictions Amendment Bill to repeal restrictions on Sunday advertising, why the government made changes to the eligibility criteria for the screen production rebate, which saw shows such as Shortland Street benefit as a result, and why the government's currently consulting on proposals for a media reform package to progress changes to modernise regulation and content funding arrangements. In part, in response to the second part of the question, based on news reports I'm aware of, approximately 71 jobs have been lost at NZME, 48 at TVNZ, 4 from the spin-off and 27 from Whakata Māori. All of those people have our sympathy. Everyone's aware that the media landscape is very challenging, given the combination of changing audience habits and a tough economic environment. And the government's focus on growth is the best response to that latter change.
Supplementary. What then is your message or his message to the nearly 100 NZME journalists who have lost their jobs since he became the Minister? And what immediate action did he take to prevent the loss of those jobs?
Well, ultimately decisions about private companies hiring of and the amount of workers that they have in their businesses is for those private companies. What the government can do, of course, is deal with inconsistencies across the regulation and legislation, which is why we're making changes to the Broadcasting Act, the various pieces of legislation that I've discussed before, and why we're consulting over those changes, which I would point out the previous government didn't get round to. But more importantly, of course, many of those companies rely on advertising revenue, and that's why a strong, growing economy is the best response.
This is good.
Supplementary. What is his message to the 50 journalists and staff at TVNZ who lost their jobs on 7 November last year, and what immediate action did he take to keep those people employed?
Well, my message to those people is I wish them all the very best in their next opportunities, and the TVNZ is a company that is doing well to adjust to a rapidly changing situation, and I don't think any person in this House would be confused when they look and see the dramatic changes in the way that people get their information and they get their news, and that companies such as TVNZ and all media companies have to adjust, which is what precisely they're doing.
Supplementary question. The Right Honourable Winston.
Could I ask the Minister if he had, or the government had, the millions that were spent on the failed merger available, could they have kept some of those journalists still in employment?
Well, here we go.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, when I called you... excuse me.
The questions are wrong. Question, there was no merger.
Look, hang on, wait on. I haven't heard you. I haven't called you. Wait
my
until there's a bit of
apologies.
silence.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Now, point of order, the Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Good.
Mr. Speaker, the question is a wrong question. There was no merger.
Listen, no, we're not going to get into points of order over... Sorry, Mr. Jackson, quieten down or leave. The question's been asked. Is there an answer?
Yes. Well, it would be obviously a huge help to the country to have $20 million available that had not been wasted in a failed effort from the previous government.
Thank you. Supplementary, Reuben Davidson.
Who is taking more immediate action in the local media sector? Honourable Paul Goldsmith or foreign billionaire Jim Grennan?
Well, I think the member needs to bone up on his question. Ultimately, an independent person engaging in changes in an independent a company is up to them, and that's something that I got every confidence that NZME's shareholders will be able to cope with. But what we're focused on is doing what we can to create an environment where the media can continue to succeed. Part of that is having a strong, growing economy where advertising revenues pick up, and the other part is dealing with some of those imbalances that have been around for a very long time and the previous government didn't get round to.
Supplementary. Does he agree with Miles Thomas that, quote, Melissa Lee said she could not do anything, Paul Goldsmith said he won't do anything for a little while longer, end quote, and if so, how long does he expect it to be before he gets fired for inaction and incompetence, just like she did?
No, the Minister doesn't need to respond to that question. That brings question for oral answer to a close.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Okay. Members, the committee is resumed. When we rose for the dinner break, we had concluded our time with the Minister of Health. The Minister of Education is now available for 1 hour to respond to members' questions. Katie Nimmin.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. As the Chair of the Education and Workforce Select Committee, it has been my great privilege to chair the hearings and scrutiny that we have held for education. Of course, we are responsible also for workforce and other areas, but we spent substantial time scrutinising the education sector. This included of course, the Ministry of Education, Tertiary Education Commission. We have had some smaller review briefings with Education New Zealand, Education Payroll Limited, Network for Learning, and to come Education Review Office and NZQA. Of course, we've also heard from the ministers, the Minister for Education, Erica Stanford, Associate Minister David Seymour, and also Penny Simmons for Tertiary Education. To take you through some of the topics, of course, you know, a big part of what we do is financial scrutiny. We get the annual reports, we go through those, we have our questions, and a number of questions are raised during scrutiny. We spend considerable time with the Ministry of Education, which no doubt will be central to the topics of conversation today. Of course, audit results, we have a good record. But to talk about the topics and what we covered more detailed, of course, we really talked about the ministry as a system leader. One of the really big key interests for the committee was on transitions between early childhood to primary, primary to intermediate, intermediate to high school on to tertiary. And of course, what the Ministry of Education is doing to lead those transitions. Of course, readiness for school and readiness for the change in education is a big part of what we have heard curriculum and the curriculum refresh as well. So we heard a lot about learning support for children. As I mentioned, the curriculum for primary and secondary schools, the curriculum refresh particularly, and the expected curriculum levels was something that was well traversed by the Education Select Committee, as well as mentioned the early childhood education area and the transitioning readiness for primary school. We talked a lot about NCEA and achievement at secondary school. That was something that was again well covered by the Select Committee. We of course talked about expanding and supporting the teaching workforce. The things that we talked about in detail as well included challenges affecting achievement, because of course achievement was raised, and of course the targets and where we're aiming to go as a government. And of course a part of that was out of school factors as much as good school culture, student well-being, and then of course inevitably covered within that area was attendance and truancy. We heard a considerable amount about the target to increase student attendance, what was involved in that, the school attendance services as well. Further topics covered was school property and procurement. We heard a lot about that and the improvements made in that area, the value gained, some considerable interesting areas that we were covering about what's been able to be delivered since the change in government. Further things that we considered as well was the ministry's personnel. Of course, that's naturally topical for all areas covered over annual reviews. Communications about political neutrality given the time of this annual review. Revising school accountability requirements, school transport, homeschooling, and ka ora ka ako. Noting, of course, hearings with the Minister of Education and the Associate Minister of Education and their various delegations across those topics. Touching briefly on Tertiary Education Commission. This obviously goes on further from the transitions between the different areas and ages and stages of education. We heard about TEC's operations. Course completion and retention was something that was well covered by the committee. Careers advice for learners and that connection between high school and tertiary education. And of course, managing and coordinating change in the tertiary sector, compliance and monitoring of providers, which was something that was very topical, including universities and the success of universities, as well as naturally the disestablishment of Te Pūkenga, how that's been progressing and what the future plans were expected at that time. We then heard from the Minister of Tertiary Education and Skills at the time, Many questions were pointed obviously there because the delegations for tertiary education fell solely with that minister at the time. And then, as I mentioned, some smaller pro forma and following review briefings for education payroll, Network for Learning, Education New Zealand, ERO, etc. And so with that, I will pass it back to the House.
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a government that has put student achievement back at the heart of the education system. I remember coming into my ministership and reading in the briefing to the incoming minister that we were not delivering excellent or equitable outcomes in education. And that's a pretty grim thing to read in a briefing to an incoming minister. But, Madam Chair, over the last 13, 14 months, we have put in place a significant reform package to raise student achievement and to close the equity gap in this country. And I'm enormously proud of what we've achieved in that short time. We have our 6 priority areas that we have been focusing on, and the first, Madam Chair, is the curriculum. Underpinning everything that we do is our world-leading, knowledge-rich curriculum based on the science of learning, the geeky stuff about how the brain learns, a year-by-year knowledge-rich curriculum that sets out exactly what must be taught and when. Now, we used to have, up until this year, because it's been implemented, the new English and Maths curriculum, we used to have a curriculum that was delivered in phases, leaving learning to chance. So it mattered where you went to school, it mattered which part of the country, which classroom, which school you were in, as to what curriculum would be delivered. Madam Chair, I'm pleased that as of term 1 this year, we now have a curriculum that is consistent across the country. No matter where your child goes to school, they are getting access to a world-leading, knowledge-rich curriculum. Now, the feedback, Madam Chair, has been phenomenal. The level of detail in those curricula have been well received by the sector. The feedback that I've had around the country has that teachers are enormously grateful for the work that we put into this. It is, of course, at the end of this year, we'll be out again for consultation if there's any further tweaks we need to make. We have also just recently released the English and Maths curriculum that go all the way up to year 13 as well. Madam Speaker, one of the biggest changes, though, in the past 14 months has been the introduction of structured literacy. We have a literacy crisis in this country, or have had, but mandated this year, every child who goes to school and learns to read will learn through structured literacy, underpinned by the science of learning, integrated into the curriculum with world-leading providers who are helping upskill our teachers through a program of professional learning and development where we have trained or are in training 18,000 primary school teachers, with another 6 to come in the next tranche. Now, Madam Speaker, in everything that we do, we hold ourselves to account, and I have been incredibly careful to make sure that ERO are watching everything that we do. I've specifically asked them to make sure that when we are implementing these changes that they are keeping an eye on us, because if anything isn't going to plan or isn't going right, we will hold ourselves to account and make changes. Not only am I going to the sector and getting real-time feedback, but ERO are also keeping an eye on what we're doing, and I'm pleased that just today they've given me their very early findings into their review of the implementation of structured literacy. And they have reported that almost 2/3 of teachers, or 64%, report that structured literacy approaches have already changed their teaching practices a lot. Half of teachers report structured literacy approaches have improved student engagement a lot. 3/4 of teachers say structured literacy approaches have improved literacy for most students. That's just, there's much more to it, Madam Speaker, Chair, but it is extraordinarily positive. On top of that, this year we have delivered over 500,000 maths books, course books, textbooks, guides for teachers of over 4 different providers that they get to choose from. Those are curriculum aligned, world leading resources to help implement the new curriculum. Now, Madam Speaker, everything that we have done in maths and everything that we have done in English, we have made sure that those teachers who are teaching in Te Reo Māori are not missing out. And it's one thing I always remember in opposition, with those who are teaching in Māori medium and kura kaupapa saying we are always an afterthought. We might get resources, if we're lucky, years down the track. And I always knew in my mind that we would ensure that everything we did was mirrored in Te Reo Māori as well. And I'm very proud that we have delivered
Honourable Erica Stenkin.
That we have delivered Te Reo decodables that are consistent across the country for the first time in this country's history. We've done exactly the same in mathematics. The mathematics textbooks, workbooks, teacher guides have been developed by Te Reo and Māori academics and specialists and have been delivered to Māori medium and kura kaupapa across the country. Not only that, but we've also devised our phonics check, which is available in mainstream, but now also in Te Reo Māori as well. And that is a world first. 4 checks over Tamariki's first 2 years at school to make sure that they are on track with their reading. We will continue to ensure that everything we do in English medium, we are mirroring in Māori medium when it comes to resourcing of the curriculum when we make changes. And not only that, Madam Speaker, but any assessment tools will also be provided. There's been a huge amount of change in the last 18 months, or just under 18 months, and I just want to finish by saying that I owe a huge debt of gratitude to our principals, our teachers, our teacher aides, our support workers, because they are on the ground implementing this world-leading change. And mark my words, it is world-leading. I have been to conferences around the world and other countries are coming to us because what we are doing is world-leading. Our 6 priority areas and all we're doing in Māori medium is world-leading. And I want to thank every one of those teachers, principals and support workers who are helping on the ground to get this embedded, because it is a big change. But in the end, those tamariki in our schools are the ones that are going to benefit from this world-leading education system. So I just wanted to finish by saying thank you so much to all those in the education system, including the Ministry, for the phenomenal work that they've done in helping us with this significant reform package that is going to mean that so many children who are starting school today or in school today will be able to go on to live the life that they want.
Lawrence Shunan, thank you for your patience.
Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for a very fulsome answer, and particularly the sentiments right in the end. I can only hope that the teachers and principals and our support staff feel that they are being heard by the Minister. I have a few questions for the Minister, but I want to start with Te Aotearoa Māori. I have a few questions, and I hope that the Minister will be able to answer them succinctly. The first question to the Minister is around the funding cuts. Now, it has been frequently reported that there is $30 million, but can I just confirm from the Minister that if you're looking at the fact that it's part of MCA and the fact that if you're tracking it to 2029, 2030 year, we are actually looking at $150 million in cut to Te Aotearoa Māori. So with that amount of cut, that will be the first confirmation. The second confirmation is the Minister has frequently used the particular stat around why Te Aotearoa Māori is cancelled. In terms of the completion rate, but can I ask the Minister to clarify what is the criteria for registration and what is the criteria for completion? I'll start with those questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. While the Minister is thinking about her answers to that one, I want to add some questions around Te Aotearoa. In particular, I want to ask the question about the language you used was mirrored in Te Reo Māori and consistent across the country. What does she mean by mirror when talking about Te Reo Māori resources? And what feedback has she received from Māori medium education on those mirrored resources that they have received? Further to that, I want to ask about Te Aotearoa because, as we know, these resources were funded through cuts to Te Aotearoa, but the Minister said we will look to recontract this. Where is that at?
Madam Chair. Honourable Erica Stanford.
Thank you. Just in response to, I guess, both questions combined, it's important to note that the development of the maths resources for those tamariki learning in Māori medium or kura kaupapa that they will have received, their textbook, their workbook, their teacher guide to help improve their rates of mathematics, was funded directly out of the money that came out of Te Aotearoa Māori. So all of those books, and I know that the members like to call it a cut, it was a reprioritisation away from something where the teachers, and it wasn't only teachers who were undertaking this course, it was whānau members, it was caretakers, it was a range of different people that weren't necessarily in front of the child in the school. Only 60% of them were completing the course. And unfortunately, it was so poorly contracted in the first place that it was difficult to know between providers or be able to compare between providers because it wasn't contracted well. And the Ministry has changed under our watch the way that we do our contracting. But the way that the opposition are describing this as a cut is not right. All of that money has been reprioritised into frontline, every single dollar. Because I'm interested, Willow Jean, I am interested in outcomes for children on the front line. And when a very small percentage of Māori students are at curriculum for mathematics by the time they go to high school, I care about those results. And yes, we reprioritise $30 million into making sure every single child, including all those tamariki in the mainstream, have access to high quality, world-leading curriculum-aligned maths resources because we know from the evidence that accelerates learning and gets our kids where they need to be. So it's not so much of a cut as it is taking money from something that I don't think was functioning into something that is directly impacting students in the class. Now, I have said that we will recontract Te Aotearoa Māori, and we are working on that and we'll look to do so, but and the member is going to need to wait until after around the budget for that. Well, that's how budgets work. You need to wait for them in order to fund things.
Lawrence Yunnan.
In that case, the Minister has not answered my question. Was there $150 million of reprioritization away from Te Aotearoa Māori? And I just want to follow on from that. Now, one of the things that we're doing here is we also would like to see transparency in terms of how tax dollars are being spent as well, because it's an important part of the scrutiny process. I want to check, out of the $30 million that was reprioritized, let's say, from Te Aotearoa Māori into math resources, only $24.8 million has been spent on resources. Potentially $2 million has been spent on restocking. What was the remainder of the $3 million being spent on? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Erica Stanford.
In answer to that member's question, there is $30 million a year that has been allocated, that was allocated to Te Aotearoa Māori, that has now been reallocated into maths. Some of that has been allocated to the resources, the workbooks, the textbooks, and the very detailed teacher guides that are and the hard materials also that are available to schools. And I'd just like to say something. I think we're around about 95% of schools have placed their orders and received their materials. The other question was around where the rest of that is, because you mentioned 24.8 was into resourcing. The rest of it has gone into professional learning and development. Now this is really crucial because it's all very well to just put out a brand new curriculum. It's all very well to resource it. But one of the key things you have to do at the same time if you want to get system change, not only the resources, not only the curriculum, but the professional learning and development has to sit alongside that. Now we've made sure that that professional learning and development that is happening over the course of this year is happening in the mainstream. It's also happening in Te Reo Māori settings as well, in Māori medium and kura kaupapa settings as well. And we also have made sure, so we're making sure that that's going into the Te Reo Māori PLD. And also out of that, of course, is all of the Māori medium resources, as I say, the mirroring of those maths books, workbooks, textbooks, teacher guides into Reo Māori as well.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
I just note the Minister didn't answer my question about what does she mean by mirrored in Te Reo Māori. Are these Māori resources or Pākehā resources translated into Māori?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. They are not resources that have been translated from the English version into Te Reo Māori. The Ministry, under my direction, have gone out and contracted specialists, Māori academics and Māori specialists in Te Reo Māori, in structured literacy and pangaru as well. All of those resources have been created by the most incredible, and I've met some of them, Māori academics and Māori specialists, so it has certainly not been a simple translation from English.
Grant McCallum.
Madam Chair, just for the Minister, I'm interested to know one of the important factors we're focused on is student achievement. What was it that led to you bringing such a big focus to the numeracy aspect of and the structured numeracy aspect? What were the results that you found that led to that?
Honourable Erica Stanford.
It's fair to say that mid last year we had a bit of a shock when we saw the SIPS results. So the SIPS results are a assessment that we do with a randomised number of students, it's about 2,000 or 3,000, in different subject areas, and the maths one was particularly bad. And I look at the Year 8 results. Those Year 8 results had about 22% of kids at curriculum for mathematics before they went into high school. Now, it was shocking, but were we particularly surprised, given what we'd heard from principals who were saying to me, Erica, when I was in opposition, not Minister, Erica, we are getting students who are turning up at high school who don't know their basic facts, have got huge parts, chunks of their learning that are just missing. They don't know their times tables, they haven't automatised those. We haven't been making sure that there's instant recollection of basic facts, which we know now from the science of learning you have to have if you're going to be able to solve complex problems and not get cognitive overload. So we knew in opposition that there was a problem. When we saw these results, 22%, and I think it was around 12% of our tamariki Māori, at curriculum for mathematics before they went into high school. Those were particularly galling, and we knew at that point that we couldn't wait. And frankly, I don't know how the Ministry did it, but they have. We have the new curriculum in place this year, 500,000 maths books that we went out to market to, and I think around July or August last year. They were aligned to the curriculum, they were printed, they were delivered, and then delivered out of our warehouse in the hut to schools around the country in January this year. So basically what drove it were those awful results that frankly we weren't particularly surprised about, but we are now doing something about it.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Madam Chair, just a question about those maths books provided to Māori medium schools. How many of them were printed upside down and how much did that cost? And further to that, what feedback has she got from principals and teachers about those maths resources from Māori medium education?
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
One quick question, because I know that other people may have questions as well. Just confirming with the Minister before that the remainder of the $3 million I asked before has been used on PLD.
Hana Rafferty Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe e te pika, tēnā rā hoki koe te minita. I'm just going to quickly ask some brief first initial questions to the Minister. And one of them is around Waikato Tainui having partnership agreement with 14 kawinata schools in Waikato in South Auckland, setting mutual education objectives. Among these are Waikato histories taught as a part of the school curriculum. What can the Minister report back in the progress reports that ERO provide on its curriculum development work with iwi, arising from Paureo evaluations, and in particular the teaching of New Zealand war histories, Te Pūtake o Te Riri? within Hauraki Waikato and in these schools nationwide? That's the first question. And then the second question is, the annual report explains that ERO's He Taurahire Tangata Māori strategy also delivers on commitments to Whainga Amorangi Plan, Crown commitment to increase its own te reo Māori capability. What feedback can the Minister progress reports in from iwi and kura on the ERO can provide on the status of Te Ao Māori's capability? That was a bit of a mouthful. Thank you.
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to the member's question about the Māori maths resources, the feedback that we've had has been excellent. The resources, I've got some of them here, as I say, developed by experts. And I know that the opposition are looking to find issues everywhere. I'm not aware of anything that's been printed upside down. It's not been brought to my attention. But what I had expected, I guess, if you're interested in student achievement and well-being, is around details about actually what's in the curriculum. Like, good, smart questions might be, hey, Minister, on page 29, we don't think this should be in this part, it should be somewhere else. But instead we're getting questions about whether or not things were printed upside down, rather than celebrating the fact that these were developed by world-leading experts in Pangaru, but here we are worried about something that may have been printed upside down. It tells us a lot about the opposition.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're on curriculum, let's actually talk about curriculum. I want to ask the questions to the Minister around the Ministerial Advisory Group for the curriculum. Let's say start with literacy. The Minister says world-leading experts, but let's face it, in the beginning it was just essentially one or two people. There might be a whole team of them, but it was mainly led by one or two people, and I think we all know who they are. Can I just check that was the Ministerial Advisory Group also took part in the writing of the curriculum, which is a big no-no, and what is the conflict of interest process for that, because we are also understanding that there are people who are part of the writing of the curriculum whose company are now being contracted to deliver them.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Honourable Erica Stanford.
Madam Chair, I put together a ministerial advisory group. When I first became the Minister, they were only in place for a very short period of time and did one report for me on the state of the curriculum and where they saw it going, and their work was then finished. It is up to the Ministry to contract writers on different curricular areas, and for the English curriculum that we just put out recently, for example, there were around 20 different writers over different periods of time. I went through a number of different iterations through many different writers, and now it's out for consultation to the broader sector, and the feedback we've had so far has actually been really good. I had the principal of the largest school in the country text me to say how good it was. I've also had the principal of a large intermediate in Auckland also email me just the other day to say how good they thought the new English curriculum was. So I think that's a product of the fact that we had so many voices in the process. The other thing, I guess, just to remind the member, is that it's not up to the Minister to pick writers on these groups. It's up to the Ministry. They make those decisions.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up. Since the Minister mentioned in terms of the senior English curriculum, can the Minister enlighten the House on why the New Zealand Association for Teachers of English pulled out, citing that there is a lack of transparency, there's a lack of ability to consult, there's a lot of secrecy behind that consultation? When we're looking at the Association for the Teachers of English for high schools, the entire association pulling out, how would the Minister justify having lots of people being a part of it and getting all of this feedback, which is anecdotal, let's say, from one school, but then when we have the entire national association that pulled out of the development, that's pretty alarming. How would the Minister justify that?
Madam Chair. Well, it's not really alarming at all. The fact is, and we had this over all of the curricular areas, that there are many people who are involved in the curriculum area, and on occasion they disagree, and it happens. The English Association, it was a shame that they didn't want to be involved. They were involved earlier on in the subject learning outcomes that we had written over the Christmas period when we became the government, because we could see that the rollout of Level 1 NCA was such a disaster. They were involved in that. Look, it's up to them, and the questions need to be put to them around whether or not, why they wanted to be involved or not. But I would note that their feedback so far on the English curriculum has been pretty muted, because frankly I don't think there's much in the English curriculum to be upset about, because it, as I say, is world-leading, knowledge-rich, year by year. It's out for consultation. Lots of people can now have their say about what they do and don't like, and I suggest that member might want to go and look at the English curriculum himself and feedback as well. Yeah, thank you.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
To understand what is the definition the Minister uses for the science of learning when she often refers to it, and can she please explain step by step how implementing the science of learning will meaningfully change how students are being taught, particularly in terms of the curriculum we've been talking about?
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. While I'm just waiting for the Minister to answer that question, can she also talk about what consideration has been given to neurodivergent students when considering the implementation of the science of learning?
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Madam Speaker, there is a huge wealth of research and information around the science of learning. There is decades of cognitive...
Minister hasn't finished her sentence yet, so let's...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Decades of cognitive research around how the brain learns, and the science of learning is basically a reflection of how the brain learns and how much information you can hold in your very short-term memory, and the importance of locking things in your long-term memory. So the science of learning is really underpinned by that research, and that research basically tells us when we are teaching things like structured literacy and structured maths, the importance of storing things in our long-term memory. And the way that you teach that is through explicit teaching. And I guess to answer to the member's question, previous minister's questions around how that will change in the classroom, you are already seeing. We have seen a shift away from a classroom that is project-based, sit on a beanbag, child-led, to a far more structured learning environment where there is a curriculum that tells you exactly what to teach, and then periods of time, not the whole day of course, but in terms of a structured literacy lesson, depending on the age of the child, of course it's age dependent on how long you do your explicit whole class teaching for, and I know the member will be interested in the shift away from grouping to whole class teaching, so we're not leaving children behind but accelerating their learning. To make sure that that explicit learning is taking place in a structured way. The way that you will see it in the classroom I've seen so many times is that there is a huge amount of serve and return. The teacher is constantly asking questions, getting a response, giving instructions, say this, write this, follow me, sit down, do this, so that the students are constantly engaged in their learning. There is very little ability for them to be distracted. And I was in Goodwood School, for example, in Hamilton, and the principal said to me, I was watching a structured literacy lesson, and she said to me, there are 3 children in this lesson that have ADHD, severe ADHD. Can you pick those students? They were all totally focused on their learning. The pace, the serve and return, say this, write this, repeat this after me, was so important. You're going to see that, and you will see that more and more in our classrooms as we embed the science of learning, structured literacy, structured mathematics, and this explicit teaching. What that doesn't mean, of course, is sit in rows and chant things, as the opposition will often like to characterise it, but it is putting an importance on that thing we always knew was important, about how to store things and the importance of storing things in your long-term memory, like your times tables. And so, for so many schools I know have turned away from making sure that that is embedded in the long-term memory. And we know through practice and games and explicit teaching, having that knowledge embedded in long-term memory so that we don't get cognitive overload is so important. It's exactly the same with structured literacy. having the sounds of the words embedded in your long-term memory to bring forward, to sound out words, to make meaning for them, and be able to read them. And Madam Chair, this is so important for our neurodiverse learners. As I already mentioned, the lessons, the structure of the lessons, the same thing happens every day, is so good for our neurodiverse learners. Structured literacy was developed for dyslexic learners, and we know that it is the way to teach all of our children to read. And so when we're talking about neurodiverse learners, the science of learning, structured literacy, structured maths, explicit teaching, and a structured day is so important for them.
Hannah Rafferty, Maipi Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up with the Minister around my questions around the 14 kawenata within the Hauraki Waikato Tainui Kura and their report or podial elevations within the New Zealand's histories, and then also the annual report around ERO's Here Tangata Māori strategy and the report on that. And while we are on the curriculum pātai that has been brought up, I just kind of want to ask some pātai around the NCEA and something that I guess Kura Kaupapa have constantly talked to me about and constituents is around having a high success rate in NCEA. And one of those strategies was to develop and provide their own curriculum in NCEA, which is Te Ao Haka. So can the Minister provide certainty that or confirmation that the Te Ao Haka program will remain as students gaining credits as a university endorsed credits? So the difference between university endorsed and credits is that those NCEA programs are able to provide those credits for that student to get into university. And those programs in Kura Kaupapa have been Te Ao Haka. And I think there's just a bit of uncertainty whether or not that will follow through as a university entrance-based curriculum that can go through. And I guess that is part and parcel as to why Kura Kaupapa NCEA achievement levels have been so high, because we've been able to develop curriculums like this that work with our students, that's very engaged, that have had a huge success rate. And I don't know if there is a huge certainty that those programs will remain in university entrance-based or credit-based. And that's a huge difference for not just Māori tauira, but any tauira who wishes to take Te Ao Haka program, that those credits will be awarded to them for university entrance. So just trying to provide certainty on those two different outcomes for that specific Te Ao Haka program. Yep.
Honourable Erica Stanford.
On the subject of NCEA, Madam Chair, we have a work program underway led by a group of principals who are advising us on policy, and they are doing an incredible job from around the country, a range of different schools, and they'll be advising us. So we are in the middle of that process. But I want to say to the member around Te Ao Haka and the curriculum changes, it's not a subject that we have been looking to remove. It's not been on our radar. In terms of kawanata, the Ministry providing me updates on that, but I would like to say that this government have taken an approach of our Māori Action Plan. Now that action plan is being led by my Māori MAG, or my Ministerial Advisory Group for all things Māori, except the carve out of Kura Kaupapa. I deal with Ngā Kura a Iwi and Turunanganui separately because of the relationship that we have. And they are advising me on how we can best raise achievement and close the equity gap for Māori students, and I direct the member to have a look at the Māori Action Plan, which is available.
Katie Nimmin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really want to change tack slightly and talk about school property and procurement. It's something we covered quite in depth with the Ministry. Really, we heard quite a lot about what we've been able to expand by a savings exercise and how much more we've been able to deliver. I wonder if the Minister, if you could update us on progress on that as a result of that programme.
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member and members in the House will know well that when we came into government, one of the things we weren't expecting was to have a huge pipeline of unfunded projects. I think the Ministry will be the first to admit not particularly great communication with schools. Since then, we've done a huge amount of work in looking at how we can move the property function out of the Ministry of Education. We'll have more to say on that in the future. But in the meantime, we have got a functional chief executive overseeing the property function, and we've seen extraordinary results. Last year we delivered, in 2024 we delivered more classrooms than we did in 2023. More of those classrooms were repeatable designs, were off-site manufactured builds, which has allowed us to do more. And there will be some announcements in the next couple of weeks around the more that we can do now that we're getting such good value for money. Now, these classrooms that are off-site manufactured builds are warm, dry, functional. The schools love them. In fact, if you just walk across the road to Wellington Girls, you will see the 14 classrooms delivered in multi-storey blocks that we delivered in just 12 weeks. The students left for the holiday break, they came back, and here are your 14 new classrooms, all built on time and on budget, delivered to site. That is the future of school property, because it means that we can do a lot more. When we build new schools, they will be very recognisable because we will have built them before. And so many times I have gone to open a school building that was started under the previous government, and the architect and the contractors pull me aside and go, "It's beautiful, but it was so expensive, Minister. You could have delivered 2 of these if you had done it in a different way," which is the way that we are doing it now. And that means that we are going to be able to... So the member is yelling at me, how many did you have to cancel? Now, when we came to government, there were 250 unfunded projects, promised, but completely unfunded. We've worked our way through those. We are still working our way through those. We had an injection of $400 million at the last budget for classrooms. We delivered more than in the previous year. You'll see what's happening in this year's budget in just a month or so's time. We invested about $790 million into maintenance and upgrades, which was almost double, but not quite, than the preceding 6 years. Wow. So not only are we getting better value for money out of the classrooms that we're building, because you may remember when we came to office, the classrooms were costing us $1.2 million. $1.2 million each for one classroom. It's ridiculous. We're down to 800,000 today, and we are driving even further. The more and more off-site manufactured builds we do and repeatable classrooms we do, the more value we are driving, the more classrooms we can deliver. And that goes for kura kaupapa as well. The more value we get, the more kura kaupapa classrooms we can deliver as well. But not only that, all of that maintenance, because it's really important. What we forgot to do over the last 6 years under the previous government was maintain the assets that we have. That injection of $780 million, as I say, was almost double the previous 6 years combined. That is going to make a difference for those students in those classrooms that were previously in substandard classrooms that are now being well maintained.
Shannon Halbert.
Madam Chair, Minister, relationship and sexuality guidelines, and I want to take you back to the annual review hearing, and read back to you a statement from yourself in response to questions from MP Jan Tinetti. You say, "I think you and I are very much on the same wavelength about this and share your concerns and those young girls' concerns. And you will see reflected in the curriculum that when you see ERO's report, you will see that that backs that up as well. There's a number of shortcomings. It's not only around consent, which I'm very concerned about, but also around young men saying that they actually want more information at an older level." Minister, I'm going to give you the opportunity to inform the House where you are up to with the relationship and sexuality guidelines. Did the ERO report, in fact, tell you to remove them?
Honourable Erika Stanford.
Where I'm up to with the RSE guidelines is that they have been removed. And the reason that they were removed is they were not a curriculum. They weren't year by year, they weren't knowledge rich, and they were suggesting that you should teach all of this material woven into the curriculum. Now you can imagine parents who are seeing this thinking, I want the ability, if I decide to pull my child out of a certain subject when it comes to RSE, to see in this document that it says actually you should be incorporating this throughout every curriculum area. That was worrying for parents, and that was some of the feedback that we got. It wasn't a knowledge-rich year-by-year curriculum. It wasn't clear about what was being taught and when. And that is what a good curriculum should be. Again, it wasn't a curriculum, it was guidelines, but it was being implemented as a curriculum, and that was causing so many problems. What we are doing, and an update for the member, is that we are rewriting the health and PE curriculum this year that will have the relationship and sexuality material embedded into it. And it will look much like all of the other curricular areas that we are writing. Knowledge rich, year by year, very detailed and specific about exactly what is being taught, so that if you are a parent and if you decide that it is your job to teach your children these things, you are well within your rights to pull your child out, if you so wish. But you will know, parents out there, exactly what is being taught and when, which is what parents have been asking for. Where we're up to is that there will be an RSE framework that is going to be put out for consultation in the very near future. Out for consultation. The reason that we're doing this, Madam Chair, also is what the feedback we've had from schools, and was clear in the ERO report. Schools feel trapped. They're trapped in between two factions who are very different views on the RSE curriculum. They have to consult on it. There is community angst. The schools feel like they're in the middle of it. And my message to schools is you should not be in that position. I am happy to take the heat. The government is happy to take the heat. We will go out and consult on what should be taught and when at each year level. And we will fully consult on that, like we have every other curricular area. I expect that we'll get a lot of feedback. We will incorporate it into the final draft. And then again, we will look at it again after a year to see if there needs to be any tweaks. And as with all curricular area that we've talked about, we won't be in 20 years ripping this all up and starting again like we're doing at the moment. These neat curricular areas all need to be tweaked on a regular rolling basis like most other countries do, so we're not in a position where every 20 years we have to go through this exercise of updating every single curricular area, which is really tough on teachers.
Shannon Halbert.
Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for responses to some of those questions. It didn't clearly give me a timeline of when she expected to put any form of alternative curriculum in place, because she has removed this year, so December. Thank you. And just referring back to the ERO report, I don't recall in that report the report saying itself that schools felt wedged in the middle. I wondered if she could cite that for us. Second, to that, Minister, I would appreciate you just articulating, did the report say that the guidelines needed to be strengthened and improved, or did they say that they needed to be removed? And a follow-up question to that is, can you as the Minister guarantee that your programme of work, the government's programme of work on relationship and sexuality education, will not negatively impact student well-being? Finally, Madam Chair, to the Minister, I would like to know which rainbow groups that she has met with, what was their feedback as a result, and what action has she taken since the time of discussing this in the annual review to respond to the concerns of the rainbow community?
Honourable Erika Stanford.
Just like to point out to that last comment, I don't write the curriculum. The Ministry appoint writers and consult and go and get writers to write that curriculum. So it's not up to me to decide what is in the curriculum. In terms of the question around will it negatively impact students, it's a health curriculum. They will talk about a lot of things, right from when children are 5 years old to being able to name body parts correctly, to understand about hygiene and making friends, and online, as they grow older, online safety. And as they get even older, the puberty talk and obviously the birds and the bees talk, and consent as well, which is going to be a really important issue. As the member also brought up, one of the findings of the AERO report was that what they found was that young men were getting material at a certain age, but they were slightly too young to get it. The girls wanted it at that age, but what their suggestion was we do it again when those young men are older, and we'll take that into consideration, the right as well when they're doing the curriculum. The AERO report reported that schools wanted more explicit guidance in the curriculum, and look, to be fair to the member, I may have been conflating the two, but my conversations with schools around the country is that they don't like being caught in the middle of, and the member will well know, those two very heated sides of the debate around what we should teach and when. And when I have said to those principals, how would you feel about me taking the heat, like we did with the cell phone ban? And they said, thank you so much, because actually this is taking up a huge amount of our time and energy, and it is what schools have said to me. I was down on the South Island at the end of last year, and they're very excited about having more explicit guidelines, content in the curriculum. Now that curriculum will be written this year. It will be out for consultation this year, and we will be appointing, or the Ministry will be appointing writers this year.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to shift the focus a little bit and discuss a kaora ka'ako with the Associate Minister of Education. Just want to check with the Associate Minister that during the procurement process, when organizations came forward to ask about the procurement and the bottom line, they were told that it has to be $3 per person, but we have seen the fact that Compass and the school, Compass Group in particular, has been awarded almost $4 per student. That's 84 extra cents for Compass Group per student, 44% of them, which make up about a $9.2 million additional bonus for Compass Group. How does it work? And how would you say to other organizations who could actually do it for $4? Just tell them that actually we decided to go with $3 plus an added bonus for Compass Group, being my first question. And also, when we are looking at the bulk catering sector, and when we're looking at $3 per student per day of funding, has there been any work that's being done compared that to other sectors? For example, Compass also runs hospital groups. Hospitals, how much food, what is the daily rate for hospitals in comparison to this? Are we looking at something that is significantly lower than other areas as well? So those are my two questions to start with the Associate Minister.
Honourable David Seymour.
In answer to the first question, beg your pardon, I've been waiting for a while. The Healthy School Lunch Program has been delivered at $3. It would be wrong to assert that there has been a quote-unquote bonus for Compass. Separate from the contract, which has been awarded at $3, there's an 84 cent additional payment for an extra piece of fruit or item for more senior students, and I think being able to deliver that value is a very good thing. The members heckling me saying not $3, well actually no, the contract has been delivered at $3. It's just that because we've saved a huge amount of money, we've actually been able to do additional items for older students. The second question was in relation to comparisons across different sectors. We haven't done that. The main comparison that I think people need to look at is that we are delivering the same nutritional quality for around about half the price that the previous government did. And and Shannon Halbert says outrageous. How outrageous? Doing things more productively, getting the same results for a lower price. And no wonder the government is in so much fiscal difficulty, having inherited a set of books from a government that thinks saving saving money and doing things smarter and cheaper to get the same result is quote-unquote outrageous, says Shannon Halbert. But to answer the member's question, the real comparison is that previously they were spending up to $8.61 per student. We have more than half that price.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan, I just want to notify members that we've got just over 5 minutes left on the education topics.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just check with what the Minister was saying before, that he delivered the same quality program, yet the reported is that what is formerly about 240 grams, what is formerly about 300 grams per student is now down to 240 grams per student. Now, the Minister can justify that the extra 60 grams is increased by additional things we give them. Is this additional item the extra 84 cents that you're giving to Compass Group? In which case, why don't you just put the extra amount back into the food that you're providing in the first place and making sure that the food is actually the right amount and that contains the right calories and nutrition for students?
Honourable David Seymour.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Well, that's very simply answered, that we have contracted at $3 meals equivalent to what were previously delivered, and we've continued to do that. But we've also been able to separately contract an additional piece of fruit or other item for which I hear students are very pleased to receive.
Hannah Rafferty Maipi Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Associate Minister give certainty to hapu and or iwi providers of school lunches that the wholesaler Gilmore's will not put up their prices term by term, making it difficult for hapu and or iwi to provide kai for tamariki?
Honourable David Seymour.
Well, the simple fact is we've contracted the School Lunch Collective to deliver at a certain rate. That is an issue between the collective and its various providers, including Gilmore's.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to quote to the Minister something he said at the hearing, which was, this doesn't work, it's not competitive. Is it competitive when the main player has gobbled up its main competitor and we now only have the School Lunch Collective able to deliver your lunches for $3?
Well, Madam Chair, the key to good opposition work is to do good research. The member's question suggests that she believes that the business Labelle was the main competitor of Compass. It was in fact a subcontractor to Compass within the School Lunch Collective, but you keep working on that research.
Honourable Willow Jean
Prime. That they are no longer operating, and so now we only have Compass.
Honourable Minister.
Well, Compass was always the main contractor. There is now one less subcontractor, but if the member had come along to the launch of the School Lunch Collective Kaora Ka'ako contracts at the Beehive a wee while back, I apologise. I understood the member was invited. If the member wasn't, then I'll be sure to invite him next term. However, you know, what you would have seen is over 20 Kiwi businesses that are feeding into the School Lunch Collective, and it's been a fabulous, I guess, cooperation right across the School Lunch Collective.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you. The Minister has previously said that everything will be sorted by term 2. What does sorted mean?
Well, it's very simple, that we are delivering the meals that are contracted in and expected. You know, that's more than delivering. I mean, the members might be interested to know, yesterday, if memory serves, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, but I think it was 99.04. What was that? Will you say that again? Oh, no, your friend's interrupting. What do you want to say? No, not at all. There's also the nutritional quality. There's also the satisfaction of the students. You know, there's many metrics, but here's a really important one: affordability. You see, the member over there was responsible for a school lunch program, and she was so unsuccessful in persuading her finance minister at the time to put money aside that there was no money in the budget that Labor government left for school lunches in 2025. You know, if they were seriously committed to this project, they would have put some money aside, but they didn't. and that's because they failed at the number one metric that Labor so often failed at, that they couldn't pay the bills, and that's why the people of New Zealand decided to put them over there and these people over here, because we actually know how to pay the bills.
Lawrence, we've got 1
Thank
minute
you.
left.
Final question is around the fact that we've seen Compass having 44 performance management with a whole array of issues. We're now seeing some of those issues reoccurring, including students getting second-degree burns. How does the Minister justify those issues being solved in the first place?
First, Madam Chair, first of all, there's been a large number of complaints about a whole range of school lunch programs. For example, I recently saw a complaint from the former Labor education spokesperson about the school lunch program, but it actually pertained to a school lunch that was served when she was the responsible minister. So there have always been complaints, but the key issue is, but I want to address the point that the members made in relation to the young man who was burnt, and that is a real tragedy. But we took action immediately. We actually banned that particular pie, and no more was served in the school lunch program from that moment. More importantly, with the new management of the main kitchen preparing the meals, there is less and less, and very soon no need for any kind of substitute meal, which completely eliminates the possibility of that happening.
Members, our time with the Minister of Education has ended. The Minister of Housing is now available for 1 hour to respond to members' questions. Joseph Mooney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise as Chairperson of the Social Services and Community Select Committee to make a call on this, Madam Speaker. And just before I do so, I wish to just acknowledge and thank the many people who have assisted in the annual reviews of the many organisations, but particularly I'll focus on ones with housing-related responsibility. Madam Speaker, that's the clerks of the committee, that's the Officer of the Auditor-General, ministry staff, of course ministers and colleagues on the Social Services and Community Select Committee. A lot of work has gone into this, Madam Speaker, to provide good information to the House and to the public. The report itself on this aspect in regards to housing, Madam Speaker, covers some 40 pages. I have less than 5 minutes, and so I'll just try and cover some of the key points in it. As part of our consideration of the annual reviews, we held a hearing with the Minister of Housing, the Honourable Chris Bishop, the Associate Minister for Housing, Responsibility for Social Housing, Honourable Tama Potaka. And one of the issues we looked at was the role of community housing providers in social housing. Okay. So alongside Kāinga Ora, housing providers, often known as CHIPs, are partly responsible for implementing the government's housing priorities. They're tasked with providing about 20% of houses in the public housing plan, and we heard that there are about 85 CHIPs currently operating in New Zealand. About a third are iwi or Māori housing providers. We're interested in how their role in the social housing sector could be expanded. And the Minister told the committee that he thought there could be ways given to CHIPs to be able to borrow money at rates closer to the government rates accessed by Kāinga Ora through the Treasury. And he said the government is taking actions in the short term to maximise the potential of them, capitalising their operating supplements and better contracting. In terms of support for Māori housing providers in Papakāinga developments, we're particularly interested in those. The Associate Minister told the committee that $80 million of funding had recently been distributed to 12 Māori housing providers to build 200 houses over the next couple of years. We also heard that $35 million had been committed to Waikato Tainui for the Hopu Hopu housing development, which intends to provide 100 affordable rental homes in Hopu Hopu, an area of land that was once confiscated and has since been returned to Waikato Tainui. We heard a lot more around Māori housing and Papakāinga development in partnership with Te Puni Kokiri. Another topic, Madam Speaker, we looked at was tenants entering and exiting emergency housing, and we noted that the number of applications for emergency housing had reduced significantly, but there had also been a number of declined applications that increased. However, we noted that nearly 50% of declined applicants were supported to find alternative housing arrangements. And we're told the government has been regularly engaging with the reference group to help understand any issues and concerns in the emergency housing sector and gather evidence about those concerns. The Minister noted that about 55% of those who leave emergency housing move into transitional social housing. Madam Speaker, we understand the government is working with other providers such as Wellington City Mission and Emerge Aotearoa as social housing service providers. We also heard about the Ministers of Finance and Housing's letter of expectations for Kāinga Order and specified the number of houses that the government expects the Kāinga Order to deliver by June 2025 and June 2026. The Minister noted the government has funded what was left in the previous government's budget for the rest of 2023-24 and is currently focused on restoring Kāinga Order's financial sustainability and looking at a plan provided by Kāinga Order's board to do so. Madam Speaker, Kāinga Order itself, I'd need to look at my time, I probably need to run through this a little bit more. We note that we were particularly interested in the financial sustainability of Kāinga Order and noted that as of June 2024, its total debt was $16.5 billion, a 34% increase since 30 June 2023. And the increase in debt was due to additional funding provided for Kāinga Order's development plan. Madam Speaker, we also looked at matters around homes in flood-prone areas, managing tenants and community outcomes, reducing tenancy arrears, working with community and private sector housing providers, maintaining accessible housing, engaging with Māori communities and other fiscal constraints. We also looked at the annual review for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and noted they were responsible for $7.79 billion expenditure within the Vote Housing and Urban Development portfolio and their responsibility in terms of working with to deliver on the government's targets. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will leave the rest for questions.
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am hoping to have what they had in the last segment, where a bit of a back and forth, bit of a Q&A session. I think that gets the best out of these. So I'll start with a pretty simple one to set the scene. I'm keen to know, either from the Minister of Housing or the Minister responsible for social housing, whether it is indeed the definition used by Stats New Zealand for homelessness, quote, a living situation where people with no other options to require safe and secure housing are without shelter, in temporary accommodation, sharing accommodation with a household, or living in uninhabitable housing. Is that the definition of homelessness that they use?
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, that's the Stats New Zealand definition, I think the member read out, which is done as part of the census every 5 years. We've just had the 2023 census. It took about a year for the data to come through. There's a whole range of housing questions in the census. One of the challenges with this space is there is no, that is basically the official statistics definition of homelessness. I can remember having a long debate in the way the member, I suspect, wants to as well, with David Clark when he was Stats Minister in the last government around.
I just wanted to say yes, move on.
Well, that is the official, well, in answer to the question, that is the official definition according to Stats, yep.
Great, thank you.
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much. Has homelessness gone up in the annual review period?
Well, but that's part of the problem, is that it's measured every 5 years, right? So we have ANAC data in the meantime. The homelessness numbers are measured from census to census period. That's part of the problem in this whole space.
Thank you very much. So the Minister concedes that between census periods, the information that they rely on to gather information on levels of homelessness and to gauge whether their policies are effective in this area is actually the feedback that they receive from frontline providers.
Well, there's a range of things happening, right? I mean, one imperfect proxy for housing need is the wait list. The member and I have had a discussion around in the House before around the issues with the wait list. But the criteria for the wait list hasn't changed since 2011 from memory. So we've got 14 years of the same criteria. So that's a proxy for need. It's a proxy for the way you get on the wait list is by being in severe and urgent need of housing. And there's a long form you have to fill out to get on the list. So that's a proxy for it. The numbers of families in emergency housing is a proxy. As the member knows, there are providers that have what's best described as anecdata. I'm not trying to be pejorative to them, but numbers go up and down, and they tend to track the economic cycles. We've been in tough economic times. But the official definition of homelessness is the stats measure.
All right, Honourable Kira McInerney.
Thank you very much. I wasn't asking about the measure of need for social housing, which is the wait list. That's different. I was asking about how they measure homelessness. And in your own homelessness insights, which both ministers were issued, it indicates quite clearly that the government is reliant on feedback from frontline providers to determine levels of homelessness. And so it's in that vein when the minister refuses to acknowledge that homelessness has increased in the annual review period, when we have quotes from Wellington City Commissioner Murray Edridge, quote, "I believe the levels of homelessness we're seeing are unprecedented, certainly in living memory." We have the Auckland Council Community Committee registering a 53% rise in people sleeping rough in only 4 months. The Salvation Army State of the Nation 2025 report indicating that homelessness has gone up. There is from the Downtown Community Ministry an indication that homelessness in Wellington has gone up 40%. Why won't he just accept and admit that homelessness has increased in the last 12 months?
Well, Madam Chair, there is always support available from the government for those who need it. We have gone through a recession, a period of tough economic times for New Zealanders. We are very focused on making sure that those who need support can get that support. We have done, I think, quite a good job making sure that people who have been trapped in, or at least in emergency housing motels for a long period of time, can move out of those motels, particularly if they've got children, into either private rentals or transitional housing or other forms of social housing. That's been a remarkable success. There is more social housing coming on stream. The government is continuing to fund social housing, but we're also making amendments to the rental market in order to create a more balanced rental market. Rents are broadly flat and have been for the last 14 to 16 months or so. So that over time will make a difference, because if you can keep rents under control or even fall, more people can afford the private rental market. Everything in the housing market is connected. So when rents rise quickly, people are unable to afford the private rental market, and they are often end up in need of social housing. It's one of the reasons why we have a big housing register. There are lots of reasons why you're on the housing register, but unaffordability of the private rental market is a major driver of that. So that's why it's difficult to disentangle different parts of the housing system from everyone else, and that's why we've got action across a range of fronts, from land supply, from infrastructure funding, from improvements to the rental market, a whole range of different things, granny flats, a whole range of different things that over time will make for a more affordable housing market.
Madam Chair.
I was going to ask, is this a supplementary? Because I was going to go to the next member. Is this the same line of questioning?
I'm happy to bounce between. I suspect it's about emergency housing, so let's start.
Okay. Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we pick up on the statement, there's always support for those who need it. How does he explain the increase, and including from the period that we're looking at up until now, in declines for emergency housing? And has he received information that everyone who's been declined for emergency housing didn't have a genuine need? So to clarify, my question is everyone who's been declined for emergency housing, is the Minister saying that those people didn't have a genuine need?
Yeah, you can do it for me.
Yep. Honourable Town Mapotaka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are various reasons why people are declined.
Madam Chair.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Do those reasons include leaving people potentially in a state of homelessness? I'm asking this because throughout the period we're reviewing up until now, we've seen a steady increase in the number of declines of emergency housing. We've just heard the Minister for Housing say there's always support for those who need it. And so I just want to ascertain whether it is the case that everyone who's been declined for emergency housing has been deemed as not having a genuine need.
Honourable Tama Potaka.
Madam Chair, as the member will know, there was a recalibration of the relevant questions that were asked around eligibility criteria, but also responsibilities that folks that are looking for emergency housing support would need to fulfil in order to qualify and remain in emergency housing. However, emergency housing is not the only mechanism for providing for and adequately meeting the genuine needs of those that have severe housing deprivation or facing severe housing challenges. For example, there are housing support products that are available through MSD and other places which can enable those people to, instead of going to emergency housing, go to other forms of accommodation. There's transitional housing, there's housing first, there's rapid rehousing, there are a number of outreach products. There are a variety of mechanisms. Now, if it is the case that some folks think that the only answer is emergency housing, no, it's not the only answer. There's actually a wide variety of pathways for people with genuine housing deprivation to seek support.
Madam Chair.
Menendez-March.
Just following up on that, so if somebody shows up needing support because they're saying, I don't have a home, is the Minister saying that if they ask for emergency housing, they may be encouraged, or they have been encouraged, to, for example, look at other options, including those that may still continue leaving them in a state of homelessness?
I think you, Madam Chair, it's again a mischaracterisation of the situation. There is clearly a variety of options available for those with severe housing deprivation and what the member describes as genuine housing need, to access support from the government to have a roof over their heads. I think what the member is saying is that emergency housing has to be available as the only option. That's not the case. There are a variety of options, and if it's more effective for that person to be in a more permanent housing situation than an emergency motel or hotel on places like Fenton Street in Rotorua or Ulster Street in Hamilton, then we have encouraged, supported officials to ensure that those options are pursued.
Madam Chair.
I call Ricardo Menendez-March.
So if somebody gets declined for emergency housing, what other government-assisted options exist for people other than emergency housing?
We just went through it. There's heaps.
I can do it, Madam Chair, I can do that in a chronological order or an alphabetical order.
Yeah, just list them.
Housing first. Rapid rehousing, outreach, pilot programs for folks that have come out of corrections facilities, rangatahi youth accommodation, transitional housing, social housing, and a variety of other supports such as Māori housing, which actually provides for many people who would rather live in a house than a hotel.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Crispy.
Bishop.
Got it.
I just wanted to follow on from. No. Mr. Potaka is making exactly the right point. I wanted to just briefly canvass. This is going back a bit in time, but I just wanted to briefly canvass how all this started, which is, And by the way, those numbers went up in the last 5 years under the last government. So despite billions of people, despite billions of dollars spent on kainga and chips and all these programs, housing outcomes at the homelessness level got worse from 2017 to 2023. So, those are the facts. Emergency housing started under the last national government as a well-intentioned, but I think we would all agree, ham-fisted and poorly designed policy intervention to make sure that people who were in genuine need could get into a motel. Sounded fine. Yes, that's right. Oh, great. We've got these people in need. We'll just give them a hotel voucher or motel voucher, and they can be there for 2 or 3 weeks. Started life like that, and that's how it started. And it was a good short-term intervention, and it worked for a few months. What happened is that over time it became a permanent and institutionalised part of the government bureaucracy to the point where, at the height of things in 2021, there were, from memory, over 5,000, Mr Potaka tells me. I thought it was about 4,900, but let's call it 5,000 families or so living in motels at a cost to the government of $1 million per day. In 2020, well, no, I'm worried about the squalid conditions. When I was opposition housing spokesperson, I regularly dealt with families living in emergency housing motels and tried to get them into social housing. It's actually partly what led to the Priority 1 policy that we took to the 2023 election, because we took quite a simple view, I don't think it's a radical view, that if you've been in a motel for 6 months with a child, you should go to the top of the wait list to get into a house because you need it more than others. Not a radical view. And that's what we've implemented. So progressively, the officials and social service agencies have been working to literally progressively go around all of the motels around our cities and say, you've been there for 6 months or longer, you've got kids, we're going to work with Aotearoa or work with a community housing provider or work with a transitional housing provider and get you out of there, because living in a motel for any length of time is a disaster. So we're very proud of that policy. So just going back to the origins of it all, it started life as a short-term thing. It was meant to be for 2 or 3 weeks, the occasional one-off grant. It became an institutionalised system where it was just a free-for-all. And Rotorua is a classic case study of that, where grants were just handed over and a whole series of people became trapped in these motels. And so we have designed the Priority 1 policy to make sure that families with kids can get out, and we are trying to return emergency housing to its original intent, which is for short, time-limited stays to tide people over while they get back on their feet and get into more permanent housing. So there will always be a role for emergency housing in the system. There will always be a role for the other support products that Mr Potaka talked about. There's a whole range of them. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars per year on them. Transitional housing, sustaining tenancies, rapid rehousing, housing first, which are very similarly aligned programs. There's a whole range of housing support products that MSD will provide. We'll pay, if you need your bond paid to get into a house, we'll pay your bond, we'll cover your bond. There's a whole range of different things that the government will do, or at least fund, to make sure that people can get into a house, because that is one of the best interventions that we can make. But this idea that we just have a free-for-all of emergency housing grants in which a bunch of moteliers were rapaciously ripping off the taxpayer and gouging the taxpayer because they knew that they could, because it was a free-for-all, we have put an end to that. I am not comfortable with moteliers up and down the country earning multi-million dollars from the government because they're housing people in the most desperate need. What sort of country have we become to when that becomes institutionalised and becomes normalised? So we are deliberately trying to put an end to that, and I'm proud of it.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you. I want to go back to my previous question, because the Minister Potaka named quite a few things that were available to people outside of motels when it came to emergency housing. Can he confirm that when people are being declined to access, say, a motel via emergency housing, they're actually offered any of those options that he listed? I'm also interested to know whether the Minister has sought alternatives to motels, because right now what we only have is a tightening to the pathway for emergency housing, but actually not any substantive new initiatives to replace those motels.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
As we've mentioned on regular occasions in this House, Madam Chair, for those with a genuine need for short-term stay and temporary accommodation in most towns and cities in New Zealand, there is availability. There are a series of questions that are undertaken through engagement with MSD officials who seek, of course, to ensure that people don't end up in emergency hotels, because it's a catastrophic situation, especially for those with children. It's not a great place to live in a motel with a microwave as a kitchen, and the members should understand that and feel like that actually is pono and tika. Now, the next thing is, in response to the member's question, is that there are a range of different alternative pathways available for those with housing need and are facing severe housing deprivation if they engage with the officialdom. One of those, of course, as we've mentioned, is emergency housing, but it's not the only one, and our preference is it's not the default one if there are better situations available for people, whether or not that's transitional or through CHIP providers, community housing providers who might be able to provide a different pathway, through supporting people to have bond cover or tenancy rental cost cover. There are a wide variety of support products and pathways and programs to enable those who have some severe housing challenges, and you describe some of them as homelessness, and I think by that the member describes that as those that are rough sleeping. For sure, there are a variety of pathways that the officialdom may seek to pursue in order to ensure that that person has the relevant, appropriate support. And some of that will be through government, and some of that could be through community housing providers, and some of that could be through private housing providers. And the government has had a variety of products, housing support products is what they're called, that may be able to actually support that.
The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Much, Madam Chair. I have a series of questions following on from that. I'm keen to hear from the Minister, in his view, why has the numbers in emergency housing dropped? What has led to that?
Where you go?
The Honourable Taumapotaka.
Madam Chair, can I respond to the member with a number of suggestions, and we'll start at bullet point 1, is that there has been in some places around the country a tapering off or slowdown in the rapid inflation in rental prices. That has enabled folks to access rental properties at a better rate, at a better knot than before. That also is influenced by immigration and the availability, ultimately supply of rental homes into the market. The second observation that I'd make is that we have been absolutely dedicated to accelerating families, those who have children in emergency hotels who have been staying there for longer than 12 weeks, out of that emergency hotel situation as a result of the decision that was made, known as Priority 1 in April, and the elevation of those that have been staying for longer than 12 weeks in emergency housing to a higher priority in the social housing register, which, by the way, we have seen a reduction of by over 5,000 households since we've come into administration, accelerating those whānau into proper homes. Now, that has resulted in around 950 families and near on just over 2,000 children being accelerated house out of emergency hotels. We, on this side of the House, Madam Chair, feel that that's actually a positive and constructive thing for those whānau, many of whom have had disastrous moral, social and other challenges that they've faced. The third thing is that there has been a better supply of different forms of housing throughout the housing ecosystem that has enabled folks to leave emergency housing and occupy their own homes, whether or not that's in social homes. Of course, many of those exiting emergency housing have migrated into social homes, transitional homes, transitional housing, sorry, should I describe it as, better described as, but also private homes. So there's a wide variety of demand that has become available that has enabled those exiting emergency housing to access proper housing or better housing than a hotel or motel down a place like Ulster Street in Hamilton. There are a wide variety of reasons. Those are three observations that I've made that I think help explain what is going on. And of course, there is a very clear focus to ensure that individuals and families ultimately are supported by where they need it, when they're in genuine need, by the government, and also take responsibility along the way.
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
So the Minister is trying to tell the House that the reason that the number of people in emergency housing is because of the initiatives that they've brought in. All he talked about then was exits. I think it's quite telling that he didn't touch on the tightening of the gateway. That's a quote. The tightening of the gateway to get into emergency housing to begin with. They are arrogantly ignoring testimonies from those on the front line, proof that homelessness has increased and they don't even have the decency to admit it, and then the Minister stands up and makes it sound like it's all because they're going into housing. It's not true. The reason I say it's not true is because it's in the report. 75% of the reduction is down to people not going in. Only 25% of their reduction is for people going out. So we're seeing a tactic here, Madam Chair. We've seen it before. When the government's under the pump, they just fill in time. It's a time-limited debate. We've only had half an hour. The vast majority of it is these ministers blustering. I want to know, in light of that answer, which in their own report shows is not true, how about they actually focus on the reason why numbers in emergency housing has reduced? It's because this government isn't letting them in.
I call Ricardo Menendez-March.
Term genuine need has been used a lot in this debate, and so I want to ask and test again whether, is the Minister saying that every person who's been declined for emergency housing did not have a genuine need? Because we have seen an increase in declines for emergency housing. The term genuine need has been used a lot. So can I just ask, is the Minister saying that every person who's been declined emergency housing did not have a genuine need? And if not, does he understand the reasons why people could be declined emergency housing?
Oh. Sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry, Takatoa Tashkent was on her feet first. Take the call.
E te mana whakawā tēnā koe. Tēnā hoki koutou katoa e noho ana I te whare nei. Ka tūau I runga I te mana o te Pāti Māori, hei reo mō nā whānau Māori e noho kore kāinga ana, e noho pōhara ana, e noho mātuku ana ki nā huarahi o tēnei whenua. I just want to make a contribution today, or this evening, to remind us really, e kore e wariware, we will not forget the struggle of our whānau, that our whānau that are people living rough, couch surfing, or trapped in the emergency motels that are stripped of their dignity. And we want to remind the House that Māori are homeless and houseless, living on their own whenua. So according to the latest, and we've got a few questions for our ministers. So according to the latest annual report on the social housing sector for the 23-24 financial year, I've got a few questions. So Māori make up over half of those on the public housing register, more than half. This is not just a statistic, it is a damning reflection of the system that continues to fail us. Therefore, given that Māori made up 50.7% of the housing register as of the 30th of June 2023, what actions is or has the Minister taken to urgently reduce this disproportionate representation, and why are Māori still overrepresented in these statistics? The report also highlights that te maihi o te whare Māori housing strategy was expected to drive Māori housing solutions. What measurable outcomes have been achieved under this strategy? Also noting that in the Social Services Select Committee report, it points out that Māori are more likely to experience severe housing deprivation and homelessness. Why hasn't the government established Māori-specific homelessness strategy? And the report also states that 1,222 whānau Māori were placed in transitional housing as of June 23. How many of these whānau were subsequently supported into permanent housing?
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
I wonder if the reason they don't want to answer my colleague's question about those in genuine need not receiving assistance is because it's actually in the Homelessness Insights document that they both received in December. And it demonstrates that 33% apparently could find something else, but the rest, they're deemed to not meet the need. And if they don't have a house, I don't know how that doesn't meet the need. Or circumstances could have been reasonably foreseen, i.e. the government's blaming them for their situation, and it doesn't account for 35%. I suspect that's the reason they don't want to answer, because they know that even in their own figures, in their own documents, it demonstrates that people in need are not receiving the help that they require, despite the ministers promising on numerous occasions that that is available to them. It is quite clearly in their own documents not the case. I wonder also, is the reason that they don't want to talk about the tightened pathway into emergency housing is because they both received advice to say that this would increase homelessness. And I've got it here, quote, "Making these changes ahead of significant increases to the supply of affordable housing and more preventative wraparound supports does create the risk of increased levels of rough sleeping, people living in cars and overcrowding." They were told, and they did it anyway. And now, when they are presented with facts to show that the number of people living in cars and tents and garages and on the street has increased significantly in a period of only months, they refuse to accept it. Why can't the ministers just admit, one, that homelessness has gone up, two, that 75% of the declines for people wanting to get into emergency housing is actually down to their change in policy and nothing to do with the numbers going out? And why won't they just commit to actually doing what they're promising and meeting the genuine need when it is presented?
I call the Honourable Tamapotaka.
Thank you for the opportunity just to recalibrate some of the conversation. The vast majority of people who apply for emergency housing support receive some sort of housing support, being 85%. And that's a far cry from some of the illusory stats that have been pulled out by some other members.
Point of order, Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Not appropriate for ministers to suggest that members are making things up. I said in my comments that this is derived from their own documents.
It's illusory.
Madam Chair, again...
I don't believe there was an insult or suggestion that that was not factual. Illusionary, I think was the word.
Well, Madam Chair,
Tamapotaka.
I appreciate that. Again, can I reiterate that the vast majority of people who apply for emergency housing support, that being around 85% for emergency housing, receive some sort of housing support. And we've deliberated at length this evening over the different types of support mechanisms and pathways there are for people to receive housing support, not necessarily just defaulting into going to motels or hotels. We do not think that that is the preferred method of government supporting those with housing need if there are other options available which provide far better shelter, far better support, far better accommodation than a motel with a microwave as a kitchen. In addition, there have been a couple of comments around Māori housing, which I'll just address quickly. Absolutely, there is a disproportionality around the number of, the percentage of Māori that are currently on the register or indeed in emergency housing arrangements, particularly in places where there are high Māori populations such as Rotorua and Hamilton. But I could observe, and I will observe, that there's also been some significant acceleration and support for Māori housing providers to build affordable housing in many places throughout the country. In fact, the most recent tranche of which we announced was around 236 million of subsidy for Māori housing providers to build up to 500 homes in different places throughout the country. And we're very whakahihi and proud of the fact that we continue to support and accelerate that support for Māori housing providers, whether or not it's in far-flung places like Ohakune or Kaitaia, or indeed places like Parihaka, where we've provided some support separately to enable some infrastructure that hopefully will lead to houses being developed in due course. There was also a comment around there being no programs or strategy around Māori homelessness, but there continues to be support for programs around the kaupapa Heara Hiki Mauri that have continued over the course of the last couple of years. Declines, people have declined for a wide variety of reasons, and the view that I think one of the members from the Green Party is suggesting is that there's only a decline for one reason. There are declines for many reasons.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Is the Minister aware whether MSD officials actually follow up with families that have been declined for emergency housing to ensure that their welfare is actually safeguarded? Or is there a follow-through in terms of whether people who've been declined emergency housing are actually in adequate situations? Madam Chair.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister explain whether, can the Minister explain whether the advice he received in relationship to the tightening of emergency housing pathways in relationship to exacerbating homelessness, does he think that advice was wrong?
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much.
No answer.
Due to the lack of answers, I thought I'd add something else to this. The very same document that I was referring to earlier, the Homelessness Insights, December 2024, which both ministers received. It's interesting, particularly in light of the answers that we've received tonight, where they have refused to accept that homelessness is going up, and they have refused to accept that the tightened pathway, the change in criteria that this government brought in, has led to increase in homelessness. In their own document, it quite clearly says that there are reports of increasing levels of homelessness and unmet need for housing services, and this is being put down to those very changes. It is extraordinary that the ministers are arguing about the so-called squalid conditions in emergency housing, yet their own documents are saying that their policy has led to people living on the street or sleeping rough. Now, no one is actually arguing that emergency housing is the solution to the housing crisis, but what we are saying is that emergency housing is the solution to people sleeping on the streets. In the very same document, it says that there is concern that it is more difficult for people in urgent and genuine housing need to access emergency housing, and it provides examples. They include clients being turned away at reception, less availability of urgent appointments, and clients having to prove that they did not contribute to their own circumstances, e.g. addiction. In their own briefing, they are admitting that they are turning people away with drug addictions because they deem it to be their fault and therefore they are being tossed out on the street. So my question to the Minister, in light of that, will you at least give us the decency and admit that the change in criteria has contributed to the increase in homelessness?
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Just can I respond to some of the fanciful assumptions that have crept into the members' conversations? The first one being that people are tossed into the street. Well, Madam Chair, I've never seen MSD officials literally tossing people into the street. They undertake a very professional and diligent practice, let's call it tikanga for want of a better term, and going through the relevant questions and responsibility framework that currently applies to emergency housing. And as we might recall, the irresponsible framework that the previous government had led to over 5,000 households in emergency housing, despite all the money that was thrown at it. And nearly 5,000 children. And nearly 5,000 children. Might I add, Madam Chair, that again, the woeful assertion that we refuse to acknowledge that the tightening of the pathway affecting decline numbers, again, is unsubstantiated. We have never stood back and refused to acknowledge that. We have not necessarily mentioned it in the various observations tonight, but we can say absolutely that we are very clear about a responsibility framework that goes with accessing emergency housing. But what we can also say is this: of those people that were declined in emergency housing, that were declined emergency housing support in October 2024, almost half of those declined actually got some form of housing support, whether or not that's rent in advance, bond grants or other things. Ditto September, the leading reasons that people were declined emergency housing grants in September were that their needs could be met another way. A third of the people that were declined, they could be met another way, whether or not that was transitional housing or other forms of housing. And might I add, Madam Chair, that it gives me great relief to know where nearly 85% of all people exiting emergency are going to now, unlike 17, 18 months ago where you only knew where about 50% of people were going. I actually think that's an improvement. Other people think they're going from 50 to 85 as a failure. I don't. I think that's actually an improvement, and I wanted to acknowledge the MSD officials and others who are actually diligently undertaking their roles with firm guidance from absolutely outstanding ministers to get on and do the mahi that they are here to do, which is to support all New Zealanders.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Spent 45 minutes on emergency housing. Emergency housing is a symptom of the dysfunction at the heart of our housing market. It exists because for 30 years we've made it too difficult to build houses in this country. So we just need to be really clear about that. There's a really clear linkage internationally. There's a really clear linkage internationally. There's a really clear linkage internationally between countries that allow abundant land supply and have a functional housing market and homelessness. To give you the most extreme example, everyone thinks about San Francisco as this like bastion of of liberalism and socialism and all the rest of it. Everyone thinks San Francisco is amazing. San Francisco has one of the most restrictive zoning codes in the Western world, and it also has mass street homelessness. So fixing our housing market, emergency housing and making sure it's available is an important part of it. So is social housing, so is affordable rentals, which the government has a range of programs underway on, because there will always be a part of the market, always be of what street? In Dunedin. Send me an email, happy to go and have a look at them. But I opened a social housing development in Dunedin last year. You were there. We came and did it together. It was good times. It's good times. The point I'm making is that we have to fix the fundamentals, and that is going to take time. If we fix the fundamentals of our housing market, there will be lower house prices and lower rents over time, and that will do more to end homelessness in this country. Which is why we've got to continue to support them, and there is support available. But we've got to fix the fundamentals. That's what we're focused on as a government. So far we've had 45 minutes on it. The opposition doesn't want to seem to talk about anything else in the housing other than emergency housing. But happy to have a quarter about other issues if the opposition is willing to get to them.
I call Joseph Mooney.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I heard the Minister talking about the fundamentals, and one of the things we certainly heard at the Select Committee, and we spent quite some time on this, was the role of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development in the leadership of the housing system. So we heard about good coordination is important because the system comprises several public and private entities performing different functions, including urban planning and consenting with local authorities, support services for housing and social housing, non-government organisations, central government agencies, regulation of the housing system, central government agencies, housing construction, primarily in the private sector. And now HUD has changed its approach to system leadership. Now it takes a place-based approach to supporting communities with housing, etc. And the significant funding that the Housing and Urban Development has in respect of this. So I would ask the Minister if he could actually hear his thoughts on the role of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development in this space and in helping ensure that we can actually have more housing available for New Zealanders to reduce the cost of housing for New Zealanders. So we actually, these issues around homelessness, the issues around access to homes, the issue of the cost of access to homes, rental affordability can actually be addressed at the root, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Happy to make a brief comment around that. This is a work in progress and we're not there yet. What we are trying to do is orient the system or reorient the system towards being much more granular about the use of data and around the use of need. Different regions have different needs, different peoples and different cohorts have different needs and also expectations. And the housing system has not been particularly good at taking into account regional need and taking into account particular cohort identification and actions. There has been quite a bit of funneling money into the system and just kind of chasing targets and hoping for the best. Actually, what we need to do is be much more particular about what we're building and where we're building. To give just an obvious way of proving that, 50% of people on the register need a one-bedroom unit. I think it's actually 60%. 60% of people on the social housing register need a one-bedroom unit. They don't need a lot. They just need a one-bedroom unit. Indeed. They need a granny flat. Those are sometimes 2 bedrooms. 70 square metres is big. But you know, a 30 square metre one would be all good. They just need a one-bedroom unit. That's 60% of the register. The register's about 20,000 applicants. 60% of them need a one-bedroom unit. Kaingaora's stock, 12% of it is one bedroom. So, like, go figure. How does that work? You know, Kaingaora owns all these big houses up and down the country, often in the wrong place, often uneconomic to develop, often on big sections with a big front and a big backyard, totally inefficient and uneconomic use of land. And so actually you could do a lot more with that land, but if you also re-tilt the housing system and the funding towards a more place-based, particular, some people call it active purchasing, you could achieve a lot more with the same amount of money. So we are really focused on value for money, and that is an important part of it. So it's a work in progress. We're not there yet. Going through quite an exercise and quite a policy process to get there. As a government, we spend about $5 billion a year on housing support. There are a multiplicity of programs. Some of them have been mentioned by Minister Potaka tonight, but there's the other ones we haven't mentioned all the way up the housing supply food chain. And so we're going through a bit of an exercise to work out what works really well and what doesn't work really well, because we don't have unlimited resources, and we do need to get fixated on driving value for money and increasing supply and also social support for those who need it. So we're going through a bit of a process. More to say in due course.
Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just explore just one point the Minister raised around value for money. The Select Committee heard that Kaingaora's we explored how Kaingaora's operations and cost efficiencies compared to that of private housing developers, and we heard that its building costs are higher than private builders. We heard that's partly due to Kaingaora having more complex building requirements, such as needing to meet universal design standards in a certain percentage of its homes. Also noted that when it builds, it chooses materials and fittings that are expected to last over a prolonged period, in contrast to someone building to sell. And also another reason, the higher building costs, the type of land Kaingaora buys, which is not always optimally configured to build on. Could the Minister just give the House some insight into any thoughts or work being done to ensure that Kaingaora is cost effective in the way that it deploys capital, in the way that it contracts its work, and addressing that issue that its building costs are higher than private builders?
Yeah, so the build costs are on average, Madam Chair, the build costs are on average higher. Kaingaora is going through a turnaround plan or a reset plan right now. The early results are promising, but we're not there yet. We do want to see efficiencies through the system and driving down those build costs. Members will be aware of some sort of notable examples of very expensive houses built by Kaingaora. There's the $1.4 million apartments in Auckland. There's been a variety of examples that local MPs will be able to think of. There'll be a variety of examples that people will be able to think of. Ultimately, social housing is a super important role to play in New Zealand, but I think people expect the units to be efficiently delivered, effectively delivered, on time, and with a real clear focus on value for money. They also expect the land, the very extensive land holdings that Kaingaora owns up and down the country, to be used economically and efficiently. And so they have started a process of targeted divestment of some sites and some areas. All of the funds that are freed up from divestment of those areas will be put into new housing, and you will expect to see changes, and some of that will play out. One of the things we've asked them to do is very much focus on what they own now and make sure that if they don't need it, it's available for somebody else who might want to build on it. So again, bit of a work in progress on this one, still going through it. There's sites that KiwiPulse own that they've owned for 20 years that they have just sat on and never built on. Now that is an inefficient and uneconomic use of Crown capital. Somebody else would happily build on that land, including, for example, a community housing provider often, and so we're going through a bit of a process there. So look, it's a work in progress. Turnaround plan was endorsed in well, essentially December, announced in January. We're now in April. A bit of a way to go. Well, Queenstown has some unique challenges around housing, and the best thing that Queenstown could do is let its city grow. Queenstown. KiwiPulse doesn't have a presence in Queenstown. The Queenstown Community Housing Trust has a presence in Queenstown. Fire Julie, who does an excellent job down there. But the most fundamental problem with Queenstown is they have a housing market with the highest house prices in the country. On average, I think 13 or 14 times average household incomes. 14 says Joseph, and Julie does a fantastic job down there, but she's struggling against a market that makes it very difficult to build. And I'm not saying anything publicly. I haven't told the mayor, and in fact told the local media down there as well, which is that Queenstown went through a plan change from memory. Queenstown went through a draft plan change, and they freed up additional capacity of 14 houses. 14 houses. I think I'm right in saying it might have been 15. But it was in the double figures rather than the triple. Whereas in reality, they actually need an absolute bucket load more houses. And the crazy thing is down there. The crazy thing is down there. You have plenty of land and you have plenty of developers who want to go out and build. And it's very frustrating. So they got a range of land supply challenges. They've also got infrastructure funding challenges, which we're going to sort for them. And this is my overall point, which is that it's all a system. Queenstown has people living by the lake and people living in cars in Queenstown, often the people who are servicing the wealthy tourists who come to Queenstown because it's a fantastic place to play. They have people like that, and I went down there 2 years ago when the same people were there. They have those problems because the city has not been able to grow. This is my point. When cities can't grow, you end up with sky-high prices, sky-high rental prices. People who are the workers in these towns can't afford to get into the rental market in the first place. There's a limited supply of social housing there for a large number of different reasons. And so as a result, you have real entrenched deprivation. This is my point. You have to sort the fundamentals. And that is what this government is focused on.
I'll call the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Very much, Madam Chair. I think it is very telling that the Minister stands up and complains that the opposition is focusing on emergency housing and gets his mate to answer a few patsies to try and fill in the time. It is quite clear that the Minister doesn't want to talk about this because they know that their policies have led to an increase in homelessness. We haven't been asking and focusing on emergency housing. We've been trying to get the ministers to answer our questions on the increasing homelessness.
Can I interrupt the member and say I've been here for 40 minutes, and until just the last 5 minutes, all of the questions have been about emergency housing.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
Point of order, Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
With the greatest respect, Madam Chair, it is not your role to insert yourself into the debate. That is a debating point that the Minister is able to respond to. It is not your responsibility to do that. And furthermore, every question that we have asked has been relevant.
This is not a point of order.
It is actually, Madam Chair.
I said it's not.
It actually is, Madam Chair, because you've inserted yourself into this debate.
From your point of order.
That is my point of order, Madam Chair. As I was saying, this report on 2 pages, pages 20 and 21 and 19 actually, talks about emergency housing. The reason we are focusing on this is because these ministers have refused to answer our questions on homelessness, which is increasing. They are reliant on frontline providers to give them information because the only information that governments get is the census every 5 years. The minister said that himself. They stopped talking about that when we presented him with quotes, like from the Wellington City Missioner that he feels that the levels of homelessness that they are seeing are unprecedented, certainly in living memory. We have gone through their own report. We have gone through the Homelessness Insight, which points to the fact that 75% of the declines in emergency housing are nothing to do with people leaving for other houses, which they have consistently claimed, and everything to do with this government's change in criteria. Their own documents demonstrate that people are being declined. They demonstrate that they're not being allowed to apply. And at no point tonight have the ministers even had the decency to admit that homelessness is going up, a fact that they are refusing to acknowledge. Madam Chair, it is a disgrace, a frank and absolute example of this government's focus on expenditure rather than actually delivering the services that people need. And the minister himself said it. He said that it was costing the government too much. And when we pulled him up about that, they didn't mention it again, because it was an insight into actually what this government is focused on. They're not focused on fixing the rising levels of homelessness, the 40% increase in homelessness in Auckland in 4 months. 40% in 4 months. They're not interested in the 53% increase in Auckland or the 40% increase in Wellington or the 30% increase in people sleeping rough. They don't care. They don't care that they were warned that this change would increase homelessness. They didn't answer those questions. They didn't answer questions about the feedback from providers. All they wanted to do was give us a lecture about planning. And the minister had the gall to complain that we were asking these questions. The reason he doesn't want us to answer these questions, ask these questions, is because they don't have the answers. Well, actually they do. They just don't have the guts to show them. They don't have the guts to actually admit to New Zealanders as to what is happening. Yes, homelessness is going up, and yes, it is down to their policies. They tightened the criteria to emergency housing. People can't get in. It accounts to 70% of the declines, which incidentally have tripled. It also accounts for the significant decrease in applications. They've made it too hard to get into emergency housing to save money. People are living on the street and in cars and in garages and in tents. We're hearing stories of MSD issuing grants to people that can't get into emergency housing for tents. Just let that sink in for a second. These ministers are promising New Zealanders that everyone in genuine need can get in. It's not true. Their own documents say that's not true. And now we hear reports of MSD issuing people in genuine need grants for tents. Tents. That is this government's response to homelessness. Homelessness that they created, tents.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Tamapoto.
I just want to respond to some of, again, the comments made by the member. First of all, the comment about the tents as a grant, it's absolutely outrageous and appalling. That is not the proper practice of MSD, and that matter has been recalibrated, and I look for officials in short course to make sure that doesn't happen. I wanted to demystify some of the fanatical infatuation that the previous member speaking has made around some of the statistics, which again have been pulled up selectively to justify his position. I have not received one privacy waiver from anyone. Our officials have not received one privacy waiver from anyone in the opposition advocating on behalf of people in the homelessness. Not one. The second thing is that the homelessness insights that the previous member spoke of say that maybe there is an attribution, but there is no proof of the attribution that the member can refer to. The final thing I'd say is this. Between 2018 and 2023, the number of rough sleepers via those censuses under the previous government went up 50%, and the severe housing deprivation went up 10% under the previous government. We're very proud that 3,000 children have come out of emergency housing when under the previous government it went up by about 4,000. Kia ora tātou.
I call Suze Redmayne.
I move that the committee report progress on this bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those who are of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report progress on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr.
No
Minister.
privacy waivers. Close air too bad. Close air too bad.
Where's the evidence there? Where's the evidence?
A lot of anxiousness over there, not anxiety.
The House is resumed. The House is resumed and we've now moved on. We're moving on to the next item. Quiet. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
I could do my bit. Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill and reports progress. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Medicines Amendment Bill, first reading.
Honourable David Seymour.
I present a legislative statement on the Medicines Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable David Seymour.
I move that the Medicines Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Health Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move the bill be reported to the House 4 months and 1 day after it has received its first reading. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to help more Kiwis be able to access the medicines they need to live a fulfilling life. The bill contains 2 main parts. One is a verification pathway, and the second is a number of changes to prescribing rights. Both of these changes are designed to make it easier for New Zealanders to get timely access to medicines so that they can live longer, happier, healthier lives. And both of these initiatives remove red tape and regulation that stops people from doing beneficial things, but that red tape and regulation doesn't actually protect them from any harm. To start with the bill's verification pathway, it will be an expedited alternative to the pathways currently available for pharmaceutical companies seeking consent to market their medicines in New Zealand. It will mean that if a medicine has already been approved by 2 recognised overseas regulators, then MedSafe, the government's agency for consenting medicines to be allowed to be marketed in New Zealand, will not need to carry out its usual full assessment. And I want to acknowledge that this idea is one that all 3 parties, the ACT Party, New Zealand First and the National Party, all campaigned on in the lead up to the election, and it is a commitment in the coalition agreements of all 3 parties. It comes from the fact that in recent years many global medicine regulators have adopted what are called reliance models for approving medicines. And these models rely partially on an approval and assessment report by another recognised regulatory authority overseas. Now, MedSafe first adopted a reliance pathway 15 years ago and was we're actually one of the first countries to do this. But in New Zealand, our timeframes for medicine approval are still slower than Australia's target. They are far too slow, in fact, for many New Zealanders to receive the medicines that they need. The new verification pathway will mean that any applicants that can demonstrate their products have approval from 2 recognised overseas regulators can have their products approved for marketing in New Zealand much, much quicker. At the moment, it can take 400 days for a new medicine that's allowed to be used elsewhere. I'm talking 400 working days, so 2 years, to approve a medicine that is allowed in many other countries to be allowed in New Zealand. Under this rule, if it's approved in 2 other countries, it'll be allowed in New Zealand after only 30 days. And I just make the point, I think this occurred to many of us during the time of COVID, when so many new treatments, new devices were being created in order to battle COVID-19 and all its different variants. And oftentimes, things that were available and being used in other countries were not available here. And those of us who were in opposition at the time would ask the government, why is it good enough for Australians but not good enough for New Zealanders? Or good enough for Americans or Canadians but not good enough for New Zealanders? And the answer was, oh, well, MedSafe has to approve it first. And we asked, why would we wait for MedSafe to prove that the rest of the world got it right? Because MedSafe has never found something that's been approved overseas and not allowed it to be used here. The facts are, and we've got Aisha Verrill heckling saying, oh, we made amendments in the Medicines Act. Well, that's right, because even the previous government found it so frustrating to have to do a separate approval when it was approved overseas. And of course, if the previous government had fixed the problem, we wouldn't be here. In fact, if the previous government had fixed more problems like this, they might be over here, but they're not, they're over there, because they were hopeless at fixing problems. Well, that's enough from Aisha Verrill. She's had a go. She's had her chance. Now, this verification pathway is actually part of the government's wider work program to streamline MedSafe's processes, find efficiencies and speed up the public's access to medicines while maintaining appropriate safety measures and MedSafe's credibility as a trusted regulator, which I think is important. In this case, we have less red tape, more speed, more access to medicines while maintaining the same level of safety, because we'll be asking ourselves, have any two of Australia, the United States, Japan, Switzerland, Great Britain, Canada, European Union, if any two of those jurisdictions have approved a medicine, chances are they didn't both get it wrong and it's safe to use here within 30 days. And I think that's a wonderful improvement. We're also going to be making changes to prescribing. And this bill will help make medicine processes more efficient by expanding the ability for more types of prescribers to prescribe unapproved medicines for their patients where those are necessary for their care. And I want to acknowledge the role the former Minister of Health, Dr. Shane Retty, played in this change. Medicines that are unapproved in New Zealand are sometimes necessary for a patient's care as a last resort. And that particularly happens during a shortage, where the thing that's gone through the consenting process in New Zealand, even with the new faster process, may not be available, because often there are shortages, especially in recent years with supply chain troubles. And at the moment, only medical practitioners can prescribe what they call off-label, give a different medicine a substitute while the usual medicine is unavailable. This bill expands that ability to nurse practitioners. Nurse practitioners have advanced education and clinical training to practice. They can work autonomously, and they're often involved in innovative service provision. It's time to give them a bigger role, especially in rural and other communities which have difficulties in accessing GP services. Nurse practitioners are hugely important, not to mention in aged residential care. Now, nurse practitioners can currently prescribe a range of medicines for their patients, but enabling them to prescribe unapproved medicines within their scope of practice, I think that's appropriate for their patients, in the scope where these are appropriate for the patient's care, mean the patients can access medicines faster and will not be required to seek a prescription from a medical practitioner. Finally, further changes to prescribing. The bill goes further and enables all authorised prescribers to prescribe unapproved but funded medicines in situations where there's a supply shortage. For example, in 2020, Pharmac funded an alternative oral contraceptive because there was a supply shortage. And with increasing supply chain issues, as I've mentioned, it's important that we have that flexibility. When there's a supply shortage of approved medicines, Pharmac can fund unapproved medicines as a temporary alternative and yet not have to go through a consenting process all the while. It means that a patient that may not be able to get a prescription filled when they take it to a pharmacy, they can get another prescription from a GP because the only medicine available is that unapproved alternative. The proposed changes will mean pharmacists, prescribers, registered midwives, dentists, nurse prescribers, dietitians and optometrists will be able to prescribe these medicines within their scope of practice. And this is going to save time for patients, doctors, pharmacists and other health practitioners and improve the continuity of care. All of our authorised prescribers are trained professionals, and this government wants to make the best use of our health workforce. Madam Chair, as I was thinking about this bill coming to the House and in the work that's gone into preparing it, I was thinking about the challenge that we face in healthcare. We have an ageing population. We have increasing amounts of medical technology. We have enormous challenges affording the standards of healthcare that people want. And I'm reminded of one of the greatest New Zealanders, that is Sir Ernest Rutherford, who once said, "We didn't have much money, so we had to think." And this is a small contribution to that culture. We don't have much money, so we've got to think. If a medicine is already approved in 2 other countries, let's make it available to New Zealanders, because we ain't going to find anything that 2 other advanced countries that are already using the medicine haven't found. Other countries are already relying on each other. We should rely on them too. If there's a medical shortage and there's a person who's qualified and capable, such as a nurse practitioner, of issuing a prescription of something off-label, then let's let them do it. Because if you don't have much money, you've got to think. And we're going to have to do a lot more of this in healthcare. Remove red tape, enable people, empower them, let them make a bigger difference. And if we do all of that, then I think we can overcome the severe challenges that we face in healthcare in this country and across the developed world. And with that, Madam Chair, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you very much.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Speaker,
I call the Honourable Dr. Aotearoa.
It's nice to hear that speech by David Seymour, a man who has many bad ideas, but I'm not convinced this is one of them. There are many... at the heart of the issue of medicines regulation lies the issue of patient safety. And it is important to recognise how important it is to New Zealanders that MedSafe and international regulatory organisations focus on that, ensuring the safety, quality and efficacy of our medicines. MedSafe has a rigorous assessment process that protects public health by preventing the entry of unsafe and ineffective medicines to New Zealand. I am not as rosy on the look of the history of medicines regulation as the Minister was. When I look at New Zealand's history and around the world, there certainly are examples where medicines regulators have not got it right. We should never forget that. The example that was important in the early part of my career was formoterol, asthma medication that caused children's death. However, in New Zealand and around the world, there are regulatory bodies that do a good job of assessing the science, the data, and making sure that medicines that are available in markets are safe. And MedSafe New Zealand has achieved that, but so have many others around the world. And for that reason, Labor will support this legislation at its first reading so that these important issues can be considered at Select Committee. The Minister was right to point out that the verification pathway is the focus of this bill, but also already exists to some extent, the ability to use data from overseas medical medicines regulators. That's Section 23 of the current Medicines Act 1981. This bill introduces a new pathway based on recognition of full authorisations from 2 trusted overseas regulators. It could represent an improvement by reducing the duplication of regulatory effort and potentially speeding up the availability of MedSafe medicines in New Zealand. Of course, we commit to taking the time in Select Committee to checking that there are adequate safeguards and particularly mechanisms for MedSafe responding to promptly if safety concerns arise overseas. It's important that detailed requirements and conditions attached to MedSafe's medicines approved by this pathway are clearly set out in secondary legislation and regularly reviewed. I'm thrilled by the Minister's enthusiasm for alternative prescribers, including nurse practitioners, but many others. It is a shame that the Therapeutic Products Act is not there to give effect to those, but never mind, we'll move on to the next point. The stated benefits of this is that, and they're well outlined in the regulatory impact statement, I think it's paras 14 and 16. The proposed changes emerged in the context of discussion around improving access to medicines. That is a very helpful discussion our country has had. The intent behind the verification pathway is to facilitate faster public access to medicines. However, as the RIS notes, the actual impact on medicines availability and access may be limited because in practice, after MedSafe approval, PharmAC funding is often required for this to be available at scale in our communities. And of course, this bill doesn't address that. So while it may speed up part of the process and reduce costs for pharmaceutical companies, it may not have a big impact on patients. I guess we won't know until we see how it goes. It's critical that the government clearly articulates the expected and tangible benefits of these changes, including which patient benefits, groups will be benefited. We look forward to having those conversations. One area where we do have concerns is the change of a technical advisory group into one where the appointees are appointed by the Minister. That is an area where we will be focusing our scrutiny in Select Committee, because that appears to create some possibility of conflicts of interest as well.
The member's time has expired. I call Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Green Party, I rise to speak on this piece of legislation that, strangely, we support as well. And we have many things that we have concerns about, but for this, we do agree that access to medicines is important. And when I think about the challenges for Māori in access to vaccinations during COVID, and the fact that, you know, inequalities did exist and the inequities were there because we couldn't access the relevant medications, these types of changes will help all of us benefit as Aotearoa New Zealand. I want to labour the point of support around how we can look at a multidisciplinary approach to the administration of medicines, and having nurse practitioners be able to work at top of scope for the delivery of medicines into community are important. And with this legislation, we are looking forward to what the Select Committee process will bring, as we will be encouraging iwi Māori, Māori providers, the various stakeholders to bring their voice into the Select Committee and inform the way with which we move forward as the House Select Committee. Cautious as always in terms of the way that we will look to analyse submissions as they come forward, because we are taking a safety approach and making sure that we do have the relevant safeguards in place. Patient access to medicines is important, but also looking at the wider health system, that we do have current barriers and challenges in the way that we need to take a population-based approach across the entire system. And so while we are looking at medicines in this part of the system, let's look at the entire system and the very deep challenges that we have within Health New Zealand, within primary care, and the way with which we deliver into secondary care as well. Now, medicines is only one part of that. Accessing medicines in a timely way is important, but if we can pull the ambulance back from the edge or the bottom of the cliff, then we can actually look to improve the lives of all New Zealanders across Aotearoa. Kia ora to my colleague Francisco, and I want to recognise the workforce that is coming from overseas to support us in this time of crisis. Our Filipino nurses and those who are clinicians that come from overseas, because those skills that we have from overseas, kaimahi that come to Aotearoa, support us, whether it's in hospitals, primary care or in aged care as well. Now, when we think about this legislation and safeguards, the Minister does have a lot of power in this space, and us forming committees that are just through a ministerial appointment also needs to be looked at through the Select Committee process. But the flexibility to be able to prescribe and to find medicines that have already been approved into other jurisdictions does provide some comfort and safety for us at this stage of the process. We do look forward to hearing from across the board in terms of community, patient voice, those who have been impacted in both the access issues and concerns as families and those who have sought care, but also those who are the prescribers. Can we find across the workforce their voice to come forward into the select committee process, because we want to have regulations that safeguard patient care, also safeguard the workforce and those who are the prescribers to ensure that there are relevant protections in place, but also open up access to a broad range of medicines that maybe we have not had access to here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. On behalf of iwi Māori, we think that, we are heavy users in the system for health, whether it's Health NZ services, whether it is out in community health care spaces and primary care. And so, of course, we need access to timely medicines that this legislation can bring forth. So on behalf of the Green Party, we do stand in support and look forward to seeing what we can bring out in the Health Select Committee process. Kia ora.
Sam Uffendale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This is a good, pragmatic bill which creates a new verification pathway, faster option for getting approvals here in New Zealand. So we've got 2 overseas trusted regulators who have approved it. MedSafe will not need to do a full assessment. The decision must be made within 30 days. It meets the promise in the coalition agreements. It'll help New Zealanders get faster access to medicines while keeping safety in place. I commend this bill to the House.
I call the Honourable Jenny Milcroft.
Thank you for the promotion as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Under Secretary.
Appreciate that. The Medicines Amendment Bill, I stand on behalf of New Zealand First in support of this piece of legislation, and I am very privileged to do so as well. The purpose of this bill is to increase patients' access to medicine. It does this by reducing some of the barriers to access currently that we see in the Medicines Act 1981. We have commitments with our coalition agreements, and it is a pleasure that all this side of the House is in agreement that this is a really vital piece of legislation to make that pathway to wellness so much easier for so many patients in New Zealand. We campaigned for the last 2 elections on tidying up the processes in Pharmac to make sure that there's increased funding, but also that the pathway of procuring medicines and having them approved in this country is much quicker. So this verification pathway that comes through this bill, the streamlined approach under which the medicines can be approved for distribution in New Zealand if they've been approved by 2 recognised overseas jurisdictions. Madam Speaker, we recognise, New Zealand First recognises health as a critical and essential investment that reflects how New Zealand values its people. We see this as an investment in our people as opposed to a cost on society. So this bill will actually enable that increase in access to medicines for New Zealanders through that streamlined verification pathway for medicines. And why do we need this? We've had so many stories we've heard over the last number of years of people having to go overseas to get their medicines because they just weren't able to access them here in New Zealand, whether it's go to Australia or Malaysia or various countries around the world. People who have not been able to get well, who may have passed away because the whole process of getting access to modern medicines has not been available for them. So this legislation, Madam Speaker, will ensure that health and wellness is at the forefront in being able to access these medicines. Introducing a verification pathway for medicines approval in New Zealand is the purpose of this bill, updating prescribing settings as well to enable wider prescribing, enabling those in the health workforce to actually work at top of scope. I think that's a very important change that this bill will make as well. Studies have shown that for every $1 spent on modern drugs, $3 to $19 is saved in the health system via things like reduced hospitalisation. So this is very sensible legislation. And I'd just like to conclude my contribution by a quote from Malcolm Mulholland, who many in this House will know. He's advocated for patient voice in terms of getting access to medicines, and this is what he has said: "There can be no greater legacy in politics than improving the health of our citizens." On that note, I'd like to commend this bill to the House.
I call the Honourable, no, not the Honourable, Dr Hamish Campbell. I know everyone's honourable.
Thank you for the promotion. It is a great honour to stand and speak on support of the Medicines Amendment Bill in this first reading, and it's great that we actually have agreement across the House on this piece of legislation, because I think, Madam Speaker, this is just common sense. It means it creates a new verification pathway for medicines in New Zealand. We've already transversed that a number of times in the House, but what are we going to find different that these other major countries haven't found? We're often using the same data that the pharmaceutical companies have submitted to the overseas regulators. They're resubmitting it here. It's unlikely that we're going to find any difference. Also, it's great to be able to make sure we can empower our healthcare workers to be able to deliver medicines that everyday Kiwis need. So therefore, I am happy to commend this bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted and is set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.